Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook, Urban Pokemon. This trainer is not suitable. Chapter 81. Entei and Raikou tried their best to suppress their desire to pluck Ho-Oh's phoenix. They looked at Cheng Guanghualiang's rice bowl in front of them, with complex and unspeakable expressions. Immediately, the two Pokemon looked at Suicune again, with gratitude and resentment in their eyes. I am grateful to Suicune for being so generous and not hiding any secrets. He actually brought us to taste such an extreme Pokemon room delicacy. This kind of blissful enjoyment is better than having a yin party. The complaint is that since eating such a meal, how can they still eat those tree fruits in the future? This is simply the difference between the royal feast and the rat meat in the sewer. Now just smelling the smell of those tree fruits is disgusting. Suicune was also lost in thought at this time, and it found that something seemed wrong. The reason why it was able to grab a big meal this time was the reward it got for helping Luo Yuan in the secret realm last time. As for the rainbow wing, it was Raikou's reward for eating and drinking with Entei. Hey, if I knew this earlier, I really shouldn't have brought these two swindlers here, and holding that rainbow wing by myself, wouldn't it be possible to have a few more meals? The last time in the secret realm, it was just a big pot of rice, which has already made Suicune linger. This time, Luo Yuan carefully prepared the food, which fully brought out his cooking skills to the extreme. The taste was so wonderful that Suicune almost bit off his tongue. Thinking that he may never be able to taste such a delicious meal again, Suicune's spirits faded, and the entire Pokemon lost energy. Otherwise, can you help Luo Yuan to do part-time work in exchange for a few meals? Suicune thought about it. Splash, anyway, it has been working for Ho-Oh for who knows how many years, so another job is not a big deal. Hey, this is the life of beating workers, or the capitalist Ho-Oh is comfortable. At this moment, Luo Yuan brought a red thread and threaded that rainbow wing. There are many hooks and pegboards on the wall behind. This is because Luo Yuan is planning to take Lily to the small commodity wholesale market when he has time, and buy some interesting and unique Decorate products to hang up for the Decorate restaurant. As for why he brought Lily, Luo Yuan, as a man, is also deeply suspicious of his own aesthetics. At this time, don't be stingy and use the aesthetics of Stephanie's sons. Don't worry about how weird things you think, as long as Stephanie thinks they are beautiful, cute, and novel, then buy them and use them directly. If the Decorate products you buy are really good looking, then you have earned money. Even if it doesn't look good, it will make Stephanie feel that you care about her, so she will buy what she chooses without hesitation. Anyway, she is invincible. Luo Yuan wiped the bar with a clean towel, and when he saw Suicune, Entei, and Raikou languishing, he secretly smiled. Regarding the lethality of his cooking, he has calmed down, from the initial strangeness and inconceivableness to now he is completely acceptable. Even if the world can change drastically, and he can play time travel, then his ability to awaken a super chef and the spirit of eating halberds is not too much. Don't you see that there are all kinds of abilities such as psychic and so on in this world? After thinking about it, Luo Yuan took the initiative to speak in a Solician chatting tone. How about it, Suicune, my cooking skills are not bad. This is a meal that I tried my best to cook. You can't say it's not good. Hey, Suicune nodded weakly. This meal is so good, it just made me go to heaven. It's just that when I think that I will never be able to eat such delicious food again, it's like 10,000 ants eating my heart, and I feel uncomfortable all over. Then you are welcome to come over and continue tasting when you are free. As long as I open the shop that day, it's no big deal to help you cook a meal. Luo Yuan put down the towel, picked up the glass beside him, and sucked the happy water inside with a straw. Sure enough, the Fat House happy water is the best to drink. Roar, real. Suicune, Entei, and Raikou raised their heads all of a sudden, excited, staring at Luo Yuan with burning eyes, as if they were alive again. Don't you believe my character? I didn't even see that rainbow wing recognized me. Luo Yuan pointed to the rainbow wing that he hung on the wall. Suicune looked contemptuously. That rainbow wing has self-awareness, although it is very weak, but its consciousness is similar to Ho-Oh. It's completely drunk, it will recognize your dirty mind trainer. Don't lose sight of yourself, you must recognize the reality. Luo Yuan pretended not to see Suicune's eyes at all, and said to himself. That is, if I need help in the future, I hope you will spare no effort to come and help me. At this time, Luo Yuan was trying to see him, and revealed his real purpose. With these 3 gold medalists, it's useless. In the future, if you encounter a rival that you really can't beat, just shout, Raiko help me, Suicune help me, Entei help me. At that time, the sky is thundering, the north wind is howling, and the volcano is rising. At that time, I will only see the 3 holy beasts descending from the sky, standing around, defending myself. The scene will be amazing, and then I will be even better than the great virtuous teacher. Latias covered her mouth and smiled secretly. Lily also bowed her head because of Luo Yuan's shamelessness, and couldn't bear to look directly at her. Lucario turned his head away. Hey, I think Lucario is such an upright Pokemon, why did he choose such a shameless trainer? It's all because the food he cooks is so delicious, and, you don't dislike me, a weak waste. So even if he is not honest at all, I am willing to follow him. Zorua sighed in his heart. Sure enough, the master is not lying, it's just that everyone has never seen his true face. Suicune, Entei and Raiko are not fools, so they don't know what Luo Yuan is thinking. However, the salary of eating the king, and the people who are loyal to the king, since they have eaten other people's food, they must be paid no matter what. They already had such an idea, and now Luo Yuan proposes it, which is very suitable for me. In order to continue to enjoy such wonderful food, it is very reasonable to go to work by yourself. There is nothing wrong with it, it is called win-win. Hey, Suicune, representing the 3 holy beasts, agreed to Luo Yuan's proposal. Luo Yuan said happily, the 3 are my first wave of customers. This store is a little small. Present for you. Luo Yuan found 3 bags from under his bar, with the faces of Pikachu, Clefairy and Eevee printed on them. He divided the remaining energy cubes into 3 parts and put them into 3 bags. Luo Yuan walked up to Suicune's 3 Pokemon, hung the bags around the necks of the 3 holy beasts one by one, took a step back and glanced, and nodded with satisfaction. Not to mention, the bags of Pikachu and Eevee hanging around the necks of the 3 holy beasts are cute. The 3 holy beasts didn't know what Luo Yuan was going to do at first, until the bag was hung around their necks. They moved their noses and sniffed at the mouth of the bag. Immediately, the rich, fragrant and refreshing taste stimulated their taste buds, making their mouths water again after a big meal. I sneaked a look into the bag, and found a lot of energy cubes inside. Each bag costs at least 30 yuan. According to the food of Pokemon and the energy in the energy cube, these are estimated to be enough for them to eat for 3 months. Suicune, Raiko, and Entei took a step back each, guarding each other in case they were stolen by their colleagues. When they looked at Luo Yuan again, they all nodded. Sure enough, he is a trainer approved by Rainbow Wing, so honest. Then welcome everyone to come next time. Luo Yuan also knew that Suicune and the others should leave. These 3 holy beasts are also pitiful. If they want to finish their work non-stop, Ho-Oh has no conscience at all. The 3 holy beasts took a deep look at Luo Yuan, nodded to him, and after a low growl, they each walked out of the room, leaving here in a single jump, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. On the soaring in the sky at night, a vision appeared again, which caused a commotion among the people of the imperial capital, who looked up and wondered. The guests left, and Luo Yuan also walked out of the bar. He watched Lily sitting on the high-backed chair at the bar, with a pair of slender legs dangling back and forth. I don't know when Lily took off her little leather shoes. Her jade feet in short white hollow stockings swayed gently there. Her ankles were slender, small and exquisite, like a piece of suet white jade. One couldn't help but want to play with it. Luo Yuan walked up to Lily and asked with a smile, "How is today's meal, is it delicious?" Lily blushed, and she wanted to say something touching to describe how delicious Luo Yuan's cooking was, but after holding back for a long time, she spit out, "Delicious." In addition to this sentence, she really has no other adjectives. Luo Yuan laughed. 0. Of course this meal is delicious. This is the most heart-warming meal in his life, no matter before or after time traveling. All meals are complicated and require full concentration, which is also Luan's long-standing pursuit of cooking skills. Even without these special abilities, Luo Yuan is confident that this meal will make the guests full of praise. Since it's delicious, go wash the dishes and clean the table. Luo Yuan slapped Lily's little butt and asked her to do the dishes. Lily jumped out of the chair, and her little snow feet, also without shoes, stepped on the warm floor. She covered her little buttocks and looked back at Luo Yuan with a red face. Her emerald eyes were full of the shyness of a girl and the surprise of her first love. Lily was well behaved and polite, and said with a sweet smile, "Then I'll go do the dishes." The other Pokemon also called out and joined the working army. Someone was washing the dishes, someone was sweeping the floor, and someone was clearing the tables. In this warmly lit private high-end restaurant, it was once again a peaceful but lively time. However, Luo Yuan's place is lively, but some people are nervous and can't sleep. At the Alliance headquarters in the Imperial capital, 6 directors gathered together and were sitting in the round table conference room, anxiously waiting for news. "Have you notified 7 stars?" Director Deng asked this term as the Prime Minister. Notice, in addition to those who are stationed in the Imperial capital, the 7 stars who are closer to the Imperial capital are also ready. The 7 stars in remote regions have not been mobilized, and they are waiting to see how things develop. What's going on recently? Why do you frequently encounter things that need to be notified to 7 stars? A director with few hairs on his face said sadly. Director Deng also said with a helpless expression, "Who knows that legendary Pokemon's movements seem to be bigger than before? Fortunately, it's just a legendary Pokemon event like Suicune recently. If it's other, forget it, I'll stop talking about it, in case Murkrow's mouth gets bad." Murkrow. The main responsibility of the 7 stars is to prevent legendary Pokemon disasters, so as long as there are incidents related to legendary Pokemon, they must be notified and prepared in advance. "Everyone, get ready, you may not be able to sleep tonight," Chairman Deng said to the directors present. The faces of a group of directors suddenly collapsed. They are a group of old men and old ladies. The oldest is about 70 years old. They still have to stay up late like young people, and they can't bear it. At this moment, a screen in the meeting room suddenly changed, and 5.2 received a video announcement from a trainer. "Director, we found the location of the 3 sacred beasts. When they left the Imperial capital, the people of Chaoyang took photos of their activities." The trainer tried his best to maintain a serious expression, but his expression was still a little weird. The expressions of the 6 directors were shocked. They didn't notice the trainer's expression, and hurriedly said, "Where are the 3 holy beasts? You mean they have left the Imperial capital? It's okay. Quote, send us the photo first." Trainer didn't say much, and quickly uploaded the photos. When the photos of the 3 holy beasts appeared on the huge screen, several directors fell silent. The photo was taken very clearly, and under the good camera of a modern mobile phone, the heroic posture of the 3 holy beasts was captured. These 3 holy beasts are jumping between the buildings, majestic and majestic, flying towards the east of the Imperial capital along with the celestial phenomena. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is the cute woven bags of Pikachu, Eevee and Clefairy hanging around the necks of the 3 holy beasts. Looking at the tense look of the 3 holy beasts, it seemed that they were afraid that the things in the woven bag would fall out. The 6 directors were silent for a while, before they said dumbfoundedly, "Investigate where the 3 holy beasts went before. They definitely came into contact with humans. If they didn't touch, where did the woven bags around their necks come from?" "Okay, director." Trainer hangs up the video. The directors looked at each other. "I vaguely guessed where the main holy beast went before. Luo Elite, you Elite, the whereabouts of the 3 holy beasts have been discovered. This is a photo taken by Chaoyang people, please take a look." In the Alliance headquarters, apart from the 6 directors, the 2 elites whose families are in the Imperial capital and who have been resident here are also on standby at the headquarters. A staff member of the Alliance came to the resting place of the 2 elites at this time and reported the latest news. Luo Weijin snatched the tablet from the opponent's hand and opened it, and asked at the same time, "Is the news good or bad? What do the directors say?" The female staff member hastily said, "It's good news, the Lord Sacred Beast is moving away from the Imperial capital quickly." The directors said to let the 2 elites wait for the time being and wait for the update news. When Luo Weijin heard that it was good news, she secretly breathed out in her heart. It's just that after turning on the tablet computer and seeing the photo of the 3 holy beasts taken by Chaoyang crowd, her expression became weird. Yu Marin, who was on the sidelines, noticed Luo Weijin's expression, and she leaned over curiously. Seeing the cute woven bag tied around the neck of the three holy beasts in the photo, she let out a poochie laugh. These three sacred beasts are quite cute, they actually carry such a cute bag when traveling. She flicked her curly hair, her beautiful eyes flashed with an elegant smile. But the reason why Luo Weijin looks weird is not because of the dress of the three holy beasts, but because she knows this bag. Isn't this the present bag for the restaurant my younger brother is planning to open? She accompanied Luo Yuan to the factory to customize this bag. According to Luo Weijin's idea, the bag should have handsome Pokemon such as Charizard, Salamence, and Garchomp printed on it. However, Luo Yuan chose cute styles like Pikachu, Clefairy, and Eevee. He even prepared a series of woven bags of Eevee and its evolution, and prepared to sell them as a series of suits. It can only be said that he really understands marketing. That restaurant belongs to Luo Yuan after all, so it's not easy for Luo Weijin to ask him anything, just be cute if he's cute. Seeing the bag around the neck of the three holy beasts now, Luo Weijin used her ass to think and knew that the three holy beasts must have just come out of Luo Yuan. When I'm not here, you guys have a party, right? Has this picture been circulated? Luo Weijin asked while turning on the phone. The staff replied, it has already spread. After all, it was photographed by the public. It spread too fast and Alliance can't do anything about it. 10 Now the discussion has already started on the internet. Then is there any other request from the director? Luo Weijin continued to ask. The director said that the three holy beasts had bags around their necks, indicating that they definitely had contact with certain people, and hoped that we would investigate who they had contact with. The staff almost couldn't help laughing when they said this. It's hilarious to see the majestic three holy beasts parading around with Pikachu's adorable pouch. Luo Weijin had already turned on her mobile phone at this time, and the forums, post bars and other places were already noisy. Which restaurant is this opening? There is such a big row of noodles, let the three holy beasts do the opening promotion. Restaurant opening. What restaurant opening? Enlarge the picture and look carefully, the bag has the name of the restaurant on it. I zoomed in on the picture and I saw the words, Legend House Private Kitchen Shop. You are really Leeuwenhoek, you can notice this. Where is this restaurant? Even the three holy beasts are promoting it. I'm going to try it. I can't find any information on the internet. Maybe it's just opened and hasn't been advertised yet. Then when people publicize it, they will make a big deal. Everyone on the internet is full of uproar, but most people don't believe this kind of talk, just take it as a joke. They only thought that the three holy beasts just happened to be wearing such a bag, and they had to guess what was in the bag, which made the three holy beasts so rare. After all, whoever wants to say that someone opens a store to promote the legendary Pokemon like the three holy beasts will not believe it, so it simply cannot be done. You are still laughing, I was scared to death. Legendary Pokemon appeared in the Imperial capital. If there is a sudden fight, what will our little one do? Don't worry, the three holy beasts have attacked humans a handful of times in history, and their relationship with humans is still good. Just because you can count them on your fingers doesn't mean you haven't made a move. Fortunately, the three holy beasts have left. Everyone knows the horror of legendary Pokemon, so not only the Alliance is worried, but the public is even more worried. Luo Weijin put the phone back at this time. She had already confirmed that the three holy beasts had just come out of Luo Yuan's shop. As for what was in that bag, she guessed it should be energy cubes. I don't know where the little brother is making trouble. Why didn't I say it in advance? This made everyone nervous, and scared my mother to death. Okay. Luo Weijin got up suddenly, and walked quickly outside the Alliance headquarters. Luo Elite, where are you going? The staff asked quickly when they saw it. I went out to patrol, which can be regarded as reassuring everyone. In such an emergency, there is naturally no flying order. Elites like Luo Weijin can ride Pokemon to fly in the sky at any time. Seeing Luo Weijin leave, Marin Yu frowned slightly. Her delicate and beautiful oval face was thoughtful. She always felt that she had guessed something, but she couldn't figure it out. As soon as Luo Weijin went out, she rode on Dragonite and flew towards the Prince's Mansion, on the 5th Ring Road in the northwest of the Imperial capital. Although Dragonite is so fat, it is known as the fastest flying Pokemon, which can fly around the Earth directly. It just took off, and Luo Weijin has arrived at the destination. Letting Dragonite land in the yard, Luo Huijin opened the door and walked in, and saw Luo Yuan and his group were cleaning up the house. Oh, everyone except Luo Yuan is cleaning up the house. Lily stepped on the floor wearing white hollow stockings, she was not wearing shoes, and was wiping the bar with a clean rag. Latius controls psychic clearing the table and chairs. Lucario, Zorua, and Bai Gungan were wiping the floor with rags each. Ordinary mops don't clean well, you have to use a rag to get the floor cowl like new. Seeing that Lily is also working hard, Luo Huijin frowned. Does this count as child labor? Lily herself should be at the school age, but the eldest lady is educated by elites, and she usually has tutors to teach her, so she doesn't have to go to Sha Guo's school at all. Did the three holy beasts come here just now? As soon as Luo Huijin entered the door, she immediately asked questions. Luo Yuan, who was leaning on the recliner like an old man, was playing a mobile game and raised his head in surprise. Hey, why are you here, old lady? And how do you know that the three holy beasts have come? Luo Huijin said unhappily. There is a lot of noise on the internet, why don't I know? Hearing this, Luo Yuan quit the mobile game and opened Weibo. Sure enough, the news of the three holy beasts appearing in the imperial capital has already topped the list of trending searches. Any news related to legendary Pokemon is what people in this world are most concerned about. And after reading some of the comments, Luo Yuan was amused. I didn't expect those three guys to have such a role, so they gave me a promotion. Luo Huijin scolded with a smile. The Alliance headquarters is going crazy. Next time you invite this kind of legendary Pokemon as a guest, report in advance, and let Alliance prepare. Luo Yuan said innocently. What can I do? They came uninvited, I was shocked. Luo Huijin was about to say something when she suddenly felt something and looked at the rainbow wing hung on the wall by Luo Yuan. Luo Huijin, of course, has seen this Ho-Oh's special feather, but only when he visited the Palace Museum. At first she thought it was just a decorate product that Luo Yuan bought, but the radiance on the feather and the faint energy overflowing made Luo Huijin see at a glance that this thing is real. Where did you get the rainbow wing? Luo Huijin was startled and asked quickly. Brother, you didn't rob the Palace Museum or sneaked into the Alliance collection, did you? If so, sister, I have to find a way to find a good lawyer for you. Luo Yuan glanced at the rainbow wing on the wall, and said indifferently. Oh, you said that feather, it was just given by Suicune. The effect of that thing is quite good, when the time comes, take it home and give our parents a restorative body. Luo Huijin's eyebrows twitched. Water, from Suicune. Well, Suicune seems to be Ho-Oh's subordinate, so it seems normal that Suicune has rainbow wing on his body. Normal shit. This is the rainbow wing, the symbol of Ho-Oh. Do you know the legend of Ho-Oh in our country? Luo Huijin took a deep breath and said. Probably, seems to be quite famous. Luo Yuan said that he is almost illiterate in this world, history has long been changed beyond recognition, and he is so busy with work every day, how can he have time to relearn from primary school? Seeing Luo Yuan like this, Luo Huijin even got used to it, and explained to him. Ho-Oh and Lugia are the two most important legendary Pokemon in the history of our country. In ancient times, they were all worshipped as totems. Unlike the legendary Pokemon that appeared most in the region of other countries, Ho-Oh and Lugia are peaceful in nature and friendly to humans. So our country is pretty much the only place in history that hasn't had a massive legendary Pokemon disaster. Ho-Oh and Lugia are also regarded as a symbol of peace, especially Ho-Oh. It is said that those who see it will be happy for life. Thousands of years ago, a monarch saw the appearance of Ho-Oh, so he raised his army to fight against the tyrant, and finally established a great country. Listening to the history told by her sister, Luo Yuan slandered in her heart, you are not talking about King Wu's defeat of Zhou, the phoenix came out of Kashan. This world is a bit strange to say. Many histories are intermittent, such as the Shang and Zhou dynasties, the existence of which can only be confirmed in China, but the collective history is unclear. If I really want to be a student of the archaeology department, I think it will shock the world and excavate ancient history. There are many legends about Ho-Oh. For example, in ancient times, someone saw it falling on a stone. After cutting open the stone, they found that there was a mysterious jade inside. The jade was later regarded as a symbol of imperial power, so Ho-Oh has also been worshipped by the royal family since ancient times. Luo Huijin continued to tell Luo Yuan about the history. Oh, this should be he's by, right. The reason why Luo Huijin talked so much was to let Luo Yuan know the importance of Ho-Oh to Sha Guo. For example, in Europe, there have been several battles between the two gods of time and space in history, and each time it caused a huge disaster. Some Europeans couldn't stand the fight between the two gods of time and space, and fled to the American continent by boat, which is the origin of the country of Unova today. But before settling in North America for a long time, I discovered that Nemo's North America also has fights between ideals and real dragons, and the horror of Kurum, which is really miserable. But Sha Guo didn't have so many events. Ho-Oh and Lugia lived in harmony, and Lugia was relatively reticent and rarely showed up, and no major disasters ever happened. In ancient times, people called Lugia the god of the sea, although with the development of civilization, we have seen a lot and know that the god of the sea should be Kyogre, but we are used to this title. Luo Huijin looked at the rainbow wing on the wall, and said cautiously, "Little brother, let me see that rainbow wing." Even if she wanted to touch such a precious thing, she had to ask her younger brother for instructions. The family belongs to the family, but there are some things to pay attention to. Just look at it, tell me what, if you want it, I will give it to you, and you even gave me such a big courtyard. Luo Yuan said indifferently, "My sister treats me so well, it's just a feather. Is it worth it?" Luo Huijin glared at Luo Yuan. Although the palace is worth 2 billion, what is the rainbow wing of Ho-Oh? It is a priceless treasure. If the whole world is added up, there may be less than 5, and this is still counting the one for playing on the road. In ancient times, if a brave man of the rainbow handed over his rainbow wing to the court before his death, it represented the prosperity of the dynasty and affirmed the emperor at that time, and the emperor would go to sacrifice to the heaven. By the way, sister, the rainbow wing can only be touched by an upright and kind person like me. You have to be careful, don't go out as soon as you touch it. Luo Yuan reminded shamelessly at this moment. Luo Huijin said angrily when she heard the words, "Your sister and I are not honest and kind." Luo Yuan complained, "Think about how you plucked the alliance's wool." When Luo Huijin heard this, she felt a little guilty. No way, no way, am I really not honest and kind? But she still mustered up her courage, came to the rainbow wing, and cautiously touched it with her fingers. Seeing that there was no response from the rainbow wing, she was relieved and took it down. "Let me just say that I am honest enough." Luo Huijin rolled her eyes at Luo Yuan, holding the rainbow wing and admiring it fondly. Luo Yuan has nothing to say. "Bah, you are as shameless as me. I think Rainbow Wing let you touch it for my sake. Little brother, I have a heartless request." After hesitating for a while, Luo Huijin still spoke out. "You have taken a fancy to the flying energy in the feathers, right? No problem, I'll lend it to you." Luo Huijin was so angry with Luo Yuan that she said unhappily, "I'm attracted to the fire energy in it. My Charizard is also fire plus flying, it's very suitable for exercise. It is very possible that my Charizard can break through to the champion level with the help of Rainbow Wing." Speaking of this, Luo Huijin's tone was excited. "Wait until she has 3 champion Pokemon, Fairy Elite Poppies. Oh, because of suppression. The current champion, then you can have a good fight. You finally know that your Charizard is flying plus fire." Luo Yuan complained again. Luo Huijin no longer wanted to talk to him. "Sister, take it away and use it." Seeing that the elder sister ignored him, Luo Yuan had no choice but to stop laughing at her. The rainbow wing can recharge itself, the energy in it is useless, so it's no big deal to lend it to the old lady to break through. Seeing Luo Yuan knowing that the rainbow wing is so important, Solacean threw it for his own use. Luo Huijin's eyes were soft and his heart was moved. "By the way, you have to prepare well. We will leave for the mountain city in 2 days, and a friend of my father will come to the imperial capital tomorrow. He is going to come to your restaurant for trial operation. Treat yourself a little." Quote. Luo Huijin remembered something and asked. "No." Luo Yuan also responded. At the Alliance headquarters, the 6 directors received information and photos from Luo Huijin. Looking at the photos that Luo Yuan took of the 3 holy beasts in the restaurant, the 6 directors were speechless for a while. Chairman Deng was silent for a moment, and said, Let's lift the alert, it should be fine. It really is this kid. Last time it was Suicune, this time it's the three holy beasts, next time he won't invite Ho-Oh. The expressions of many directors also changed, which was incredible. Oh my god, if this kid really had a bond with Ho-Oh, he would definitely be crowned emperor in ancient times. At Imperial Capital International Airport, Luo Zhengye and Feng Zikun stood side by side at the pickup gate, chatting while watching the flight schedule on the screen. Old Feng, how is your health recently? Did you go to the hospital? I saw you staggering when you walked a while ago. Could it be something wrong with your leg? Hey, I told you a long time ago, we worked too hard when we were young, and now we are 50 years old, we should pay attention to maintenance. How can you be so careless and cause problems with your legs? I have a good relationship with the owner of a private hospital in the capital city. The little nurse there is also quite beautiful. Would you like me to introduce you to see your legs? Luo Zhengye looked concerned, as if he was worried about his friend's health, asking for his health. Feng Zikun's complexion turned dark. You don't know why I walked on a slope for the past 2 days. It's not your son's. That kid was too ruthless. Hey, I also blame myself for being careless, who told me that the kid was only a trainer for 2 months at that time, so he, the owner of the pavilion, took a wrong look and ruined his reputation. Thank you for your concern. I am in good health. It's fine for the pretty little nurse. Why don't you tell your wife to go to that private hospital for a physical examination and see the pretty little nurse? Feng Zikun said angrily. Luo Zhengye chuckled and didn't take it seriously. The group who are the oldest in the middle grades of the current owner who are about to retire are all old friends for many years, but because of the special nature of the owner's work, they are rarely seen, so they can only be contacted by phone. Now that they finally have 2 days off, the old buddies also decided to get together. Feng Zikun was in Jinggang, very close to the emperor, so he came directly by bullet train, and then ran to the airport with Luo Zhengye to meet another old friend. I still have 2 old friends, but because I am stationed at the border and the distance is too far, I can only regret the spring festival goodbye. After 30, it is difficult to make new friends, most of them are old friends. And if a person reaches 50, those friends are still in touch, and they are naturally close. As the owners of the imperial capital in Jinggang, Luo Zhengye and Feng Zikun often appear on TV, and many people know them. However, unlike those young elites, as a veteran museum owner, with his identity and age on display, he has a sense of calmness and prestige, which makes people dare not come to strike up a conversation, and only dare to look in awe from a distance. The identity and responsibility of the museum owner means that they are the officers of one party, but the only difference from the world before Luo Yuan traveled is that these officers do not need such a big ostentation and security when traveling. Because Pokemon is their biggest ostentation and security, once the main Pokemon of the 2 veteran gym owners comes out, if they want to hurt them, then they can only be shot by the master level trainer or legendary Pokemon. Not long after, the plane arrived, and a man with a strong figure, walking with great strides, and a bit of a rush appeared from the pickup gate. After seeing Luo Zhengye and Feng Zikun, his eyes lit up, and he took a few quick steps, walked around the fence briskly, opened his arms and laughed loudly at the 2 of them. ... The plane was delayed for another half an hour, and I was so angry that I wanted to ride Pokemon over here. If I hadn't already bought the tickets, who would make this stupid plane? The speed of riding Pokemon flying is really fast, like Garchomp is like driving a fighter jet. However, compared to riding Pokemon, it is more comfortable to take a plane or a train, so unless you are in a hurry, most trainers still prefer to take transportation. Haha, Lao Zhou, you are not young anymore, and you are still so irritable. You have lived to Arcanine at your age. When Luo Zhengye and Feng Zikun saw the visitor, they smiled and hugged him. Old Joe scolded with a smile when he heard the words. If you say that, my Arcanine will not be happy. Immediately, Lao Zhou looked at Feng Zikun again, and said teasingly. Old Feng, are you alright? Hey, that kid from Lao Luo's family is really ruthless. Fortunately, you already have a son. Otherwise, the Zhou family has no successors. I'm not saying you, no matter what level rival is in the Pokemon battle, you must be careful and go all out, otherwise you will suffer a loss. I hope you have a long memory this time. Feng Zikun's complexion darkened again. Grandmas, this is going to be hard for me, right? Luo Zhengye patted Lao Zhou's shoulder and said, "That's fine, let's not talk about him, he's not the one who's the most embarrassing. Didn't the host's trousers fall off last year? He didn't even wear underwear. That was the real accident." Old Zhou nodded approvingly. Yes, since that incident happened, Alliance has asked all the gym owners to wear underwear and belts in future games, and several advertisements for belts have gone to Alliance. I just don't know if the Alliance will ask the owners to wear iron underwear this time. Feng Zikun, are you finished yet? The three chatted and laughed, and lost their way to the airport parking lot. The people who picked up the airport around the airport secretly took out their mobile phones to take pictures here. That is the owner of the stadium, although people who go to watch the game can often see it. But it is not so easy to meet them in public, especially when the current three museum owners are gathered together. I didn't expect to be able to meet the owners of the imperial capital, Jingdong and Zhongcheng, at the airport during this trip. This trip was worth it. I just didn't expect these owners to have such a good relationship and even get together. The owner of the restaurant also has friends, so there will be no fuss if we get together during the National Day holiday. Quote. The airport staff and tourists whispered and posted the photos they just took on the internet. In this world, the top trainer is the top stream, the traffic password. If you meet a top trainer outside, take a photo and post it online, it will immediately attract many people. Luo Zhengye drove the car on the avenue of the imperial capital. This time we come to the imperial capital, what good program has been arranged for us? Lao Zhou sat in the co-pilot, crossed his legs and said. I'll arrange a heaven and earth for you tonight, do you dare to go? Luo Zhengye asked with a smile. What are you afraid of? As long as you dare to go, I will dare to go. The big deal is to tell my sister-in-law tomorrow where you went last night. Old Zhou laughed loudly. At this time, Feng Zikun, who was sitting in the year after, said, The three holy beasts appeared in the imperial capital yesterday, what's going on? Hearing his words, Lao Zhou also looked at Luo Zhengye. That's legendary Pokemon, even if it's a big event that they rarely encounter in their lifetime. Luo Zhengye shook his head and said, all this matter has been investigated by the Alliance, but it involves some secrets, so we can't disclose it for the time being. Of course he knew what was going on, it was caused by his own brat, which almost made his old father and the elderly director sleepless all night. The reason why it is temporarily kept secret is also to protect Luo Yuan. After all, he has been a trainer for too short a time. Of course, if the Alliance reports to the outside world that the three holy beasts went to a certain trainer to eat together, no one would believe such an announcement, just like saying that a gas egg exploded, it is already a normal tactic to fool people. But if that kid really came up with the trick of, Raiko help me, one day, then everyone would have nothing to say, and they would hold their noses and admit it. When the two museum owners heard Luo Zhengye's words, they nodded their heads and didn't ask any further questions. The veteran museum owners will naturally know when they know something they should know. Let's go fishing today, and have a meal at the restaurant opened by my son tonight. I will let you taste my son's handicrafts. You will never forget it. My daughter-in-law and daughter-in-law are also here, let's get together, and when the spring festival comes, you will also bring your family. Luo Zhengye said enthusiastically. Lao Zhou and Feng Zikun looked at each other, and they both said enviously. Your family's ancestral grave is full of smoke. There is a daughter who became an elite at the age of 24 and has a good chance of becoming a champion. That kid Weijin is much better than when you were young. Now that you have a son with such a talent, how much virtue did you accumulate in your previous life? Especially the data that allowed Riolu to evolve into Lucario in those 2 months, fooling researchers all over the world who study the evolution of intimacy, haha. Those people didn't bother your son to death, did you, an old guy, stop him. Old Luo, I think you invited us to the imperial capital this time because you want to show off your son and daughter. Hearing the words of the two old friends, Luo Zhengye looked smug. That's right, I was the one who posted about my son and my daughter. When he is old, there is nothing that can make him feel particularly happy. Only when his children grow up healthily and make a career, is the most gratifying thing for parents. As for those researchers and reporters, he was indeed the one who stopped them as the owner of the imperial capital. Otherwise, when Luo Yuan goes out, he may be surrounded by a group of reporters every day, and various researchers come to his door, which will annoy him to death. In Luo Yuan's Wangfu restaurant, Luo Mu is cleaning up the house. In fact, Luo Yuan has cleaned up very well, but as a mother, I always say that this is too dirty and that is not cleaned. Lily was beside Luo Mu, obediently cleaning together, although she didn't do it very well, but she worked hard. Rest, a kid doesn't have to work here anymore, he is tired. But Lily was unwilling and continued to insist. Seeing this, Luo's mother joked. Lily is beautiful and well-behaved, why don't you be a daughter-in-law for my family in the future? Lily's face was flushed, she lowered her head and did not dare to make a sound, she swept the floor with a broom. Ku, Bai Gungan let out a soft cry, it raised its head to look at Lily. I see, master, you are laughing at all, don't pretend to be shy. Luo Yuan said at this time. Mom, don't tease Lily. My sister and I went out on 11th. It was a little dangerous there, Lily couldn't go there. You take care of Lily, and if you go to work in the laboratory, take Lily with you. Quote, it just so happens that she hasn't been to the laboratory yet, let her go and see it too. As soon as Luo Yuan finished speaking, Lily raised her hand and said, I often go to my mother's laboratory. Well, when I didn't say it, forget that Lucamine is also a research madman. In fact, Lily also wanted to go with Luo Yuan and the others, but she also knew that she was a burden, so she couldn't help. Mom, what are you talking about a daughter-in-law? Lily is still so young, don't talk nonsense and teach children badly. At this time, Luo Weijin just walked into the door, and said with a straight face. Just now she has been exercising Charizard with the strength of Rainbow Wing in the yard. It was already a little cold in the imperial capital at the end of September, but she was still wearing thin clothes, with her jet black hair tied up, her body dripping with sweat, and her face was slightly flushed due to exercise, but her skin was fairer and more radiant. I want to find a wife for your brother, why are you in a hurry? You should also pay attention to this, don't catch a cold. I know that as trainers, you often go to dangerous places, and I will not advise you. But you sister, protect your little brother and don't let him get hurt. Luo Mu said in a rambling manner. Okay, I got it. Seeing her mother started to mutter, Luo Weijin begged for mercy repeatedly. As a man, how could my younger brother hide behind me? I am still waiting for him to protect my elder sister in the future. Luo Yuan nodded and said, yes, I am also waiting for my sister to cry and beg me to protect her. Give you 3 points of dye, and you will open a dyeing workshop, right? Luo Weijin scolded with a smile. I don't need your protection for your sister. Quote. What she said before was to deal with her mother. As a dragon elite, Luo Weijin has a proud personality. Whenever she encounters difficulties, she will grit her teeth and solve them by herself. It was too difficult for her to cry and beg for help. Little brother, come here and pack up your things. Didi and I will set off tomorrow afternoon. When we arrive at the mountain city, we will rest for one night and explore the secret realm the next day. It was force majeure for you to enter the secret realm before, and this time I have to teach you the preparations you need to make. When Luo Yuan heard this, he began to study hard. He saw that Luo Weijin had prepared tents, compressed food, energy cubes, medicines for humans and Pokemon, 2 sets of clothes that were strong enough, and so on. As a top trainer, the items used are naturally the top. Just like the tent, such a big thing can be folded very small, and it is extremely light, and I don't know what material it is made of. There is no chance to cook in the secret realm exploration, so normal eats compressed food, plus the wild environment does not know what it looks like, it is very hard work to explore the secret realm. However, Luo Weijin still asked Luo Yuan to bring some small pots and pans in his bag, as well as some vegetables and meat, which can be frozen for Pokemon to help. There is no way, Luo Yuan's cooking is so delicious that I would panic if I don't eat it for a day. I didn't see that Luo Mu and Lily are both depressed now. Luo Yuan is not here for a few days, so they can only cook for themselves. In the end, Luo Yuan found out that under the preparations made by the elder sister, she looked like a veteran soldier about to go to the battlefield, and he was simply the leader of the cooking squad. It is enough to have these items from your sister and me, you don't need to prepare so many, although exploring the secret realm is hard, let's find happiness as much as possible. Luo Weijin explained it like this. You are hungry. Luo Yuan cursed in his heart. I don't even bring a tent, what will I do at night? Where will I sleep? Luo Yuan protested again. Luo Weijin patted her bag and said, although my tent is not big, it's enough for the two of us to squeeze together at night. Well, since you let me sleep with you, then I can only admit it. In the evening, an SUV car drove near the 5th Ring Road in the northwest of the imperial capital. After parking the car, Luo Zhengye and his two old friends got out of the car. Looking at the rather vast prince's mansion in front of him, Feng Zikun clicked his tongue and said, yes, Lao Luo, there is such a property. When you were an elite back then, you didn't lose your temper with the alliance, right? Weijin was spoiled by you. Luo Zhengye took a look at Feng Zikun and scolded with a smile. Go, what is the alliance wool? I bought this property on purpose 20 years ago with my sights on the development of the real estate industry. You don't know how remote it was 20 years ago, and it was almost possible to grow vegetables. Now it is developing well. I gave it to my daughter after she became an elite. Now I gave it to my son to open the Wei Hall. Quote. Looking at Luo Zhengye's complacent expression, Lao Zhou said sourly, your daughter treats your son so well, the family is harmonious. Haha, that's a must. At our age, what we're looking forward to is family harmony. Luo Zhengye laughed, and his tone became more cheerful. He and two old friends walked into the prince's mansion. After passing through the front yard of Jukuicheng, and came to the room where the restaurant is located, when they opened the door, they shouted angrily. Quote. I'm back. At this time, Luo Yuan was wearing a chef's uniform and was slowly preparing the ingredients. After hearing his father's shout, he glanced at the door and said slowly. Quote. Father, did you return empty-handed again today? Anyway, Dad has always been in the Air Force when he goes fishing. Even if he goes fishing for Pokemon, he can only catch Magikarp. When Luo Zhengye heard Luo Yuan's words, he immediately said angrily. How could your father and I be in the Air Force? Look at what this is, such a big carp as your father's harvest. Luo Zhengye, who was holding the boom, lowered the boom, and took out a large and lively carp from a fish basket. Luo Yuan just glanced at it and said, I bought it in the vegetable market, the place you went fishing didn't have such a big fish at all, don't fool people. Luo Yuan saw through the truth at a glance, and Luo Zhengye was suffocated. His two friends, as well as Luo Mu and others who were in the room, all laughed out loud. Old Luo, I just said, don't go to the market to buy fish, even if you buy fish, buy a smaller one, your son will see it at a glance. Feng Zikun chuckled, seeing his old friend Lu's face, his was happy. Then he triumphantly fished out a fish from his fishing basket. It didn't look like he bought it, it should be caught by him. Good evening, Uncle Feng. Seeing Feng Zikun, Luo Yuan was still a little embarrassed, but he still greeted with a smile all over his face. Feng Zikun scolded with a smile. Stinky boy, I still know about you, Uncle Feng. Last time I lost face, it was a big shame. But Uncle Feng, we are on fire. Luo Yuan has a thick skin. Bah, you Uncle Feng and I are famous enough, we don't need to be so famous again. Feng Zikun gave a bite. The people in the room let out another ha-ha, and the atmosphere was warm. Father Luo pulled another old friend of his at this time, and introduced to Luo Yuan. This is your Uncle Zhou, named Zhou Wu, you may not pay attention, he is the owner of Zhongcheng, and he is good at of Tai. Luo Yuan looked at the tall uncle with a beard, and greeted him as a junior. Uncle Zhou. Boy, I hugged you before, but you don't know me anymore. Zhou Wu laughed, and teased again. You played your Uncle Feng beautifully, just like me back then. Boy, you may not know that your Uncle Feng was still an elite back then, and I beat you down after one term. When Feng Zikun heard it, his old face flushed, and he hurriedly retorted, that's just what you are good at. Attribute restrains me, it's not fair. There is no fairness or unfairness in the matter between trainers. Zhou Wu said hee. The old men laughed again. Luo Yuan actually checked the elites and champions of his father's session and the previous ones, and was surprised to find that several of the current gym owners were once elites and champions. Speaking of the 30-year-old limit, most elites and champions will only do 2 terms at most, and most of them will only have 1 term. The vast majority of trainers can only become champions or elites when they are over 26 years old. For example, sisters and poppies who become elites at the age of 24 are very rare. Those who can become elite at this age are definitely geniuses among geniuses, and those who can become champions are truly rare. Like the current champion, he is actually 28 years old. Even if the old lady doesn't challenge, as long as she maintains her position, and when the champion goes down, and no new bad evildoers appear, she will naturally become the champion. It's just that Luo Weijin has a stubborn personality and always wants to become a champion by challenging herself instead of relying on rules. The Luo family greeted several old comrades one by one. After seeing Lily, Feng Zikun said in surprise, "Old Luo, when did you have your third child?" Luo's father explained, "That is a child of a friend's family, who is temporarily being fostered by my family, not my daughter." Zhou Wu suddenly said, "Let me just say, this beautiful little girl has blonde hair, and she thought you were the illegitimate daughter of some foreign girl. I just thought that you, old Feng, have a great reputation in your life, and you wouldn't foolishly leave yourself with the flaw of an illegitimate daughter." Father Luo was shocked when he heard the words, "What do you mean? How do you say that I seem to have a child outside?" "Wife, I really don't, you have to believe me." Seeing the cold eyes staring at Luo Mu, Luo's father repeatedly begged for forgiveness. Luo Yuan saw the interaction between his father and his old friend, just like the feeling of hurting his friend with his roommate, which made him a little funny. Men are still teenagers until they die. A group of people sat at the bar, and Luo Yuan brought a bottle of motai. "When I'm at home, my dad will have a drink when he's free." Luo Yuan doesn't understand the taste of baijiu. He would rather drink beer or red wine, but he really can't understand the spiciness of baijiu. Seeing Luo Yuan bring liquor to the three of them, Father Luo gave him a thumbs up. "Look at my son, what a discerning price. Drink less." Luo Mu glared at a few people and said. Luo's father quickly apologized. "Just one drink, no, just two." At this moment, Zhou Wu, the owner of the fire department, always felt that there was an aura around him that touched him very much. He glanced at Solician, then widened his eyes, and saw the rainbow wing hanging on the wall. He has seen the real rainbow wing before, so he recognized it immediately. The rainbow wing on the wall is absolutely real. Zhou Wu was dumbfounded, pointed at the rainbow wing and said, "Lao Luo, where did you get that thing?" Father Luo glanced at the rainbow wing, and said calmly, "Oh, that's not mine, it's my son's." Zhou Wu was surprised for a while. His first thought was, your son has become the hero of the rainbow. How come I don't know about such a big news? The people who have the rainbow wing in history are the brave of the rainbow, so it is only natural for him to think so. Luo's father still maintains a superior demeanor. Xiao Yuan did not become the hero of the rainbow, but a Pokemon gave him Marshadow. As the Pokemon that guides the rainbow hero, Zhou Wu naturally knows it, because the rainbow wing is the dream item of all fire element trainers. Unlimited fire energy can always be used as a level 5 pure crystal, and use rainbow wing to train fire Pokemon, and the fire Pokemon's skills can also bring part of the Ho-Oh flame effect. Little Ho-Oh is no joke. But the rainbow wing has only been owned by the brave of the rainbow in history, and no one dared to touch the few in the Alliance collection. In Zhou Wu's life, he only applied to visit the Alliance collection room during the 2 years when he became an elite. The idea of owning a rainbow wing for himself is only a fantasy. Seeing a real rainbow wing in front of him now, hung on the wall by Solician, he was a little confused. Feng Zikun is also a little confused, although he is not a fire element trainer, and his desire for rainbow wing is not that great, but he also knows the importance of rainbow wing. "What's the matter with you, boy? It's really not Mahendel. Suicune gave it to my son. My son has a good relationship with Suicune." Luo's father took a sip of the white wine, with the vicissitudes of life, and a sighing tone, saying that my son is such a bully, and as a court, I can't help but make a fuss. What does he like most? That is to show off his children. In the past, he had daughters to show off, but now he has sons and daughters to show off together. Feng Zikun and Zhou Wu looked at each other. Both of them were smart people, and immediately thought of many things. Almost 2 months ago, there was a news about a young trainer riding a Suicune, but even as veteran gym owners, they didn't know the identity of the young trainer. At the time they thought it was Alliance not disclosing information on purpose. Yesterday, the three holy beasts appeared in the imperial capital. Compared with the news of 2 months, they knew the rainbow wing immediately after seeing the rainbow wing in front of them. The young trainer riding the Suicune as the son of Lao Luo in front of him, and the three holy beasts appeared yesterday because of this kid. The reason why Alliance suppressed the news to death is probably that Lao Luo also made great efforts to protect his son. After all, Luo Yuan has only been a trainer for 3 months now, the time is too short. If he has enough fame, then it doesn't matter if this kind of thing breaks out. This kid won't play in gyms or participate in domestic competitions at that time, so send out the three holy beasts. Don't, let's go to the world competitions and bully foreigners. Shogwo people don't beat Shogwo people. Of course they don't know that Luo Yuan also has a Latias. If he can get Soldu, he will also become a legendary Pokemon. If you know, it is estimated that people will be completely numb. Hey, my son is just too filial, he should keep such an important thing well. But he insisted on giving the rainbow wing to me and his mother, saying that we need to take care of our bodies. My mother and I couldn't resist him, so we had to agree. Father Luo sighed again. Luo Yuan, who was cooking and trying the salty taste of the soup, rolled his eyes at his father. Although Luo's mother also looked disgusted with him, she had a smile on her face, as if my son was really filial and proud. Lao Luo, let's say goodbye to Versailles, this is not France. Feng Zikun and Zhou Wu expressed that they did not want to talk to him. Here comes the chicken soup. At this time, Luo Yuan cooked the rice and gave each person a bowl of boiled chicken soup. Immediately afterwards, he began to prepare food in small plates. It's still the same dishes that served the three holy beasts yesterday, but because I have time to buy ingredients today, I added a few more hard dishes. Braised yellow croaker in big soup with pickled vegetables, bamboo shoots, braised fresh abalone with porcini mushrooms, and tofu with sea monster sauce, absolutely delicious. He spends a lot of money on these ingredients, and buys them from those old shops. Normal will give priority to supplying high-end restaurants with good ingredients. But still the same sentence, money can make Gengar grind, as long as you give enough money, you can get good things. At this moment, the faces of the members of the Luo family were pious, like saints eating holy food. Meal. At first Feng Zikun and Zhou Wu thought it was an exaggeration, but when they smelled it, they suddenly fell silent. Hideki was quiet, only the enjoyment of many gourmets savoring. Luo Yuan also prepared a set for his own Pokemon. As for the other Pokemon of his father and sister, it is better to eat energy cubes. This Pokemon is also different, unless you betray. After finishing their meal, Feng Zikun and Zhou Wu were still dumbfounded, feeling a little flustered. They felt that they had ascended to heaven and saw Arceus creating the world. There is poison in this food. No, it was drug in the meal. The two tugged on their collars, and the liquor looked dull. After a long time, Feng Zikun held his face and said, Xiao Yuan, do you need a godfather? Zhou Wu on the other side even said, cough cough, Xiao Yuan, you are not young, do you plan to find a girlfriend? Uncle's family has a daughter, why don't I introduce you to her? Let's get to know each other first. As soon as Zhou Wu finished speaking, Luo Weijin and Lily said in unison. Little brother, he is now at a critical moment as a trainer. He shouldn't find a girlfriend, he should put his energy into breeder Pokemon. Brother Luo Yuan has a lot of things to do, so he is not suitable for my girlfriend. The two looked at each other, although there was a 10-year difference in age, they formed a front at this moment. Hey, Lao Zhou and Lao Feng, don't try to take advantage of my son. Father Luo's words received strong support from Luo Weijin and Lily. Cough, old Luo, let me tell you, our two families should move around more, and when we get older and retire, we old buddies should get together more, don't you think? I think it's a good place to get together in this restaurant, it has a taste of home. Feng Zikun started to make friends. After eating this meal, he will never be able to quit for the rest of his life. If you're not afraid of being suspected by your wife when you always run outside, I don't mind getting together more. Father Luo he said, a man is the head of the family at home, he can do whatever he wants, and a woman can't control it. Feng Zikun poked his neck and said, Father Luo, I suspect you are criticizing Sang Wei. Immediately afterwards, Feng Zikun laughed again. At worst, I'll bring my wife along. You still have to drag your family, right? It's almost the same as Suikun. Luo Yuan smiled and looked at the uproar of his father and his old friend. He knew that Dad just wanted to show off his son and let him be someone else's child. After a night of nothing, Luo Yuan prepared to go to the mountain city with Luo Weijin the next day, but before leaving, he first went to his mother's laboratory to bring back the keystone that belonged to him. There are many laboratories near Imperial University, most of which are related to Imperial University and Qing University. The laboratory where Luomu works is also here. It was a long holiday on November, and there were not many people in the laboratory, only some research madmen were working hard on scientific research even during the holiday. Luo Yuan and Lily came to the parking lot of the laboratory in the car driven by their mother. The laboratory looks like an ordinary 5-story building from the outside, even a little old. But who would have thought that this is one of the top laboratories in the Sha Kingdom, which was established by the current president of Imperial University himself. The exterior of the building looks dilapidated, but the decoration specifications and instruments inside are extremely advanced. Luo Yuan and his mother walked into the laboratory, and Lily also hugged Bai Gungan, looking at the facilities inside curiously. Although she lived in Lu Simine's laboratory since she was a child, it was the first time she saw Sha Guo's laboratory. At the door, the three of them were stopped by the security guard and asked Lily to put Bai Gungan into the Pokeball. The facilities in the laboratory are expensive. If a Pokemon is accidentally frightened and uses a skill, it will be a loss. Only Luo Yuan is allowed to release Pokemon because of his trainer qualification. I'm sorry, Professor Zhang, these are all the rules of the institute. The security personnel knew Luo Yuan's mother and said sorry. Luo Mu shook her head. It's okay, I can understand, this is your job. Lily said to Bai Gungan. Bai Gungan, you go first Pokeball. Bai Gungan enters the ball. Unlike Pikachu in the animation, Bai Gungan has no resistance to entering the ball. In fact, after so many years of development, Pokeball does not feel crowded and cramped for Pokemon. Even if you live in a good Pokeball, it is as comfortable as living in a sea view room for Pokemon. The so-called Pokemon subjugation in reality does not mean that you will be obedient if you score a goal. It is the same as the level limit in the game. If you cannot be recognized by Pokemon, Pokemon will use it even if you score a goal. Therefore, different balls do not have any bonus for catching Pokemon. The main reason is that the comfort level is different. Some fire-type Pokemon like to live in it, and some flying-type Pokemon like to live in it. The trainer buys balls to make the Pokemon comfortable. Those Pokeballs are equivalent to houses, some are old and small, and some are luxurious villas. So trainer has to work hard to make money and buy a house for Pokemon. Fortunately, Pokeballs are not ridiculously expensive, except for some premium items. Entering the laboratory, Luo Yuan looked around curiously. It looked quite ordinary, not as sci-fi as in the movie. But Luo Mu told him that there are also those instruments that look very sci-fi, but they are all protected underground. If you want to go to that area, you need a special application, which is the top secret of the laboratory. Professor Zhang, aren't you resting today? Walking in the laboratory, a young researcher saw Luo Mu and asked in surprise. Luo Mu smiled and said, I brought my son over to get things, which are the stones that the director said before to give away. The researcher suddenly said, so it turns out that the person the director wants to deliver is your son. Your name is Luo Yuan, right? Hello. I've seen you. You are the trainer who made Lucario evolve in 2 months. I didn't expect you to be Professor Zhang's son. If Professor Zhang wasn't here and wanted to discuss it with you, I would be interested in being an evolution. The young researcher is full of enthusiasm and comes to work during the holidays, which shows that he is also a research madman. The researcher didn't bother Luo Yuan too much because she was taken by Luo Mu. After a small episode, Luo Mu brought Luo Shi and Lily to a room. Opening the safe, Luo Yuan saw that in addition to a few keystones, there were also Mega Evolution stones belonging to Pokemon. Latias, can you detect something special about these stones? Luo Yuan talked to Latias telepathically. Latias, who was stealthily following Luo Yuan, sensed it, shook his head and said, Master, I didn't notice anything special on these stones. Luo Yuan nodded thoughtfully. Is it because there is no Latias evolution stone in these mega evolution stones, or is it that even Latias cannot perceive the specialness of the stone? Luo Yuan speculated that it might be the latter. If Pokemon could perceive their own evolutionary stones, then Mom and the others would not have studied for so long. Hootie. At this moment, an Alakazam teleport suddenly entered the house, which startled Luo Yuan. Seeing Alakazam, Luo Mu smiled and said to Luo Yuan, "This is my mother's Pokemon. I didn't expect it. Mom, I was actually registered as a trainer back then. Earl Dervish Pokemon is West. However, I don't like being a trainer very much. I didn't breed other Pokemon, but became a researcher. This is my mother's only Pokemon. Because Alakazam also likes to study, and he hasn't been home in the past few months, you may not be familiar with it." Hootie. Alakazam nodded with a smile. Alakazam, is this standard equipment for a researcher? Luo Yuan complained in his heart. He glanced at the level of Alakazam in front of him. It was only level 39. It seemed like what his mother said, this Pokemon hadn't been trained much. You must know that if it is Earl Dervish Pokemon, it has been with the mother for 20 years. Alakazam, this is my son, he made those energy cubes you ate. As soon as Luo Mu finished speaking, Alakazam floated over with Psychic, and danced with 2 spoons in front of Luo Yuan, shouting excitedly, "Hootie, Hootie." It seems that Alakazam likes you very much. Luo Mu said with a smile. It looks like it's just for eating, how can you not like me? Son, besides this iridescent stone, choose one of the other stones, these stones should match. Luo Mu took those keystones and evolution stones together, and said to the courtyard. Luo Yuan picked up a keystone. The stone is like a rainbow, reflecting the beauty of 7 colors. He plans to make the keystone into a ring and wear it on his finger. The ring is relatively not easy to lose, and the stone will not fall due to battle. As for those evolution stones, Luo Yuan thought about it and still didn't take it. The main reason is that he doesn't know which Pokemon these stones belong to. After the research is successful, he can determine the direction of the stones and see if there are any evolution stones of Latias and Lucario. Rather than picking one and using it right away, it's better to come back and choose after you can be sure in the future. These stones can't be determined even with his waveguide power. Do you want that colorful stone? Luo Mu was a little surprised by Luo Yuan's choice, but she didn't say anything, and put away the remaining stones. The director also thinks the same as Xiaoyuan, and thinks that these stones are related to evolution. Now the research direction of the laboratory is also turning to evolution. Hopefully the research will yield good results. Luo Mu sighed and said that she had been studying these stones for several years. There will be good results, Luo Yuan said with certainty. Then he looked at Lily. Seeing that the little girl looked a little unhappy, Luo Yuan suddenly took out a big box from his backpack and handed it over. Lily took the box in surprise, jumped on her feet and said, "What is this, Luo Yuan painting? You'll know when you open it," Luo Yuan said with a smile. Lily opened the box and was surprised to find that it was filled with desserts and snacks made by Luo Yuan. It's macarons. Looking at those colorful desserts, Tuantuan I is full of energy. I can't take care of you these few days, so I made some snacks for you. When I come back from the secret realm, I will contact you as soon as possible. Lily must be good. Luo Yuan pinched Lily's delicate little face. Lily patted Luo Yuan's hand away with her delicate jade hands, and said angrily, "I got it, brother Luo Yuan, and I'm not a child anymore." Brother Luo Yuan, you should also be careful, the secret realm is very dangerous. At the end, Lily was worried again. Relax, I have Latias protection. Latias broke his invisibility, flapped his wings and gave a cry. I will protect the master. At this moment, Luo Mu said jealously, just prepare it for Lily, not for Mom. You eat with Lily, there are a lot of macarons in it. Can I grab food from the kids? Luo Mu frowned. No, I think you can. Okay, Mom, I'll go first, or the old boy will be in a hurry. Luo Yuan was about to leave at this time. Well, go ahead and be careful, your sister has an anxious personality. Luo Yuan waved to his mother and Lily, left the laboratory, took a taxi to the airport. In the laboratory, Lily was lying by the window, watching Luo Yuan's taxi go away, when Luo Mu's teasing voice came from behind her. "Don't look, Lily, brother Luo Yuan away." Lily responded sheepishly. Seeing this, Luo Mu shook her head and smiled. This little girl is also at the age of first love. As someone who has experienced it, Luo Mu couldn't see Lily's careful thinking. Luo Yuan did not go to the terminal for ordinary passengers in the imperial capital, but came to the rear of the terminal, where there is a private parking airport. Luo Weijin directly rented a private jet and was about to go to the mountain city. Luo Yuan could only feel rich and willful about this. "Why are you so slow?" Sure enough, as soon as he arrived, you accepted the baptism of his sister's words. "I lost some time in Mom's laboratory." Luo Yuan Solician explained a sentence. He knew that the elder sister didn't really care that he was late, it was just her speaking habit. "Okay, let's go directly." Luo Weijin waved her hand, and led Luo Yuan directly through the special security channel and boarded the private jet. This private jet is not big, it is a common model, it is decorated luxuriously, and there is a flight attendant working. Luo Yuan looked at the private jet curiously, but then lost interest. These external things can no longer impress him, and now only Pokemon can make him care. It's great to live in the world of Pokemon. The captain consulted the terminal and the plane took off. Sitting on the luxurious leather seat of the plane, feeling the smooth flying of the plane, Luo Yuan asked curiously. "Sister, who is the helper you hired this time?" In Luo Yuan's mind, my sister would say that she is a helper, and she is definitely not weak. Luo Weijin, who was lying on the sofa wearing a steam eye mask, said lazily. "Ghost is Elite Yin Hang, you haven't seen him, but you have seen his photos, have you heard of it?" Quote. Luo Yuan nodded silently. He is no longer a novice who just crossed over and made jokes. He has enough understanding of the current champion and elite. But no, it occurred to me that the helper my sister was looking for turned out to be an elite. Along the way, Luo Weijin fell asleep directly. According to her, she often ran around when she was busy with work, and she already had the ability to fall asleep directly in the car or plane. Luo Yuan was very envious of this, and he couldn't fall asleep no matter what. About 3 hours later, the plane landed at Zhongbei Airport in the mountain city, and Luo Weijin woke up very punctually. As soon as she woke up, she was in good spirits. Just as she got off the plane with Luo Yuan, she saw a limousine parked at the airport. That car is a special frame of Alliance, and as an elite, Luo Weijin has the right to call Alliance resources for her own use in Solician in major cities. And with Luo Weijin's character, of course it's not for nothing, she won't be polite. The car came directly to the Nicolo Hotel. Luo Yuan now has no feeling for this luxury hotel. He followed Luo Weijin, who had put on sunglasses and a mask, to the hotel lobby, and watched her check in for 2 rooms. "Hey, didn't you say you slept with me at night, why did you go back on your word?" Luo Weijin, who had just finished getting the room card and was about to get on the elevator with Luo Yuan to go back to the room, took out her phone and looked at it, and then Luo Yuan saw that her shoulders seemed to be wrinkled. "What's the matter, ma'am?" Luo Yuan asked doubtfully. "That guy Yin Hang has arrived near the secret realm." Luo Weijin's tone suddenly changed. "The plan has changed, we will not rest tonight, and go directly to meet Yin Hang near the secret place, I don't like people to wait." Luo Yuan was helpless for a while, this is really her sister's character. After finishing speaking, Luo Weijin pulled Luo Yuan and went straight to the lobby manager. After revealing his elite status, the lobby manager immediately admired and respected them, and took the 2 of them up the elevator to the top of the building. "What is this for?" Standing on the roof of this dozen-story hotel building, feeling a strong wind blowing, Luo Yuan was dumbfounded. "I have already applied for the route with the local alliance in advance. The secret place is in Fengji County, about 300 kilometers away from the mountain city. Actually, the nearest airport is not a mountain city, but it's just a bustling city. I wanted to have a good night's sleep here, but who would have thought that Yin Hang was not punctual and arrived early?" Luo Weijin complained. Only then did Luo Yuan realize that the reason why her sister came to the mountain city was to stay in a good hotel. The distance of 300 kilometers is indeed faster with Pokemon. Luo Weijin took out 2 Pokeballs, but before she released the Pokemon, Luo Yuan just interrupted her and said, "I just ride Latias." Quote. Luo Huijin wondered. Aren't you afraid that people will see your Latias? Did she know that Luo Yuan was planning to use Latias as his secret weapon? Luo Yuan smiled mysteriously. He threw out the Pokeball, released Latias, and said to her, Latias, use our cooperation from last time. Latias shouted happily, and under Luo Huijin's dumbstruck, Latias' feather refracted the light and turned into a flying sword. Luo Yuan directly jumped onto the flying sword, squeezed the seal formula, and pretended to say, The Eugian rides the wind and destroys the world. Just after reading the poem, I saw the flying sword fly out with a whoosh, and the speed was as fast as Garchomp. Seeing this, Luo Huijin didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and put her hands on her forehead. Little brother, what else do you have to show off? Show it to my sister. Luo Huijin also released Dragonite and followed. Lying on the grass, look, there is a sword fairy flying in the sky. I saw Luo Yuan with his hands behind his back, looking like a master, stepping on the flying sword, to draw a beautiful arc at an altitude of several hundred meters, and flew to a higher altitude of 1,000 meters. The crowd was stunned and looked up at soaring in the sky in shock. Which master from the Shushan school has descended? The style of painting is wrong. We breeder Pokemon, you are cultivating immortals. Although the public knows that this should be some kind of special effect, or some kind of Pokemon's ability, but seeing the sword fairy, in reality is still shocking. I don't know how many people held up their mobile phones to record the video. Tonight, Sword Immortal will be on the headlines of the entertainment section. Sword Immortal. Luo Yuan was holding a mobile phone in his hand at this time, on which was the destination sent to him by his sister. With the speed of Latias approaching Mach 1, it didn't take long to arrive at 300 kilometers. He quickly followed the location, and I arrived at a 27-year-old man at the foot of a mountain. Luo Yuan ordered Latias to fall, and with an emergency stop, he stopped a few meters in front of the Ghost Elite. Then Luo Yuan jumped off the flying sword, and used the Pokeball to take the flying sword back. Ghost Elite Yin Hang stared at Luo Yuan's operation in astonishment. His heart was shocked. Coach, what is this Pokemon? I also want to be a sword fairy. Yin Hang looked at Luo Yuan, who suddenly appeared in front of him, feeling a little dazed. Quote, hello, who are you? He blinked and asked politely. However, Yin Hang did not relax his vigilance, but paid attention to Luo Yuan, keeping a distance from him, which is the basic quality of a top trainer. Trainer is no better than Pokemon. Its body is very weak. If it is really attacked without Pokemon, it is easy to be life-threatening. Even if the modern society is ruled by law, top trainers who have been training in secret places for a long time will spontaneously form such a habit, which is a bit like post-war syndrome. It's just that this kind of symptom doesn't affect daily life, and it's good for trainers, so it's being vigorously promoted by the Alliance. I hope young trainers can learn from this. Luo Yuan also knew that it was inappropriate for him to appear in front of this Ghost Elite so abruptly. So after landing, Luo Yuan didn't approach, but just greeted him. I'm Luo Yuan, my sister should have told you about me, right? Luo Yuan was just curious about the Ghost Elite in front of him, chatting as if he were an ordinary friend. He is a time traveler. Unlike the native-born people here, he has not been influenced by the status of elite and champion since he was a child. Secondly, no matter whether it is Luo Yuan's sister or father, their status is very high, especially after seeing his father's true strength. He knows that his father has a level comparable to Sha Guo's 7 stars. In addition, he himself is a cheater, so it is only natural that he treats these elites and champions who are not much different from his own age, and treats them as people of the same level as him. Luo Yuan, are you Luo Huijin's younger brother? Yin Hang asked with certainty. Before being invited by Luo Huijin, he knew that the 743 King Long Shishan was going to take his younger brother to explore the secret realm together, and he came here to be a security guard. As for why Luo Huijin took her younger brother to such a dangerous secret place, Yin Hang didn't bother to think about it. His mind was not complicated at all. Luo Huijin gave him a satisfactory reward, and came to help himself, and the money and the goods were equal. Right, Luo Yuan nodded, and at the same time he sized up the ghost-type elite in front of him. Ever since he was humiliated that day when he didn't even know who the poppies were, Luo Yuan went back and got to know the current elites and champions. This ghost-type elite seems to be 27 years old in Luo Yuan's memory, and he ranks second in the Elite Four. It can be seen that his makeup photos on the internet have filters added. In reality, he is ordinary looking, tall and thin, and looks pale and weak. If he has to describe it, Luo Yuan thinks he is a bit like a kidney deficiency son. Cough cough, do all of you who play Ghost like this tune? But although it looks like the body is very broken, Luo Yuan knows that this Ghost series elite should be in good health. It is inevitable for a top trainer to have excellent physical fitness. Without this physical fitness, accidents would have happened long ago. Of course, there may be some particularly strong elderly trainers, who may be able to be wheelchair warriors. Sit in a wheelchair, hold a swinub and you will be invincible. After confirming Luo Yuan's identity, Yin Hang said in his deep voice. It's okay, Gengar, the other party is safe. After Yin Hang finished speaking, a terrifying smile suddenly appeared in his shadow. With a piercing laugh, a Gengar emerged from Yin Hang's shadow. It nodded to Luo Yuan a few times, covering its mouth with a hee smile. After landing just now, Luo Yuan felt that the surroundings were a bit cold. It turned out that Gengar was hiding in the shadow of this ghost elite. No wonder you seem to have kidney deficiency, living in such a cloudy environment every day, you are weak. As a shadow Pokemon, Gengar is born to be able to sneak into the shadow, and at the same time reduce the surrounding temperature, which is its ability. Judging from Yin Hang's behavior, we can see his quality as a top trainer. It seems that he has no power to fight back. In fact, Pokemon has been hiding by his side and can protect himself at any time. In fact, the same is true for Luo Yuan. The action he took back the Pokemon just now was fake, and the real Latias is still following him in stealth, and there is also a sneak attack. It can only be said that this is a sympathy between the old Yinbi and the Master. At this time, there was another sound of air vibration soaring in the sky. Luo Weijin riding Dragonite descended from the sky. As soon as she landed, Luo Weijin said angrily to Yin Hang. Didn't it be agreed to come tomorrow? Why did you come so early? I don't know that if women sleep less, their skin will get worse. Yin Hang's expression was a little embarrassed. I'm sorry. Quote. Seeing him like this, Luo Weijin just ignored him, but said to Luo Yuan, his personality is just like this, he doesn't talk much. You don't have to worry about him if he's too indifferent, that's just how he is. Luo Yuan glanced at Yin Hang. Yes, but why do I think he is a boring man? Mouth Jia. Gengar bared his big white teeth, raised his small hand and waved to Luo Weijin. To this ghost elite, Luo Weijin seemed very strong and rude, but when facing Pokemon, her expression eased, and she waved to Gengar with a smile. Let's go, since we arrived early, let's enter the secret realm directly. Luo Weijin glanced at the watch on her white wrist, and said decisively. Yin Hang nodded his head when he heard the words, and remained silent. He didn't know if he really didn't like to talk, or if he was speechless in front of Luo Weijin. The entrance to the secret realm is not far away, follow me, little brother. Saying this, Luo Weijin turned over and rode on Dragonite again. Luo Yuan also pretended to take out the Pokeball to release the Pokemon, but actually turned Latias into a Charizard. Although after entering the secret realm, Yin Hang will definitely know that he has Latias. And since the elder sister still asked him to come to help, it showed that the elder sister trusted Yin Hang a lot and knew that he was the kind of person who wouldn't talk nonsense. A secret realm is a secret realm, and on the outside, Luo Yuan is still not prepared to expose Latias prematurely. Luo Yuan also rode on Latias, Yin Hang lay on Gengar's body, and the group of three flew into the deep mountains under the leadership of Luo Weijin. There are endless mountain peaks under his feet, and Luo Yuan didn't fly for a long time before he saw a huge sinkhole. It's like a big hole suddenly dug out among the mountains, which makes people feel awe of nature. The diameter of the pothole is 1 kilometer long, and it is bottomless, as if it leads straight to the abyss. And around the pothole, there are still some human buildings. Judging from those simple styles, it should be the outpost used to monitor the secret realm not long after the alliance was established. Luo Yuan and the others landed not far from the pothole, and immediately a trainer who was stationed here came over. After seeing Luo Weijin and Yin Hang, the trainer, who was dressed like a ranger uniform, froze for a moment, then smiled and said, Luo Elite, Yin Elite, are you here to explore the secret realm again? Recently, the Alliance will send some master trainers to explore the secret realm every now and then, and this trainer is also used to it. Well, this is the document of Alliance, you can take a look. Luo Weijin sent a document signed by Alliance through the small tablet computer in her hand. The trainer didn't even look at it after receiving it, but just moved out of the way. Be careful, there was a trainer, sacrificed inside. In the end, the trainer looked a little heavy. Luo Weijin also nodded solemnly. Trainer already had a high casualty rate, and the wild Pokemon at the bottom of the deep pit in this secret realm were so terrifying that even she, an elite, was terrified. If the trainer is too courageous or unlucky to run too deep, he may die in battle. Luo Weijin also hesitated for a while. Is it really good for me to bring Luo Yuan to such a dangerous place like this? However, she thought that she was not going to run into the deep pit, so she just wandered around the periphery of the big pit, collecting some pure crystal masters to give Luo Zan some experience in the secret realm. That way it wouldn't be too dangerous. Having made a decision, Luo Weijin immediately led Luo Yuan and Yin Heng through an iron fence and into the restricted area. As for Luo Yuan, the trainer didn't even ask. Since he was acting with two elites, he must be a trustworthy and powerful trainer. Walking through the fence, he came to the edge of the huge deep pit. Just standing here made Luo Yuan feel the cold air rising from below, making him shiver. This is the largest Tianqing in the world, but no one thought that there would be a secret place in the Tianqing. The entrance to the secret realm is there. Luo Weijin pointed to the center of the deep pit with her hand. Luo Yuan looked carefully, and could see that space was like distorted light, and it was obvious at a glance that something was wrong. Little brother, hug me for a while, this secret realm belongs to the secret realm that will be randomly transferred after entering. However, after the preliminary exploration by multiple trainers sent by the Alliance, this random transfer will not be directly transferred to the deep pit in the secret realm. So it's relatively safe to just enter the secret realm. After Luo Weijin said something, she put away Dragonite and released Gyarados. Although Gyarados is slow in flying, its body is long enough. When there are many people, it is relatively comfortable to ride on it. Under Luo Weijin's signal, Luo Yuan came to her back and put his arms around her waist. Because they were so close, a few strands of hair floated on Luo Yuan's nose, making his nose itchy and wanting to sneeze. The elegant fragrance from Luo Weijin's body and the smell of waves from her hair penetrated into the nostrils. There was an elegant and fresh taste, not strong, but it smelled good. 0. That's why is your waist so thick and soft, old lady? Sister, should you wash your hair? Luo Yuan directly broke the somewhat ambiguous atmosphere. Luo Weijin turned her head and glared at Yin Heng. Under Yin Heng's innocence, she said angrily. It's not that he came here early, I am planning to wash my hair in the hotel tonight. When Yin Heng heard it, well, it was my fault, I admit my mistake. Immediately, Luo Weijin whispered next to Luo Yuan's ear, in a voice that Yin Heng couldn't hear, did you do it on purpose? Go down a little bit, you hugged the wrong place. The elegant and fragrant exhalation was like orchid, and the wet heat made Luo Yuan's ears tremble. He actually found out that he was holding the wrong place just now. Luo Yuan swore it was not intentional. Luo Yuan moved his hand down calmly, and at this moment he was sure that the old lady's waist was still slender enough to be called Willow's slender waist. Luo Weijin turned her face. A flash of embarrassment flashed across her face, but she soon became serious, and this was not the time to think wildly. Yin Heng stood behind Luo Yuan at this time, holding his shoulders with both hands, and put Gengar away. Seeing that everyone was seated, Luo Weijin ordered Gyarados to fly forward. No matter how slow Gyarados flew, after more than 10 seconds, everyone touched the distorted light. In the next moment, Luo Yuan felt his world spinning, nothing like when he entered the secret realm before. It's the same, the only difference is that at that time he was passive, but now he is active. This feeling came and went quickly. When Luo Yuan's eyes and ears cleared up, he immediately released his Pokemon. Latias. As soon as Latias appeared, he vigilantly floated beside Luo Yuan, watching his surroundings. Luo Weijin and Yin Heng also acted the same as Luo Yuan. One of them released Altaria, and the other released Gengar. Although Luo Yuan took the initiative to explore the secret realm for the first time, he also read many precautions and the experience of the senior trainer in advance. He knows that the moment after entering the secret realm is the most dangerous, especially this kind of random transfer secret realm, so he must release Pokemon to protect himself as soon as he enters the secret realm. But this time they didn't encounter any danger. After a few seconds of vigilance, everyone put down their vigilance temporarily. Luo Yuan only had time to look at this secret realm at this time. They are now on a plain full of green grass, and in the distance around them, there are looming mountains, which makes people wonder if this place is surrounded by mountains. There are some wild Pokemon on the ground, and the level does not seem to be high. After seeing Luo Yuan and the others, they ran away in disorder. At this time, Luo Yuan noticed that it was afternoon before they entered the secret realm, but after entering the secret realm, they came to the afterglow of the setting sun. The warm orange light shone on several people, casting a mottled shadow. At this time, Ghost Elite Yin Heng noticed the Latias released by Luo Yuan. His expression changed slightly, and he whispered, "Latias." He noticed just now that this Latias came out of Luo Yuan's ball, so she is definitely not Luo Weijian's Pokemon. Latias called Yin Heng friendly. Yin Heng, on the other hand, took a deep look at Luo Yuan. This Luo Weijian's younger brother is not simple. Although Yin Heng doesn't have the power of a waveguide, he can roughly perceive through experience that this Latias is very strong, unbelievably strong. He can't judge the specific strength, but what he can be sure of is that this Latias is definitely not weaker than his champion Gengar. Yin Heng suppressed his thoughts for the time being, and said, "I didn't expect that the secret place is almost at night. Let's find a place to camp first. The secret place at night is too dangerous." If it was just him and Luo Weijian, he wouldn't mind continuing to explore, but with Luo Yuan, the rookie trainer, he still tactfully put forward a safer proposal. Although Yin Heng looks a little gloomy on the outside, he has a good heart, and he doesn't even want to say that Luo Yuan is a novice, for fear of hurting his self-esteem. Of course, if Luo Yuan is a real rookie trainer, he also has to put a question mark. How can a rookie trainer own a Latias of this level, and this is a god? Beast. Luo Weijian agreed. The grassland is too dangerous, let's go camping at the foot of the mountain over there first. A group of people looked for a direction and flew to the foot of a mountain. Both Luo Weijian and Yin Heng had rich experience, and they quickly found a relatively safe place to spend the night. Seeing Luo Weijian quickly set up the tent, looking at the tiny tent where the two of them could only huddle together, Luo Yuan sighed in his heart. It seems that tonight they really can only squeeze together and sleep together. Luo Yuan watched as his elder sister and Ghost Elite Yin Heng were tidying up their tents. The tents used by these two elites are similar in style, but the colors are different, and they should be from the same company's brand. For trainers, tents are used for shelter from wind and rain, so the size does not matter, the smaller the better. In this way, after the tent is folded, it can take up less space, allowing the trainer to carry more things when traveling. Luo Yuan saw that he had nothing to do, so he sat on a raised stone beside him, and Latias accompanied Luo Yuan, with the beautiful dragon head resting on his lap. Under Luo Yuan's gentle touch, she flapped her wings and let out a lovely laugh. On the other side, Yin Heng, who was halfway through setting up the tent, saw that Luo Yuan hadn't done anything, and after thinking about it, he walked over and said in a deep voice, "This is the first time I have come to explore the secret realm, so I am not very good at pitching tents. If not, I can teach you." Quote. Although this Ghost series elite has a gloomy appearance, he didn't expect his heart to be so kind. Before Luo Yuan could make a sound, Luo Weijian, who had already set up the tent and walked over, said, "My brother didn't bring a tent, so you don't have to teach him. Even if you really teach, my sister will teach me too." Yin Heng frowned when he heard this. He just looked at the bag Luo Yuan was carrying, as if he was asking what was in the mountaineering bag, which looked quite small from a distance since he didn't bring a tent. Luo Yuan didn't make a sound. He opened the bag silently, and took out from his own bag all kinds of small pots and pans that Luo Weijian asked him to bring, as well as frozen vegetables, meat and seasonings. Seeing this scene, Yin Heng opened his mouth, dumbfounded, and signaled Luo Weijian with his eyes. Why did your brother bring these things? You, a sister, didn't stop it. I asked him to bring these, what's the matter? Do you think it's strange? If it's strange, it's strange. Don't come over for dinner at that time. Luo Weijin laughed, waved her hand, and signaled Yin Hang to stay aside. There is not much food in itself, if you have an extra mouth, you will eat even less. Yin Hang is indeed a little strange. He also knows Luo Weijin very well, and knows that Luo Weijin is a very hard-working person. When exploring the secret realm, she was also the one who endured the most hardships, and she never cared about her beautiful image when she was working. Logically speaking, Ten doesn't seem like she would let her brother bring these useless things to satisfy her appetite. Yin Hang couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it. This is his own business. He is a quiet person, and he is not interested in inquiring about other people's affairs. If you don't eat it, don't eat it. I'm a senior trainer anyway. I've experienced so many secrets. It's not a big deal to eat compressed food for a few days. We didn't have much food on the plane at noon. It just so happens that it's almost night in the secret realm. Little brother, you should start cooking. By the way, I want to teach you some more knowledge. Speaking like this, Luo Weijin opened her Pokeball and released both Charizard and Dragonite. For a while, she was protected by 3 Pokemon, Altaria, Charizard and Dragonite. Dragonite, Charizard, and Luo Yuan were already familiar with each other. They greeted Luo Yuan and Latias, and sat obediently aside, waiting for dinner. The first thing this will teach you is that when you are in a secret realm, it is best to release 3 Pokemon to protect yourself. Wild Pokemon are likely to attack you from various directions. It may be from the sky, it may be on the ground, it may be underground or in the sea. Wild Pokemon appear in groups most of the time. If you only release 1 Pokemon, there may still be danger. Song Pokemon is the best choice. I still need to keep 3 Pokemon on my body for emergencies, because you never know what will happen in the secret realm next, and it is very likely that you will temporarily lose contact with your Pokemon. At this time, the 3 Pokemon you still have on your body can be used as an emergency. Luo Weijin sat at the rock not far from Luo Yuan, with her straight and slender legs stretched out, her hands on her knees, and she taught Luo Yuan earnestly. You only have 3 usable Pokemon on hand, and normally it's best to release 2 and keep 1. But now that Yin Hang and I are by your side, you can release them all, as preparations for getting used to senior trainers in advance. However, you'd better get as many Pokemon as possible to make your team complete. The most important point is that you have to remember that no matter how many people you have in your team and you are working with many powerful trainers, you can never get all the Pokemon back into the ball. Even if it's your sister and me, you and my Pokemon are very familiar, but in the event of danger, my Pokemon cannot have much stronger protection for you. You have to trust your own Pokemon more than others, even your loved ones. With a serious face, Luo Weijin spoke word by word. I see, sister. Luo Yuan didn't listen to her sister's words with one ear, but kept them in her heart. These are the experiences of senior trainers, and the experience summed up by countless trainers at the cost of their lives. That Ghost Elite, Yin Hang, also released his other 2 Pokemon at this time. One is Dusknoir, who is covered in black and looks like a normal ghost. The other is purple all over, like Miss Magus wearing a magic hat. Together with Gengar, this is Yin Hang's 3 Pokemon. Luo Yuan took a look. This Ghost Series Elite is indeed quite powerful. Gengar has level 71, Dusknoir is also level 70, Miss Magus is not close but also has level 67. Yin Hang also has a top lineup with 2 champion Pokemon and 4 elite Pokemon, just like Luo Weijin. But my old sister's Altaria has now reached level 71. With the addition of level 70 Dragonite as a quasi-god, Charizard is also about to break through to the champion level, and can still beat this ghost with 10 hands. As for such a powerful trainer, in Sha Kingdom, apart from those older trainers who are over 30 years old, there are probably not many people under 30 years old. They are truly top-notch masters. Sometimes Luo Yuan wonders if in this world champion level Pokemon are inferior to dogs, and elite level Pokemon walk all over the place, or how come he encounters such Pokemon all the time. It wasn't until Luo Yuan took a closer look at himself that he realized that most of the people he had come into contact with from time to time were the top figures in the world, which gave him this illusion. In fact, the Pokemon level of most trainers is in the range of 40 to 60 levels, which is the most level group of trainer Pokemon. Just like in Imperial University, a Pokemon with more than 30 levels is the top master of Lugia Forest. And it can be seen from the Pokemon level of the current Elite Four and the Champion. As long as you can have 3 champion Pokemon, then you can be called the strongest group of people. I'm not prejudiced against Ghost-type Pokemon, but you'd better not get too close to Ghost-type Pokemon, you should pay attention to the distance. Like the Dusknoir over there, it even sometimes goes crazy and absorbs the lifespan of human beings, making human lifespan end or decrease. It is a very terrible Pokemon. However, most of this is something that wild Pokemon will do. Yin Hang's one will not have this problem, but try not to touch it too much. There is also that mismagus. If you get in touch with it too much, you may suffer inexplicable curses. The same is true for Gengar. If you stay with it for a long time, it will easily become like Yin Hang, like a kidney deficiency. Luo Yuan was speechless listening to his sister's poisonous tongue. He knew that it wasn't that her sister hated ghost-type Pokemon. She was just reminding herself of some Pokemon knowledge in this way, in case she encountered a similar ghost-type Pokemon in the wild and accidentally read it. Hearing Luo Huaijin cursing at himself, Gengar covered his face and wept, sadly, but he knew it was pretending from the way it smiled secretly. Yin Hang was also unhappy. He held his breath, and retorted. Don't say that, Mismagus not only knows how to curse people, but also can use spells to realize love, very spiritual. Luo Huaijin laughed and said, You don't deny that you have kidney deficiency. Yin Hang's face froze. Then Luo Huaijin launched a fatal blow. Then what kind of love spell is deceiving at first glance? If Mismagus is really so powerful, why are you still single now? Yin Hang sank completely. Mismagus hurried over to comfort his master. Luo Yuan couldn't help laughing when he saw this. It could be seen that the relationship between the old lady and this ghost elite was very good. Well, it has nothing to do with the relationship between men and women, but the kind of friendship in battle. No wonder the old lady invited him to participate in the secret realm together. Snapped. Suddenly, Luo Yuan's Pokeball opened by itself, and Zorua ran out of the ball. Suoluo. Zorua yelled at Luo Huaijin twice, as if aggrieved by her dislike of ghost Pokemon. It is also of the ghost series. Luo Huaijin quickly picked it up, her tone softened. I'm not talking about you, Zorua. This Zorua. At this moment, Yin Hang stared at Luo Yuan's pink and white Zorua with wide eyes. He sensed a familiar aura and ran over with him, excitedly saying. This Zorua is not a different color flash, but a type similar to a different region. Does it also have a ghost type? Luo Yuan looked at Yin Hang in surprise. As expected of a ghost type elite, he could detect Zorua's ghost type just by feeling. He nodded and said, well, Zorua is a Pokemon of normal plus ghost type. This Zorua of mine will soon be known by the world as going to gymnasium competitions, so there is no need to hide anything about attribute. Normal plus ghost. Yin Hang's eyes widened. This attribute is too good. He hurriedly asked, where or which secret realm did you take this Zorua? Before Luo Yuan could make a sound, Luo Huaijin said to Yin Hang, that was a space-time distortion my brother encountered, and he found this Zorua there. Temporarily, there may be only one like this in the whole world. But you also know that since a secret realm appeared for the first time, that space-time distortion secret realm will inevitably appear again, but I don't know what form it will be in. You can pay more attention to the news in this regard. Yin Hang calmed down, and thanked Luo Yuan and Luo Huaijin. As for the Latias, he didn't ask much, and it was his secret. A mythical beast, Latias, and the only Zorua in the world for the time being. Oh, by the way, Luo Huaijin's younger brother also has a Lucario that broke the world evolution record. You, who the hell are you? Why do you look more baneful bunker than my ghost elite? Luo Yuan also released all his Pokemon, and on the other side, Luo Huaijin's Charizard brought back a pile of firewood. I saw Charizard put down the firewood neatly, turned around and lit the firewood with the flame from his tail. It looked like an old man who often did this. Luo Yuan set up the small pot, took a kitchen knife and began to chop vegetables and cook. There are not so many things to do in the wild, so it is good enough to have a hot meal. Because it was just cooking casually, it didn't take long for Luo Yuan to prepare 2 dishes and a pot of soup. Luo Yuan and Luo Weijin ate the compressed food they brought along with the vegetables and soup. With the support of Luo Yuan's cooking skills, even the compressed biscuits in the mouth become so delicious. At the same time, Luo Yuan also took out the energy cubes he brought and fed them to his and his sister's Pokemon. On the other side, Yin Hang sniffed lightly with his nose. He smelled the scent, looked at the compressed biscuits and chocolate in his hand, and suddenly felt that it was not fragrant. Shish! Yin Hang wiped the corner of his mouth quickly, and at some point, a large puddle of saliva was left on the corner of his mouth. Huh, wait a minute, why did the temperature around me suddenly increase? Where's Gengar? Where did Gengar go? Yin Hang looked around in a daze, and then he saw the process of being NTR with a stiff face. Kojia, Kojia. Gengar emerged from the shadows and flew to Luo Yuan, with tears streaming down his face, saliva dripping down from its big mouth. Seeing Gengar's pitiful appearance, Luo Yuan picked up a 593 energy cube and smiled. Want to eat it? Koji. Gengar nods vigorously. Open your mouth. Mouth Jia. Luo Yuan conveniently threw the energy cube into Gengar's mouth. Gengar's expression changed, as if he couldn't comprehend this delicious normal. After a while, it was like a deflated hydrogen air balloon, and the entire Pokemon flew up with hydrogen spray. After a while, Gengar's body deflated and turned into Gengar skin. Luo Yuan laughed out loud when he saw this, knowing that Gengar was actually performing a funny show for him. Sure enough, the next moment Gengar's body swelled up again, and it stood in front of Luo Yuan excitedly, dancing with its arms and legs. Mouth, so delicious, so delicious. Excited, Gengar stretched out his lickitung, and just took a bite on Luo Yuan's face. Lying on the grass, don't lick it. However, Luo Yuan spoke a step too late after all, his whole body was numb. Fortunately, his Pokemon was protected by a Pokemon force field, so he didn't fall directly paralyzed to the ground. At this moment, Luo Yuan finally understood Ash and his Pikachu's Thunderbolt. Gengar, don't make trouble. At this moment, Yin Hang seemed to finally have an excuse to come over. He reprimanded Gengar, then licked his face, showing a humble and flattering smile. Luo Weijin, and this classmate Luo Yuan, can you add me to this meal? Luo Weijin gave him a contemptuous look, but still handed him an empty bowl helplessly. Now you know why I asked my brother to go out with so many ingredients. Yin Hang licked the empty soup bowl with a blank expression. He swears that this is the most delicious meal he has ever eaten in his life. Even if it is just such a simple bowl of soup, it is more than 100 times better than those big meals he ate in the past. If there are levels in culinary arts in this world, he believes that Luo Yuan's level is a legend. After eating 2 bowls of hot soup, Yin Hang's head was covered with hot sweat, and his pale face was also stained with blood. He looked at Luo Weijin with burning eyes, and couldn't help asking. Luo Weijin, where do you live? After hearing Yin Hang's words, Luo Yuan looked at him vigilantly. Why are you asking this? You want to chase after my sister? Luo Weijin said even more eloquently. Yin Hang, I just treat you as a friend, and I have been exploring the secret realm with you. I just recognize your character, so don't think too much. Yin Hang blushed, and quickly waved his hands. No, Luo Weijin, you misunderstood me, I'm not pursuing you. I want to pursue your brother. As soon as the words fell, he saw Luo Weijin's murderous eyes and Luo Yuan's astonishment. Yin Hang said inarticulately, Oh, no, I just want to go to your house for a meal. I made a slip of the tongue just now. Luo Yuan understands that this person may really not like talking very much, because his brain can't keep up with his mouth. Luo Weijin continued to despise him. Tell you, stay away from my brother, my family still wants him to inherit the incense. The misunderstanding was resolved. Yin Hang was not he was just a bit stupid and didn't explain what he meant. But even so, Luo Weijin still stared at him with vigilant eyes, for fear that her precious brother would be led into the abyss by this, dead. In this regard, Luo Yuan said that even if Yin Hang is really fool, he would not have friends with him. After finishing dinner, Luo Weijin released Gyarados and turned herself into a good sister who likes to do housework. She asked Gyarados to spray some water and took the initiative to clean the pots and pans. Today I will watch the first half of the night, you can watch the second half of the night. Yin Hang came over and suggested. Although Pokemon has more mental and physical strength than humans, it still needs the cooperation of trainer in things like Night Watch, and it cannot be completely handed over to Pokemon. Obviously, Luo Huaijin and Yin Hang also have enough tacit understanding. She nodded and said. Okay, then allocate time like this. After speaking, Luo Huaijin started to tidy up. Seeing this, Luo Yuan was speechless for a while. According to the time when he came in, it should be only 6 or 7 in the afternoon. Old lady, are you starting to rest now? When he was packing up his things and getting ready to rest, Lu Biyu was telling Lu Yuan his experience of living in the wild. Little brother, remember, even if you have 6 Pokemon in the future, the ones released must have Lucario. Lucario is a waveguide Pokemon. It has the power of a waveguide and can detect all movements within a radius of 3 kilometers around itself. The 3 kilometers is an average figure obtained by the researchers after studying a large number of Lucarios. In fact, different Lucarios have different detection distances under the circumstances of different strengths. Your Lucario may have a detection range of less than 3 kilometers now, but with the improvement of its strength, it will definitely be able to reach it in the future. Luo Huaijin looked at the majestic big dog, and said earnestly. No, sister, my Lucario is different from the normal, its current detection range of the waveguide has reached 3 kilometers. After its level increases, it is estimated that it will far exceed this number. Luo Yuan complained in his heart, but he didn't refute his sister's words, he just said sincerely. I got it, sister. Lucario also nodded vigorously. That's right. As long as I, Lucario, are around, no one can hide from my waveguide to attack the master. Luo Yuan knows that Lucario's waveguide detection is quite powerful. Among many Pokemon, only Lucario can do this. Within the detection range of Lucario's waveguide, a fly can be found by it. It is said that everything has a waveguide, and Lucario is the Pokemon most sensitive to waveguides. You will know that they can learn Aurasphere as soon as they evolve. After tidying up, Luo Huaijin opened the tent, waved to Luan and said. Come in. Then I'm in. Luo Yuan always thinks this is a bit obscene. Drilling into Luo Huaijin's tent, the area inside is quite small, it's just right for one person, but it can only be described as crowded for 2 people. The tent is not high, and you can only squat or lie down inside, and you can't even stand up. People with claustrophobia will probably feel scared here. If it's cold in the secret place, wrap up in a sleeping bag. Trainer's sleeping bag also has its own special design. When resting, as long as the rope inside is pulled, the sleeping bag will be separated from itself and quickly enter the battle contest condition. But it's not cold here, you don't need to cover yourself with a quilt, just lie down and sleep. Luo Huaijin said so and lay down. Her long straight legs wearing wear-resistant trousers were even more slender in this dark and narrow environment. Although Luo Huaijin's clothes were a bit bloated because she came to explore the secret realm, she could still see her beautiful curves like mountains and rivers when she lay down there. Luo Yuan watched her sleep without taking off her clothes and shoes, and asked in surprise. Sleep without taking off her clothes and shoes. Luo Huaijin, who was lying in the tent, propped herself up slightly and lay on her side, with a jade hand supporting her cheeks. Her beautiful eyes looked at Luo Yuan with a half smile and said. What, do you want me to take off my clothes and sleep with you? Say, do you often fool Lily, that little girl, like this? After Luo Yuan asked the question, he knew that he had asked a stupid question. In the wild environment, of course he had to sleep with his clothes on, and he could react immediately when he encountered danger. Even if we are acquainted, I will sue you for defamation. You can't talk nonsense about these things, or your brother and I will go to the police station. Luo Yuan justly refuted Luo Huaijin's words. It's okay, I will help you find the best lawyer. Thank you for being sensitive. Luo Yuan snorted and lay down beside Luo Huaijin. The 2 of them were completely body to body, without any gap. It's just that because they are all wearing clothes, there is nothing superfluous, except for the faint fragrance that rushes into the tip of Luo Yuan's nose. Luo Huaijin handed over a blindfold and said, Put it on. The blindfold is also very important. some secret realms are like extreme day weather, and there is no night at all. It's very easy to keep yourself from falling asleep without a blindfold on. Luo Yuan obediently took the blindfold and put it on. Sleep. After finishing speaking, Lu Bujin, who was lying beside Luo Yuan, remained silent. Luo Yuan was immediately dumbfounded. You can sleep as long as you say. Although the secret realm has fallen into the night, it is only 7 o'clock in the afternoon according to the external time. I can't sleep. But hearing Luo Weijin's breathing gradually calmed down, Luo Yuan could only force himself to rest. It's just that no matter how he counts the alpacas, he doesn't feel sleepy. After an unknown amount of time, he who was wearing an eye patch felt that Luo Weijin seemed to have turned her body sideways, exhaling a faint moisture from her moist red lips, with a fragrance like orchids' soft voice, "Sleep no." Luo Yuan nodded. Slowly you will get used to it, and in the future, like me, you will learn the skill of falling asleep when you lie down. Luo Weijin seemed to chuckle lightly. Immediately, Luo Yuan suddenly felt Luo Weijin stretch out her jade arm and hug the back of his head. Not waiting for Luo Yuan's reaction, the next time I saw Luo Yuan, I felt my face buried in softness. Luo Yuan wanted to make some moves, but Luo Weijin held his head tightly and said softly, "Don't move, don't open your eyes, be obedient, rest." "No, sister, my dear sister, you are too big, I'm going to suffocate." Luo Yuan whined a few times, and slowly fell asleep in Luo Weijin's arms, although Luo Yuan didn't know if he was suffocated and passed out. Outside the tent, Yin Hang was like a sculpture, gazing into the distance motionlessly, with Will-O-Wisp fluttering beside him, making people feel as if they had stepped into a horror movie. Both Luo Weijin and Luo Yuan's Pokemon were lying around the tent, forming a three-dimensional defensive formation. No matter who wants to sneak attack successfully, the soaring in the sky, the earth and the ground have all been perfectly protected. All Pokemon are lying on the ground, half closed their eyes, like a cat that has just entered a light sleep, and can immediately enter the battle as soon as there is any movement. Contest condition. Lucario is sitting cross-legged on the ground, like an old monk in meditation, and the wave guide has covered a range of 3 kilometers. Ga, Luo Yuan, who had fallen asleep in a daze, suddenly heard a loud growl. He and Luo Weijin opened their eyes at the same time. They took off the blindfold and looked at each other, then quickly left the tent. Yin Hang also stood up at this time, and many Pokemon were vigilant around. What happened? Luo Weijin asked first. Yin Hang pointed to the distance with his hand, and said concisely, "The sound came from over there." Luo Weijin looked in the direction of Yin Hang's finger, and said clearly, "Although we are teleporting randomly, that direction is the center of the secret realm, where the deep pit is." Quote. Did the sound come from that deep pit? Listening to the cry just now, it should be a dragon, an extremely powerful dragon. Luo Weijin's eyes were a little serious. Seeing that the Dragon Elite said that the voice was a dragon, no matter whether it was Luo Yuan or Yin Hang, they all believed that it was a dragon, and the Dragon Elite could not make mistakes in this respect. Dragon. Luo Yuan pondered. If this is really the Zone Zero, he imagined, then could it be those 2 dragon cries that can make even my sister think they are powerful, and whose voice can be transmitted so far? Goludin or Millerton. Luo Yuan can only think of these 2 Pokemon. But it is unknown for the time being whether it is, or which one of them it is. Even Luo Yuan is not completely sure whether this is really number 1 Zone Zero among the nobles. Luo Weijin glanced at the watch on her wrist, and said to Yin Hang, "The time is almost up, you go to rest, I will watch until midnight." Yin Hang nodded without speaking, and went directly to his tent. He is not a very talkative person. "Little brother, you can continue to sleep, I can keep watch alone." Luo Weijin looked at Luo Yuan and said. Luo Yuan shook his head. "I'm not sleepy for the time being, let's stay with you." Seeing what Luo Yuan said, Luo Weijin didn't refuse. The 2 came to sit down in front of Courtney, and the other Pokemon also moved closer to them. Luo Yuan is holding Zorua in his arms, Latias is on the left, and Lucario is still sitting cross-legged on the right. He looked up at Yin Hang's tent, and complained. His tent is like a coffin. Luo Weijin also looked over, and laughed out loud. Don't say it, it's really a coffin. Yin Hang's tent is pure black, and it looks relatively small. There are a few ghosts around the tent. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a coffin, and there is only a tombstone. Luo Weijin thought for a while, and she took out a book and handed it to Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan took it in doubt, and saw that it was a book written in Spanish. This is a travel note written by a Spanish trainer after entering a certain secret place 500 years ago. This is a manuscript. Luo Yuan didn't know what Luo Weijin was saying. He opened the book, and he didn't know a single word of Spanish in it, but there were many paintings in the book. He knew those paintings, and the Pokemon painted in them were the same as the information Luo Weijin gave him before. They were all paradoxical Pokemon. Luo Weijin continued. The trainer said that he saw these Pokemon in the secret realm, but the secret realm disappeared afterwards. At that time, there was no alliance in Spain. Their royal family sent some trainers to search for this secret place, but they didn't find it. So for 500 years, everyone suspected that the trainer was a travelogue made up by himself, and there was no so-called secret place at all, because no one had seen the Pokemon in the book for 500 years. Luo Yuan moved in his heart and said, But these Pokemon appeared in this secret realm, and in Spain, a similar secret realm also appeared. Does this prove that the trainer 500 years ago was not lying? It was just the secret realm he experienced, until the present day 500 years later. Just showed up. At this moment, Luo Weijin's eyes were deep, and she said slowly. If that's the case, then it's all right. Little brother, what I'm going to say next is the secret that the Alliance has been hiding all along, and only the real senior trainers know about it. It's a bit early to tell you now, but I think you will know in the future, so it's better to tell you now so that you can be prepared. When Luo Yuan heard that his sister seemed to be about to reveal some big secret, he immediately held his breath and concentrated. The Spanish trainer 500 years ago, the book he wrote was not written by himself, he lacked others. And the real original was discovered by the people of the Spanish Alliance in a certain secret place. The text used in the original is similar to ancient Spanish, but not exactly the same, but anyone who understands ancient Spanish can barely translate it. The trainer happened to be a linguist. He copied the contents of the book written by others and used it as his own travelogue. Little brother, did you find anything wrong? Luo Weijin asked Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan was slightly puzzled. There was nothing wrong with this, it was just a matter of plagiarizing a dog. Wait a minute, no. You mean, the true original of that book was discovered in the secret realm, but how could there be books in the secret realm? Luo Yuan finally found Hua Dian. Luo Weijin laughed, she nodded gently and said, This is the secret I want to tell you. Actually, the Alliance has discovered some wonderful texts and ancient ruins in many secret realms. Those are absolutely impossible to come from Pokemon, but must come from human hands. Qian. Promise. In particular, the architectural and aesthetic styles of many relics are similar to but not exactly the same as those of some eras in the history of various countries. At first, the Alliance suspected that those ruins were built by us humans entering the secret territory, but according to research, the contents of those ruins are completely inconsistent with our history. That's why the Alliance suspects that the so-called secret realm was formed because of the destruction of an ultra-ancient civilization for some special reason. Luo Weijin's tone was low and serious, but regardless of whether it was true or not, one thing can be concluded, that is, civilization once existed in the secret realm. And that civilization was destroyed, which makes people think deeply. Will it destroy some mysterious power of the secret civilization, and one day our current civilization will also be destroyed? The World Pokemon Alliance was established for this purpose. The original purpose of the Alliance was to investigate the reasons for the destruction of the secret civilization and how to avoid it. But with the development of time, the form of the Alliance has become the political subject of various countries today. The reason why many secret realms allow senior trainers to explore first is not only to determine the degree of danger, but also to find ancient ruins that may exist in the secret realm, so as to cover up. After all, this kind of thing can't be known by too many people. Even if they know it, the people must think it as a joke like a doomsday prophecy, otherwise it will cause riots. Luo Yuan nodded silently. Just when Luo Yuan was thinking, Lucario suddenly opened his eyes. What's the matter, Lucario? As the master, Luo Yuan immediately noticed Lucario's strangeness. Lucario yelled, and directly connected his own waveguide to Luo Yuan's waveguide, so that Luo Yuan could also see what he saw. There is a Pokemon hidden in the grass 2 kilometers away from the camp. And Luo Yuan was surprised to find that it was a Ralts, and it was of a different color flash. After Luo Yuan received Lucario's waveguide, his expression was a little weird. Luo Weijin, who had been paying attention to the surrounding environment, immediately realized what was wrong with Luo Yuan, and asked concerned. What happened? Many abilities of Pokemon are unique. Even if Luo Weijin and Yin Hang are both Elite Four, they both have champion Pokemon. But in detecting this kind of thing, no matter how strong the champion Pokemon is, it is definitely not as powerful as Lucario's waveguide. That's why Luo Weijin suggested to Luo Yuan before that he must put Lucario outside when going out. The Lucario trainer is safer than the normal trainer when camping. Moreover, Luo Weijin also knows that Luo Yuan also has the power of waveguide, and can even connect with Lucario's waveguide power, so that Luo Zan can receive Lucario's line of sight. This is a bit powerful, and it can be said that within the range of Lucario's waveguide, no one can sneak attack Luo Yuan. The moment she saw Luo Yuan's expression changing, Luo Weijin knew that Lucario had found some problems, even her Pokemon didn't respond. A few minor issues, not involving danger. Sister, wait here for me first, I will come as soon as I go. Luo Yuan said so and stood up. Seeing this, Luo Weijin hurriedly said, where are you going? Although this place is on the outskirts of the deep pit, the trainer who came in to investigate earlier didn't think it was dangerous. But that doesn't mean there's absolutely no danger. Luo Yuan had already mounted Latias at this time, and used the Pokeball to temporarily retract Lucario and Zorua into the ball, and said with a smile. I am going to abduct a little loli. Quote, oh, there's no guarantee that it's little Lolita, maybe it's Mrs. Pete. If it's little Lolita, then we are destined. If it's Mrs. Pete, then I can only regret that fate has not yet arrived. Well, I'm not interested in women's costumes. After speaking, Luo Yuan ordered Latias to take off and fly towards the bushes where Ralts was noticed before. When Luo Weijin saw Luo Yuan leave immediately, she stamped her foot angrily. After hesitating for a moment, Luo Weijin said to Gengar and the 3 Pokemon at Yin Hang's tent. I'll go to my brother first, and protect Yin Hang. Quote. Gengar smiled and waved to Luo Weijin. Between Luo Yuan and Yin Hang, Luo Weijin only hesitated for a second before decisively choosing Luo Yuan. As a night watchman, it was her dereliction of duty to leave the camp directly. But Luo Weijin wants to come. My brother is just a rookie trainer, he is more dangerous. You, Yin Hang, are an elite anyway, even if you do encounter an emergency, you can still deal with it. Anyway, the specific meaning is that my brother cannot be in danger. As for Yin Hang, you can ask for blessings. Luo Yuan, who was riding Latias, was thinking about what her sister said before. I can't guarantee whether this is Area 0, but from the Pokemon that Luo Weijin encountered and the content described in the handbook, it can be determined that these are paradoxical Pokemon. When Luo Yuan crossed, Zuzi's DLC hadn't been released yet, so there wasn't much detailed information about the content of Zuzi's third god. It's just that based on the existing information, some things can be analyzed. For example, the original author who wrote that note, his most important Pokemon is the motorcycle lizard. And Gulton and Millerton, according to the investigation, are the ancient and future forms of the motorcycle lizard. In theory, the possibility of evolution is a bit low. Therefore, there is no doubt that the most important Pokemon of the author of the book is the motor lizard, so Letton and Millerton are all imagined by him, and he imagined that his motor lizard is very powerful. Coupled with those paradoxical Pokemon, their ecology is quite weird, so weird that it doesn't seem real. Therefore, Luo Yuan had his own doubts, whether all the paradoxical Pokemon are imaginary species. The author of that book accidentally met Zuzi, the third god, and the Pokemon he imagined, under the influence of the unknown third god's ability, turned from illusion to reality. Because in Zuzi's plot, the person who discovered the paradoxical Pokemon, he hand-painted countless paradoxical Pokemon, but no one found any traces in the next few hundred years. It wasn't until the professor invented the so-called time machine that brought those false Pokemon to reality. That professor may have believed in the contents of the book, and thus had fantasies, and under the influence of the ability of the unknown third god, the fantasies were turned into reality. Hey, it's impossible for me to watch Zoo Z DLC anymore. I can only start with the known information of this world itself to investigate new content. Besides, the reality itself is very different from the game in many aspects, and the content in the game cannot be directly used in reality, or many places will be very unreasonable. But if there really is an unknown third god, wouldn't that god's ability be similar to fantasy materialization? And if it really exists, it might be in that pit. If you think about it this way, that deep pit is too dangerous. While thinking about it, Luo Yuan rode Latius to the destination. It is 2 kilometers away from the camp, and it is the junction of the grassland and the mountain, where sparse weeds grow. Luo Yuan saw the light blue heterochromatic ralts among the sparse weeds at a glance. Its appearance huddled in the grass was too obvious. Pokemon are social animals. Unlike in the game where you can only meet one Pokemon at a time, in reality you meet a group of Pokemon. Along the way, Luo Yuan saw a lot of Pokemon like Geodude and Cubone. In some Pokemon groups, there will be some evolutionary types as leaders, while others are in the most basic form. The scariest thing is to meet a group of evolutionary types living together. In addition, Pokemon are very territorial, especially humans, and Pokemon are different in species. As long as humans set foot in the territory of Pokemon, they will be beat up by almost all Pokemon. This is also the reason why the trainer profession is dangerous. It is normal to be chased by a group of Pokemon at every turn. Living in groups is the main way of life of Pokemon. Even dragons will live in groups instead of acting alone. It is extremely rare that there is no collective action like the Ralts in front of you. Not long after Luo Yuan landed, a cotton candy also fell, and Luo Weijin rolled over from Altaria. Like Luo Yuan, she saw the strange colored Ralts at a glance, and knew why Luo Yuan ran here. It turned out to be Ralts with different colors from Flash, which is really rare. Luo Weijin was surprised. She looked at Luo Yuan, and explained to him. The Pokemon with different colors belong to special mutants. This type of Pokemon is very difficult to survive in a group. The group will actively abandon it. You see, the Ralts of normal are all green, and it is easy to hide themselves and avoid danger by hiding in the grass. But this different colored Ralts is different. It is too obvious in the grass, especially its color can't find any camouflage at all, and the group will definitely abandon it. Because of its existence, it will expose the position of the ethnic group. It is very difficult to see Pokemon of different colors in the wild. The probability of this kind of Pokemon being born is very small, and most of them are difficult to live for a long time after being abandoned by the ethnic group. Luo Weijin sighed with emotion. Human beings have survival of the fittest, so Pokemon naturally have it. This is the most ruthless law of nature. Of course Luo Yuan understood the meaning of Luo Weijin's words. Just like on the African savanna, the lion's hair is brown and yellow, and it is easy to hide in the yellowed tall grass in Africa to hunt prey. But if there is a white lion in the lion group, the hair of the white lion makes it impossible to hide, and it will be discovered by the prey in advance, which will reduce the hunting efficiency of the lion group. The white lion will naturally be eliminated and expelled, so the white lion normal will only act with the white lion, because everyone is a vagabond. But heterochromatic Pokemon, especially heterochromatic Pokemon of the same type, cannot appear in large numbers. Baba, this lone hetero-colored Ralts, surrounded by other Pokemon, is indeed not going to last long. You want to tame it? Luo Weijin asked Luo Yuan with a smile, while she stroked the golden Altaria beside her. Altaria groaned softly. Her Altaria is also a different color of Flash. The normal Altaria hides in soaring in the sky with a sky blue body, and then disguises itself as a cloud. This is their ecology. But there's a white cloud with a hint of gold floating in the sky. That's a real target. Luo Yuan didn't answer, but walked forward. If it was a little lowly, Luo Yuan decided to take good care of the breeder, and if it was a real lady, he also decided to save its life and take it back to his yard to raise it, to see if it could evolve into a Ludor in the future. After all, I, Luo Yuan, am a masculine man, and I won't admit to a big man in women's clothing. Lalu. Apparently that Ralts noticed that Luo Yuan was walking towards him, but it still pretended to be an ostrich, thinking that Luo Yuan hadn't noticed him, and shivered in a corner. Seeing Luo Yuan's tall figure and the scar dragon following him, Ralts was terrified. After seeing Luo Yuan walking straight towards him, the Ralts knew they couldn't deceive themselves. This is the most dangerous moment of its life. Ralts mustered up his courage and decided to run away. It looked for a direction and ran for 2 steps, and then it was horrified to find a majestic big dog with its arms crossed chest blocking its way. The awe-inspiring eyes of the big dog are so frightening, even the Gallade in its past clan is far inferior. Ralts hastily changed direction. It still didn't dare to run in the direction of Luo Yuan, the human and the dragon beside him. The smile was too nuclear. After turning around at 180 degrees, Ralts' eyes lit up, and the pink and white Pokemon blocking him in front of him didn't look strong. It decided to break out from here. Lalu. Ralts' eyes were determined, and there was a psychic wave coming from him. Zorua was speechless for a moment. You can't think I'm easy to bully just because I'm small, right? Believe it or not, I'll show you an evolution on the spot, scaring the shit out of you. Zorua still didn't choose to evolve on the spot. It has sufficient experience in scaring people, otherwise it wouldn't have been in the pure white frozen ground, and it ran away with a group of Pokemon that were much stronger than itself. Roar. The terrifying roar of the dragon suddenly resounded through the mountains. I don't know how many flying-type Pokemon frightened and flapped their wings and flew away, and how many Pokemon woke up and ran wildly. Even Yin Hang, who was 2 kilometers away, was awakened. Zorua, incarnated as Harem, opened his ferocious mouth as if to eat Ralts. Ralts sat down on the ground, his face full of despair. It's over, Ralts, I've picked the scariest monster ever. Seeing Ralts' desperate look, Zorua snickered. He, it is a Pokemon that likes to play tricks. But Zorua didn't laugh twice. Was greeted with a scolding from Luo Yuan. Looking at your foolishness, I'm not afraid to provoke a bunch of Pokemon. It's decided, you won't have anything to eat tomorrow, you'll be hungry. Harem immediately deflated and became Zorua again, tearful look. Suoluo, I was wrong, master, don't deny me food. Ralts sat on the ground, watching in horror the big man-eating devil Luo Yuan approaching. Luo Yuan bent slightly, looking at Ralts, who was only half a meter tall, and carefully sized him up. Immediately, his eyes lit up. It was little Lolita. Don't ask Luo Yuan how to judge the gender of Pokemon. In fact, except for Pokemon like Latias, which can tell the gender from the color of its appearance, the only Pokemon gender determination method that Luo Yuan has learned is Ralts. It's not easy to come to the Pokemon world. Wouldn't it be a pity not to accept a wife beast? Ralts, would you like to try this lollipop? Luo Yuan took out an energy cube from his pocket. Ralts shook his head vigorously. There must be medicine in this lollipop. But in the next second, Ralts' stomach rumbled, and he lowered his head shyly. Immediately, an indescribable fragrance passed to its taste buds, causing Ralts to move his throat uncontrollably, and the corners of his mouth drooled uncontrollably. Since being expelled from the group, it has not eaten for several days, and in this dangerous environment full of Pokemon, it does not dare to compete with those Pokemon who live in groups. The reason why it hides in this sparse lawn is because it doesn't have much strength and is quietly waiting to die. Pokemon without ethnic groups, life is so cruel. The selection of nature is fair to all. Luo Yuan forced the energy cube into Ralts' mouth. At that moment, Ralts seemed to see his parents in heaven, just like the little match seller Stephanie, who saw a hallucination in the faint light of the match. It suddenly feels that even if it dies like this, Pokemon's life is worth it. I'm afraid even the Gallade in the group has never eaten such delicious food. If you eat my food, then you are mine. Anyway, you have nowhere to go, and you are waiting to die here. Why don't you follow me to eat delicious food and drink spicy food? Luo Yuan took out an energy cube again, and Captivate said. As long as you are obedient, you will have food, and if you are not obedient, you will be spanked. If you want to live and follow me, just call out. Lalu, owner. That's what Latias just taught the Ralts. Psychic Pokemon is very versatile, and a Pokemon that can command its own psychic like an arm is definitely the most powerful helper in daily life. Among other things, just because hypnosis can be used on human beings can generate many stories. Besides, as Gardevoir, the ultimate evolution of Ralts, it is even more useful in various senses. So, Luo Weijin, you just threw me in the camp. Yin Heng looked at Luo Weijin with resentment on his face, and finally his eyes fell on Ralts, who was sitting shyly beside Luo Yuan, who was lowering his head and looking very shy. Well, the situation is urgent. The situation is urgent. I will let you know next time. Luo Weijin's delicate and elegant beautiful face was full of embarrassment, and she apologized repeatedly to Yin Heng. It was indeed her problem before. As a night watchman, she just ran away without saying a word. This is a dereliction of duty. Since it was her own fault, Lu's character made it impossible for her to deny it. Of course, there are still excuses to be found. At that time, my younger brother found this Ralts, and you saw it too. This is a Ralts with a different color flash. She is very dangerous if she leaves the group. At that time, a group of Machops were surrounding her. The situation was urgent. My brother and I didn't have time to inform you. We had to save this Ralts first. Luo Weijin's tone was sincere. Lalu, no, there wasn't a group of strong men surrounding me. Ralts lowered his head in embarrassment. Luo Yuan cast a glance at his elder sister. Is this a woman? The deceitful words come out of my mouth so that people can't tell whether they are true or false. Sure enough, what Zhang Wuji's mother said was right. The more beautiful a woman is, the more she will deceive people. Never mind. Yin Heng shook his head, indicating that he didn't care. He is the kind of character who is easygoing and will not be unreasonable about one thing. Luo Weijin said at this time. Do you still need to rest? If you are still sleepy, go to sleep again. If you're not sleepy, why don't we have breakfast? Yin Heng was breathing heavily, but when he heard that he had breakfast, he immediately became more energetic, nodded vigorously, and said in his rather deep voice. ... We haven't eaten for 12 hours, right? I'm a little hungry. No, it's only been 6 hours since you last ate. Luo Yuan cursed in his heart, but he stood up and said. I'll make breakfast. Luo Yuan knew that the reason why the elder sister mentioned eating was to gag Yin Heng's mouth with eating, which was also an expression of apology. It's just that you apologize. Why is my younger brother doing it for you? I think you want to eat too. Lalu. Ralts lowered her head. When she saw Luo Yuan get up, she also stood up quickly and followed Luo Yuan's side, looking a little scared. When passing by Zorua, she mustered up the courage to give Zorua a look. You were scaring me just now. Zorua shook tail whip innocently. Who told you to be so timid? You are not scared at all. Luo Yuan glanced at Ralts. Her level is 20, and this level can be evolved under normal circumstances. However, Luo Yuan has already proved through a large amount of data that in reality, the evolution of Pokemon is not completely consistent with the level. Just like this Ralts of her own, she used to be hungry all the time, and her body had no extra energy at all. In addition, this Ralts did not have the opportunity to touch the pure crystal in the past and absorb the energy in the pure crystal, so even if she reaches the level, she does not have enough energy for her to complete the evolution. The same goes for the human breeder's Pokemon. Although most Pokemon do not have the theory of intimacy evolution, in fact, according to the researchers' research, the evolution of each Pokemon also requires basic intimacy. Therefore, the situation of directly subduing wild high-level Pokemon and then continuously evolving almost does not exist in reality. Any trainer must have enough bonds with his own Pokemon to complete evolution. And what's especially difficult is that taming Pokemon is more trouble than you think. Throw a Pokeball in the game, and the Pokemon will follow you and listen to your words. But in reality, for Pokemon with strong spirituality, the difficulty of getting wild Pokemon to follow the trainer is not as high as normal, and often requires luck. To give the simplest example, you meet a Pokemon group and want to take over their baby, but the Pokemon's parents are not happy. Pokemon babies are not necessarily willing to leave. If you want to forcibly subdue other people's parents, they still have children to take care of, and they don't want to leave with you. In this case, let's not talk about whether the Pokeball can be plugged in. Even if the Pokemon is stuffed in, it is estimated that those Pokemon will not be obedient. You are ruining the family. Therefore, to tame a Pokemon in the wild, you must have all kinds of favorable conditions, places and people, or you must have an extremely aggressive personality and be willing to follow you. Either you have left the ethnic group and have nowhere to go, or your parents are willing to let their children follow you to eat and drink. This is also the reason why breeding houses are so popular. Only Pokemon raised by humans, Pokemon especially, want to follow trainer and fight together. If taming Pokemon is so simple, the meaning of existence of the breeding house will be infinitely reduced. The meaning of Pokeball has never been to forcibly subdue it, but to make it easy for trainers to carry, and at the same time give Pokemon a comfortable living environment. After Luo Yuan finished making breakfast, everyone enjoyed it quietly. Ralts, who just ate a power cube, this is a piece. This little loli had been hungry for too long before, and her body's contest condition was not good, and Pokemon didn't say that it was not enough to make up for it, so Luo Yuan fed her 2 consecutive meals of energy cubes that normally only take 3 days. Lalu, the owner's one is delicious, the stomach is so full, and it has become bigger. Ralts sat on the ground and patted his white belly with his hands. Luo Yuan glanced at Ralts, he shook his head and smiled. The personality of each Pokemon is different, but in reality, the personality of Pokemon does not involve combat ability or numerical value. Just like Latias, her personality is always optimistic and cheerful. Lucario is brave and ruthless. Ralts' character is more shy. As for Zorua, that's a shameless middle-two troublemaker. Now Luo Yuan has 3 regular Pokemon besides the nuclear weapon of Latias. Except for the 6v6 competition, he can compete in other competitions. At least for a period of time, he should not encounter 6v6 matches. I'm just a rookie trainer, after all. That. After finishing his meal, Yin Hang, after quietly enjoying some happiness in life, walked over hesitantly and said with some embarrassment. Brother Luo Yuan, do you sell those energy cubes you made? Hearing Yin Hang's words, Luo Weijin immediately knew what he wanted to do, and said without thinking, the output is too small, so I can't sell it. Just a joke. In order to make those handmade energy cubes, my brother doesn't know how long it will take to make a batch each time, even if it's for the Pokemon at home. If it's returned to outsiders, it will tire him. Others don't know, but as a sister, she loves her brother very much. Actually, it's not impossible to sell. Yin Hang himself was very disappointed when he heard Luo Weijin's words, but he could also understand that, after all, this level of energy cube must be extremely complicated to hand. But what Luo Yuan said next made him happy again. Brother Luo, tell me a price, and I will buy it from you in the future. Yin Hang said boldly. No way. Since his Pokemon tasted the energy cubes made by Luo Yuan, Gengar didn't eat the top energy cubes he brought himself. The Pokemon are still fighting with him. Seeing Mismagius' appearance, Yin Hang wonders if he will give his trainer to curse because he can't eat Luo Yuan's energy cube. Luo Weijin pulled Luo Yuan aside at this time, and whispered in his ear. What did you promise him? How much energy did you need to make that batch of energy cubes? Wouldn't it be exhausting to do too much? You should devote all your energy to breeder Pokemon now. If you really want to become a breeder, you can change careers after the age of 30. Luo Yuan knew that it was his sister who was afraid that he would lack energy when he was tired, so he was moved and bit Luo Weijin's crystal-like jade ear and said. The energy cubes I made for you and Dad are purely handmade, but in fact, as long as I only configure the raw materials, many of the subsequent processes can be produced by machines. Quote. I tried it with Pokemon. The taste is a bit worse than the handmade ones, but it's still acceptable. Of course, even this kind of semi-mechanized production can't be done like a factory building. I still have to get the raw materials myself. Small-scale sales are no problem. Luo Weijin hesitated and said. Really? Luo Yuan said helplessly. What good will it do for me to lie to you? Luo Weijin nodded when she heard the words. She turned around, and without waiting for Luo Yuan to speak, she said to Yin Hang, it's okay to sell it to you. 1 energy cube can cover the Pokemon's food intake for 3 days. Since I have known you for a long time, I will sell you one for 100,000. How much? How much? Yin Hang widened his eyes, stretched out a finger and said. 100,000. Luo Weijin clasped her arms around her chest and nodded. Don't think it's expensive, you have seen my brother's craftsmanship, this is definitely the only one in the world, if you pass this village, there will be no such shop. But if you buy it sincerely, you can also buy 5 and get 1 free. Don't blame me as a profiteer, if I made these energy cubes, I would sell them to you at a really cheap price. After all, we are also longtime comrades in arms. But this is made by my brother. Whoever suffers can't let my brother suffer, right? In order to make these energy cubes, do you know how tired my brother is? As soon as Yin Hang heard that the world was unique, he felt that this energy cube didn't seem to be expensive. What an ass. He made a quick calculation in his mind. A set of 100,000, a Pokemon at least 10 copies a month is 1 million, and 6 Pokemon are 5 million according to buy 5 get 1 free. That year, it will be 60 million. The energy cubes he feeds himself with Pokemon are already the highest level of handmade. Each Pokemon costs about 150,000 a month, and the woodworm costs about 900,000. And now this is a price that has directly doubled by more than 5 times. This cost tens of millions more every year, and he also feels distressed. But after seeing Gengar's tearful look, Yin Hang gritted his teeth. Okay, no problem, just this price. Luo Weijin gave him a blank look when she saw this. Demo, don't act for your Pokemon. I don't know how much your annual income is, old lady. My price is stuck at the position that you can accept with your teeth. You think I'm just quoting casually. If you don't accept bargaining, I'll say, you don't give yourself Pokemon food for this little money. This sentence will definitely make Pokemon lose, and call you, broken heart. For my brother's income, I can only be a villain again. Luo Yuan looked at his elder sister with admiration. You really shouldn't be a trainer, but a profiteer. Yin Hang also complained in his heart, this woman, which man can subdue her? It's too scary. After friendly negotiations, the two parties reached a deal that everyone was satisfied with. After finishing breakfast and packing up, Luo Weijin said to Luo Yuan, let's go to that dragon cave and collect some pure crystals. It was only then that Luo Yuan remembered what they were doing in the secret realm this time, mainly to collect pure crystals. Without delay, the group rode their respective Pokemon to a dragon cave that Luo Weijin had discovered before. That dragon cave is behind a waterfall, and there are hundreds of dragon-type Pokemon living in it, with different levels. The weak ones are about 20 levels, and the strong ones are more than 60 levels, but the proportion of dragon Pokemon over 60 levels is not much. Luo Weijin and Yin Hang, the two elites, shot together, causing chaos in the dragon cave. There are only a few Pokemon in their 60s and above. It is impossible to be the rival of two elites. Coupled with the fact that dragons are good at civil war, it didn't take much effort. Luo Yuan didn't even participate in it. Just by looking at it, this battle is over. A group of dragon Pokemon ran out of the dragon cave, looking angrily at the group of guys who robbed their nest, but they knew they couldn't beat them, so they could only rage and sulk there. After driving out all the dragons living here, Luo Yuan saw crystal-like crystals growing in many corners of the dragon cave, and those were pure crystals. However, the overall number of pure crystals here is much less than the ice-type pure crystals I saw in the pure white frozen soil, and the 4th-grade pure crystals are even rarer. Maybe this secret realm is a multi-attribute secret realm, with several pure crystal collection points, and the pure white frozen soil I went to last time is a pure ice-type secret realm. In this regard, Luo Yuan can only guess. Are there many grade 5 pure crystals? Luo Weijin was by Luo Yuan's side. This time she pressed her lips tightly to Luo Yuan's ear, exhaling like blue. Don't blame her for being careless. Luo Weijin will never let anyone else know about Luo Yuan's ability to see through the pure crystal level, even Yin Hang, who has a good relationship and character. This ability is too buggy for trainer, and if it is found out, it may bring danger to Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan moved his ears and felt itchy. He shook his head and said, not a lot, but it's enough for the two of us to take 6 yuan and go. Luo Weijin felt relieved when she heard that everyone was worth 6 yuan. She was afraid that there would be no level 5 pure crystals in this cave, and she would really cry to death. After collecting the pure crystals, she did not dare to touch the pure crystals for a long time until her own radiation dissipated. Although this thing is very important to Pokemon, it is extremely harmful to humans. Sister, you actually want to go to that big pothole now, and investigate the sound of the dragon that appeared a few hours ago, right? Luo Yuan asked while collecting those level 5 pure crystals. Luo Weijin glanced at him with beautiful eyes. You see it? It's too obvious. As a dragon elite, how can you not be interested in unknown dragons? Why don't we go to that pothole together? Luo Yuan suggested that he was also interested in that pothole. And which man doesn't want to have a vigorous adventure? The most important thing is that if the dragon cry is really Gulton or Millerton, even if I stop it, my sister will definitely go to the pothole to explore. It is too dangerous. Even if she is a dragon elite, in that environment, there is still a risk of death. Luo Yuan didn't want to see Luo Weijin take risks alone. He had a hunch that he might be able to help. Seeing that her sister was moved, Luo Yuan continued her efforts. Anyway, I have been following you, and we will retreat when we are in danger. Besides, there are bodyguards over there. Luo Yuan pointed to Yin Hang. Seeing this, Luo Weijin finally reluctantly nodded in agreement. She had wanted to go into that pothole a long time ago, and look for the dragon that chirped not long ago. Chapter 91. In the Dragon Cave, Yin Hang carefully selected the pure crystals. This secret realm has been explored in advance, and there is no place where ghost-type pure crystals are produced, and in the known pure crystal areas that have been explored, it is obvious that dragon-type pure crystals are the most valuable. I just signed a huge contract of 60 million yuan a year for the Ghost Series Elite. Now it is also a time when I am short of money, so I must seize every opportunity to make money. Even if he can't tell the grade of pure crystals, he still has to choose carefully. Not long after, Yin Hang selected 6 pure crystals that were destined for him and put them away. Sister, what conditions did you agree to him to let Yin Hang come over to help? Luo Yuan asked Luo Weijin curiously. He wanted to know the price of hiring an elite. Luo Weijin glanced at Yin Hang, and Solician said, I promised to give him 2 level 5 ghost system pure crystals. Do you have the pure crystal of the ghost system? Luo Yuan was a little strange. It stands to reason that his elder sister would not collect ghost-type pure crystals. Luo Weijin smiled triumphantly, and she raised the dragon-type pure crystal in her hand and said, Ghost-type pure crystals are not cheap in the market, but there is a little price difference between them and dragon-type pure crystals. I will exchange 2 level 5 dragon-type pure crystals for 2 ghost-type pure crystals as a reward for Yin Hang, and the price difference will be my agency fee. Luo Yuan was speechless for a while. It turns out that you are an empty-handed white wolf, and you don't have ghost-type pure crystals at all. Why don't you ask me to help you find pure crystals so that you can, 777, pay for their employment fees? Good brother, sister's future happy life depends on you. Luo Weijin suddenly said in a sweet and greasy tone. Luo Yuan shuddered, showing an astonished expression. Please, this tone doesn't suit you, it's scary. I don't know if I'm happy or not, but if I live happily ever after, it might be fine. Yin Hang glanced at Luo Yuan and Luo Weijin strangely, and always felt that the close relationship between the siblings seemed a bit too much. But he is not a person who likes to explore other people's privacy, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Luo Weijin walked up to Yin Hang and asked, Have you chosen Chunjing? Yin Hang nodded. Luo Weijin directly told Yin Hang the next destination that he told Luo Yuan just now, which made Yin Hang frown. Will it be too dangerous for your brother to go there? Luo Weijin said unhappily. I hired you with 2 pieces of level 5 pure crystals, so why don't we just take a few pieces of pure crystals and go back? This money is too easy to earn. Yin Hang thought about it too. He didn't seem to do anything as a bodyguard. If he just went back like this, he wouldn't feel at ease for the money he earned. Okay then, let's go now, but it's really dangerous there, tell your brother to be careful. Yin Hang reminded. Don't worry, I care more about my brother's safety than you do. After getting Yin Hang's consent, Luo Weijin returned to Luo Yuan's side, and they cleaned up a little before they were ready to go on the road. Under the watchful eyes of the dragon-type Pokemon at the gate of the Dragon Cave, they rode their respective Pokemon and flew towards the huge deep pit. It didn't take long for the 3 of them to reach the top of the deep pit. Just when Luo Yuan wanted to ask if they were going to descend, he saw Luo Weijin riding Altaria and flying down the deep pit, and he quickly followed. In this way, it descended for hundreds of meters, and a huge, shocking underground world appeared in Luo Yuan's eyes. It is an endless underground labyrinth whose walls are mostly made of strange crystals and a small part of which is made of rock, crisscrossing and continuous. But looking from here to the depths of the pothole, you still can't see the bottom, as if there is a huge mountain range inserted upside down in it. At that moment, Luo Yuan even thought of Lovecraft's novels. Luo Weijin let Altaria fall, and Luo Yuan followed closely behind. How about it? Shock it, I was also shocked when I came here for the first time. Luo Weijin looked at Luo Yuan, who looked surprised, and said softly. Luo Yuan nodded, walked to the side and touched those crystals that were similar to pure crystals but without any extra color, and asked in his heart. ... Has the Alliance researched these crystals? Luo Weijin nodded. Of course, for this kind of thing that is very important at first glance, the trainer who went ahead has already picked some, and the Alliance has already started to study it. Has the Alliance researched anything yet? Luo Yuan asked again. How can research results be so fast? Luo Weijin said amusedly. Luo Yuan heard the same thing, just the Mega Evolution Stone, a group of people studied it for several years before they finally found out. It is definitely not so easy to study things like Taijing. Who knows that Taijing needs a random piece of crystal here, or it needs some specific ones. What's more, the Taijing bead used in the game's Taijingwa is definitely processed, but Luo Yuan doesn't know what kind of material is added in it. Let's go, little brother, follow us closely, the Pokemon here are very strong, even I dare not ride Pokemon directly down, I can only walk. The Pokemon encountered on the road can hide as much as they can. If they can't hide, they must fight quickly, otherwise there will be too much noise and we will be very dangerous. Luo Weijin solemnly reminded. Yin Hang said at this time. When you encounter a few Pokemon that cannot be avoided, leave it to me to solve it. Well, I'll leave it to Yin Hang to deal with. Some of the ghost-type tricks are more insidious and vicious, suitable for sneak attacks. Luo Weijin agreed with Yin Hang's words. The ghost-type elite glanced at her, as if to say, you have to apologize to all the ghost-type trainers in the world. Needless to say, Luo Yuan also knew that this place was dangerous. He saw groups of iron ruts and ran over. The iron rut should be the future form of Donphan. The lowest level of the group of Pokemon just now is close to 60, and the highest level has exceeded 70. This secret realm is probably the highest level secret realm except for the secret realm with legendary Pokemon. This piece of ground is very big, surprisingly big, before Luo Yuan felt that it was not an exaggeration for a mountain to plunge into the ground. After Luo Yuan's observation, all the Pokemon here are future species, that is to say, this pothole is the 0th area, which should correspond to purple. From this point of view, the same secret place that appeared in Spain should correspond to the zoo planted in the past. How to describe these paradoxical Pokemon from the future? Anyway, looking at their appearance, they are not like carbon-based organisms, but more like silicon-based organisms, just like Pokemon created by aliens. Even Yin Hang couldn't help but said, the Pokemon here are weird, and the ecology is also extremely weird. I even suspect that this is an alien planet with relics of aliens. The bottom of this deep pit is like a robot world. That should be Volcarona, it looks like a war machine. A few people sneakily hid behind a mountain wall, watching a group of Pokemon like Volcarona flying past in front. Even if the two elites didn't have the power of Waveguide, they shrank their necks and retracted their bodies carefully at this time. The group of mechanical Volcaronas gave them a scary feeling, and they were probably all champion-level Pokemon. Although the champion level of the trainer breeder is definitely far stronger than the wild ones, Luo Weijin and Yin Hang teamed up to get rid of the group of dozens. But after solving this batch, Pokemon will inevitably be injured. If it is just an injury, the medicine they brought can still treat it, but the loss of energy and physical strength caused by the battle cannot be cured by medicine. After 2 or 3 matches of this level, they may have to play GG.0. Therefore, in the wild secret realm, when encountering a secret realm that is equal to or even stronger than your own strength, you must try to avoid conflicts as much as possible. As for the wild Pokemon that has reached this champion level, it is almost certain that the trainer cannot be subdued at all. Latias, Altaria, and Gengar covered their mouths for fear of making a sound. In such a sneaking and dangerous environment, the trainer's rules have to be changed accordingly. It is impossible to send 3 Pokemon, which are easy to be discovered. Bringing 1 Pokemon is the best choice. The three of them explored along the cliff-like cave again, and encountered several dead ends in the middle. Next to it is the huge deep hole. As long as you ride a Pokemon, you should be able to get to the bottom of the hole in no time, but no one dares to do it, it will cause a huge riot. Think of the joy of being chased by hundreds of wild champion Pokemon, that's absolutely insane. No, why don't we go? This time there are a lot more wild Pokemon than when I came here last time. Luo Huaijin had already retreated, and suggested after a moment of hesitation. This is not cowardice, this is for personal safety. Luo Yuan and Yin Hang nodded in sympathy. Luo Yuan, who possesses the power of Waveguide, is even more trembling than Luo Huaijin and Yin Hang. This place was not where he, a novice trainer, should come. Wanting to break into this place, Luo Yuan felt that only legendary Pokemon could do it, and he had to be a first-level god to come and do as many Pokemon as possible. Even if it is a second-level god like Suicune, one can only barely guarantee safety, and at least the three holy beasts must be present to level the pond. Or one day when Luo Yuan becomes the master, he can put his hands in his pockets, and here he sighs that he doesn't know what rival is. According to Luo Yuan's knowledge, the master-level Pokemon already has the level of a second-level god. Perhaps because there is no priesthood, the head-level Pokemon is lacking in some abilities, and its physical strength is not as good as that of the second-level gods. But coupled with the master-level trainer, the combination of the two is enough to crush a second-level god. As for the first-level gods, from the historical point of view, no one has beaten them, and the head of the sect can only protect himself in front of the first-level gods. This made Luo Yuan lament that the first-level gods in this world are still very famous, and they are almost real natural disasters. Just when the three of them decided that their lives were important and left temporarily, suddenly, a huge explosion sounded from below them. Boom! With that huge explosion, the entire mountain in the big pothole trembled twice, making the three of them a little unstable. From that bottomless pit, two trainers were fleeing on Pokemon in a panic. One of them was riding a Pedo and the other was riding a Staraptor. Is it the trainer sent by the Alliance to explore the secret realm? What did they encounter? Luo Huaijin and Yin Hang's expressions were terrified at this time, and the experienced two had already taken out all the Pokeballs from their waists. The reduced Pokeball was held between their fingers. The two trainers who were desperately fleeing on Pokemon also noticed Luo Yuan and the others at this time. They obviously knew Luo Huaijin and Yin Hang, and shouted hoarsely. Luo Elite, Yin Elite, run, run. The trainers who can be sent to this secret realm by the Alliance are definitely strong. These two trainers are about 40 years old, and they were definitely not proud of a generation before they were 30. Even these two trainers still yelled, run, after seeing the two current elites, so they knew that it was something absolutely terrifying and was chasing them. Luo Huaijin and Yin Hang have rich experience and will never show off their abilities. Luo Huaijin turned around and pushed Luo Yuan, and shouted at him. Let Latias take you, let's run. However, it's still too late. Buzz buzz. That was the weird sound from mechanically rotating wings flapping the air. Luo Yuan, who had just ridden on Latias, heard the sound and looked back subconsciously. His eyes widened, and the country couldn't help but blurted out. I saw a large number of terrifying dragons flying out from behind the two trainers riding by Diao and Staraptor. Those dragons resembled Hydreigon in appearance, but their bodies were all composed of Orbird-like machinery. The faces of these dragons are ferocious, like inorganic objects, unable to feel any vitality, and the appearance of flying seems to be a code of 0 and 1, stiff but with a strange rhythm. Not long ago, in the ancient book that Luo Huaijin showed him, Luo Yuan had seen this group of Pokemon that looked like the future version of Hydreigon, and they were called Iron Necks by the author in the book. And this group of Hydreigons, who are like mechanical creations, have not only the ferocity of Hydreigons but also the cruelty of machines. The most important thing is that the number of this group of Hydreigon is as high as hundreds, and Luo Yuan roughly sensed through the power of Waveguide that all the Iron Necks are above 70 levels. In the face of so many champion-level wild, future version Hydreigon, I am afraid that except for the real master, everyone will stay away. Those Hydreigons were chasing the two trainers. After they found Luo Yuan and others, their scarlet dragon eyes emitted red light, and then hundreds of dragons opened their huge mouths. In the huge mouths of hundreds of dragons, there are dragon-type energy, evil-type energy, and normal-type energy gathering. There are even things like high-energy rays, which are not Pokemon skills, but the special properties of these Pokemon. Seeing this scene, Luo Weijin and Yin Heng felt vigilant. They knew it was too late to run now. At this time, if you expose your back to the dragons, you are almost looking for death. Little brother, hide behind me and let Latias protect you. As the elder sister, Luo Weijin did not hesitate to block Luo Yuan with her slender body that was not strong, and released all her Pokemon. Although Latias is stronger than any of Luo Weijin's Pokemon in terms of individual strength. But there is only one Latias. Luo Yuan's other Pokemon are not strong enough, and only Latias has a Pokemon force field that can protect him. 10 and Luo Weijin has 6 Pokemon after all, and 2 have reached the championship level, 1 is about to break through, and 3 are being upgraded. The Pokemon force field fused by these 6 Pokemon has a stronger defense ability, so she stood in front of Luo Yuan and prepared to bear the next attack by herself. The same is true for Yin Heng, releasing his 6 Pokemon in an instant. The 2 elites calmly ordered almost at the same time. Dragon Pulse, Shadow Ball. At this critical juncture, there is no need for detailed command, and there is no room for command at all. All we can do is to fight against the waves. From the mouths of Luo Weijin's 6 Pokemon, terrifying dragon energy began to gather, and Pokemon like Charizard condensed the skills of Flamethrower. This is the Pokemon with strong bonds and rich combat experience. They will spontaneously understand trainer's real combat intention from a simple sentence from trainer. I won't just stand there in a daze just because I don't have the Dragon Pulse skill. Boom! The energy of flames, water, and dragons gathered together and rushed towards the group of dragons. At the same time, the dark purple and black energy ball was shot out by Yin Heng's Pokemon. A large number of ripples suddenly appeared in the air, and a huge shock wave came towards Luo Yuan and others. It was the hyper voice used by some Hydreigon. In addition, from Hydreigon's dragon group, there are also skills such as Dark Pulse, Air Slash, etc., killing several people. Countless sharp air blades fluttered in the air, malicious fluctuations mixed with high energy rays, together with the attacking tackle of the 2 elite Pokemon. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion suddenly exploded in this deep pit, and the terrifying shock wave swept across the thousands, smashing all the surrounding crystals. This big pothole like an upside-down mountain began to shake, and countless rocks smash fell from the cliff. Even though he was hiding behind Luo Weijin, Luo Yuan felt the strong wind blowing against his face, making him subconsciously raise his arms to block in front of him. Latias also opened up his protective force field to protect Luo Yuan from getting hurt. And the 2 trainers riding Pokemon were the worst. They were too close to the range of the explosion. The whole person and the Pokemon were thrown out and hit the rock wall. The 2 trainers screamed. Their bodies were seriously injured, and the 2 Pokemon were also seriously injured, but they still tried their best to get up and protect their trainers. Latias, Heal Pulse. Latias lifts Psychics Lucas. Its dragon eyes took a look at the 2 seriously injured by Diao and Staraptor, and in an instant, the breath of the 2 Pokemon improved a lot, and their injuries also healed a little. Thank you. The 2 trainers thanked Luo Yuan weakly. At this moment they didn't have the time to wonder why they saw the divine beast Latias here. At the critical moment of life and death, there is no time to think so much. With the power of the 2 Elite 12 Pokemon, they can still fight against the Hydreigon of a group of hundreds of dragons in a hurry, and we can already see the strength of the 2 current elites. But Luo Weijin's face was livid at this time, and Yin Heng's face became paler and paler. Because of the blow just now, the big pothole was completely in chaos, and countless Pokemon rushed here in the chaos. This group of future Pokemon are powerful, and they will not run away when they encounter something, but they will be murderous. A few seconds later, countless future Pokemon appeared in everyone's eyes. Among them are not only the group of future species Volcarona that I have seen before, but also a group of future species of Benjilas. This group of Benjilas has an electric type at first glance. Huge electricity gathers around them, and under the charge of quarks, they form a volt that looks crazy. And that group of future Volcaronas were also burning with blazing flames. Every time they flapped their wings, there would be countless sparks splashing. This is the skill fiery dance that belongs only to the real Volcaronas. Seeing this scene, Luo Weijin and Yin Heng even felt powerless. At this time, I am afraid that only the master can compete with this large group of future Pokemon, and they alone are definitely not enough. It's just that the miracle didn't come as promised, and there was no leader who descended from the sky. At this moment, the two elites can only rely on their own Pokemon. Encore. Run. Impossible to run. At this time, running is a must to die. Only by fighting hard, there is still a chance of survival. The 12 Pokemon of the elites once again launched a desperate attack, which was a blow with the determination to die. But this time they are no longer facing dragons, but more future Pokemon in the big pothole. Boom. Ah. The energies of many attributes crisscross, and Pokemon's growl resounds through the sky. Lightning, flame, water, malice, ghost, dragon breath, etc. These attacks are chaotically overlapping, and the sound of explosions is endless. At that moment, Luo Yuan only felt that he was on the battlefield, with hundreds of missiles exploding around him. All he can do now is to protect himself as much as possible, and he can't control anything else at all. Even the power of his waveguide fell into confusion at this moment, and the confluence of various energies made him unable to find where Luo Weijin and the others were. Latias, protect. What Luo Yuan can do now is to let Latias use various protective skills to ensure that he will not be fatally injured. The sky was full of smoke and dust, the roaring sound was endless, and the big earthquake trembled. This big pothole, like a mountain hanging upside down, produced cracks on the rock crystals in all directions. A terrible bombardment that looked like a modern war, almost like a mechanized brigade firing at the same time, finally made the wall of this big pothole unable to hold on. Countless huge rock throws fell from the sky, and the ears could not hear anything except tremors and roars, and all kinds of dust filled the eyes. Latias carried Luo Yuan, and kept flying to avoid the boulders falling like raindrops. If he couldn't escape, he sent a dragon pulse at soaring in the sky, crushing the boulders. Or gather psychic all over and slam and smash tons of boulders with Zen headbutt. However, under this large landslide, thousands of tons of boulders fell, even Latias could not handle it. Seeing this, Luo Yuan made a decisive decision. Guard split. Latias heard Luo Yuan's order, and she activated this skill directly, but the target of the guard split was not someone else, but Luo Zan herself as a trainer. In an instant, Luo Yuan only felt that he was strong and strong, as if he had turned into a half-human Latias. Tens of millions of tons of boulders fell. Luo Yuan had no choice but to let Latias fly down until the deep pit they were in was completely submerged. At this critical juncture, Luo Yuan even had a strange thought. This skill is easy to use. If it is used in the bed of a man and a woman, wouldn't his combat power be over the top? After the guard split, he felt that even Latias could fight her hand to hand, and if he had an attack split, he would be even more invincible. In ancient times, there was Rayquaza versus 7 gods, but now there is me, Luo Yuan versus 7. Luo Yuan felt that he was born for big occasions, and he really has a big heart. At this time, he is not afraid, and can still think messy. Gyarados, Dragon Dance, and then, Aqua Tail. Luo Weijin's face was full of impatience, and she gave orders every day. Gyarados obeys her command, and there is a dragon icon-like energy gathering around it. Immediately, the water flow at its dragon tail gathered and compressed, forming a huge force of cutting and bombardment, and swept its tail at the rock wall in front of it. Boom! With a bang, the rock wall consisting of tens of millions of tons of boulders was blasted into a huge hole, and the broken stones flew, but even so, the rock wall was too thick, and Gyarados couldn't smash it completely. Roar 1. Gyarados, who doesn't believe in evil, wants to continue using his skills even if he is out of breath. Calm down, Luo Weijin. Yin Heng, who was leaning against the rock wall, coughed twice, and said in a hoarse voice. Calm down. How the hell do you want me to calm down? My brother's life or death is uncertain, and I don't know where he is now. You tell me to calm down. At this time, Luo Weijin had no ladylike demeanor at all, and roared loudly at Yin Heng. Guo Quintessence opened her mouth and came. Yin Heng was not angry either. Of course he understood Luo Weijin's mood now. He just tried to comfort him as much as possible. Your Pokemon is exhausted. Hearing Yin Heng's words, Luo Weijin fell silent. Looking at Gyarados, who was panting but still persisting, she finally regained her senses. Sorry. Quote. She gently touched Gyarados' head, not knowing that this sentence was aimed at Gyarados. Said to Yin Hang. In the battle with hundreds of future Pokemon not long ago, the Pokemon of Luo Waijin and Yin Hang were the first to bear the brunt of the attacks of those future Pokemon. Naturally, the two elites were seriously injured, and the Pokemon force field can only wipe out most of the Pokemon's power, but not all of them, unless the strength gap between the two Pokemon is too large. But many of the wild Pokemon that will be planted in the future have champions and elites. The danger of this big pothole is simply the grave of elites and champions. Most of Luo Waijin's Pokemon were seriously injured, and few of them could barely fight. Yin Hang is even worse. The dragon Pokemon are thick-skinned and fleshy. Gengar is the only one who can barely protect his ghost Pokemon by his side. After a Pokemon is seriously injured, it cannot be fully healed by ordinary potions alone. You must go to the Pokemon Center to use those large equipment. How's your injury? Yin Hang asked in a hoarse voice. At this time, Luo Waijin's left arm was stretched out. She glanced at her left arm with beautiful eyes, touched her ribs again, and said, "The left hand can't be used for the time being, the ribs should be broken. Take one or two. However, I have used painkillers and other drugs for the time being, so nothing will happen in a short time. How about you?" Even if the whole body is dirty, the body is full of wounds cut by stones, the left hand is completely crippled, and the ribs are broken. But Luo Waijin still looked resolute. Without showing any pain or weakness, she gritted her teeth and persisted. That stubborn and strong arrogance and awe-inspiring beauty is exactly the beauty that many people worship as an idol for this dragon elite. Seeing that Luo Waijin is still fighting like a Valkyrie normal, Yin Hang also admires it. Compared with men, many female trainers always have some disadvantages, such as hard work and fear of injury. But there are always some female trainers who are strong, courageous and heroic, whose gorgeous beauty is enough to make any man look sideways. The so-called unintentional struggle for spring is nothing more than the envy of Quanfang. But Yin Hang also knew that normal men really couldn't conquer this dragon-like proud woman. He lowered his head and looked at his legs. One leg was temporarily broken, and there are other injuries, I can't check it out now. Quote. Luo Waijin nodded heavily. Let's take a good rest and heal our injuries and Pokemon's injuries. Although it's impossible to completely heal now, you still need to have some combat power, it's too dangerous here. After taking a rest, we will find a way out of here and go to Alliance for help. Luo Waijin knew that it was impossible for her now to save Luo Yuan, she could only ask for help, and she could only hope that Luo Yuan would not have any serious problems and could persevere. But Luo Waijin also understands that it is still unknown whether she can get out of here by herself, because her contest condition is also very poor, very poor. I'm sorry for making you two suffer. On the other side of the wall, the two trainers who made Luo Waijin and the others escape were lying on the ground, one could barely speak, and the other was extremely weak, coughing and bleeding. His health is no longer good, and he was hanged by injection of drugs. How did you get chased by those, Hydreigon? Luo Waijin also knew that now was not the time to blame, she wanted to know more about the cause and effect. The trainer who was still able to speak said, "The three of us were commissioned by the Alliance to investigate this pothole. Last night, we encountered a purple dragon that we had never seen before in the pit. That dragon is extremely powerful, like a legendary Pokemon normal, it solved a lot of strange Pokemon here at once, but the contest condition of that dragon looks very wrong. Seeing the dragon that looks like an unknown legendary Pokemon, the three of us were very excited, so we chased after it and wanted to conduct some investigation. But who would have thought that it would be too exciting? When we met those dragons, we were not rivals and could only run away. One of our companions died in the escape. You all know the final situation." Trainer's voice was bitter and weak, with a crying tone. Purple dragon. It seems that the dragon's cry they heard last night should be made by that dragon. Does that unknown dragon actually have the power of a legendary Pokemon normal? Maybe it is a legendary Pokemon that has never been discovered before. It's just that now, whether it's them or these trainers, they are all chasing the dragon for investigation, and have fallen into the current near-death situation. Luo Waijin regrets it very much now, she can't wait to give herself a slap in the face. What kind of dragon is she looking for? She should take Luo Yuan out of here. Landslides are very terrible accidents. They may be locked underground for several days or even dozens of days. Without food and drink and insufficient oxygen, the death rate is extremely high. Especially after the landslide, it is almost impossible to save yourself, and you must wait for rescue from the outside world. Fortunately, the interior of this large pothole is complicated and covers a very large area, which is different from the landslide in the normal mountain. At the very least, the place where Luo Weijin and the others were locked up was relatively open, and there was always the danger of insufficient oxygen. Their material reserves were not lost during the previous landslide, and the compressed food inside was enough for a period of time. Even because of the existence of Pokemon, as long as some Pokemon who are not seriously injured rest for a period of time to recover their strength, they can open the road from the inside without external rescue. The only thing that worries Luo Weijin and Yin Hang is that even if they leave this closed pit, they still have to face the countless future Pokemon outside. In their heyday, they couldn't handle the hordes of future Pokemon, let alone the present, when they were seriously injured. It's just that these things will be considered later. What they need to do now is to keep the injury as small as possible and restore their strength. Luo Weijin leaned against the rock wall, eating compressed biscuits and sipping water. Not far from her, of the two trainers who managed to save their lives, one was unconscious and the other still had some strength. The trainer who still had strength took out 6 Pokeballs from his waist, and also took out his companion's Pokeballs, and handed them to Luo Weijin. Luo Elite, this is my friend's Pokemon, you don't need to worry about us, as long as you take them out, we will be content. This accident was caused by us, and I'm sorry to have troubled you. After hesitating for a while, he flipped through himself again, and took out a bank card. I used my brother's ID card to get this card without telling my wife. My own money. The password of the card is XXXXXX. Luo Elite hopes that you can give it to my wife after you go out. My son is still in high school and will go to college in the future, and I think it would be nice to leave them an extra sum of money. Luo Weijin saw that the trainer still had private money, and said angrily, Pokemon, you should put it away first. The situation is not yet desperate, and I will not abandon you for the time being. If it's really impossible, I will take your Pokemon and leave, but I hope you can persevere, and you also know that losing trainers' Pokemon is not a good result for them. When trainer encounters danger in a secret realm, of course he must save his teammate if he can save him, but there is a prerequisite, that is, the opponent has at least one Pokemon capable of fighting. As long as the trainer still has a Pokemon that can fight, then he is not tired. But if all the Pokemon of the trainer have lost their combat effectiveness, it is considered reasonable for such a trainer to abandon them. Without a Pokemon trainer, facing a Rattata would be life-threatening, and in a more dangerous secret environment, it is almost impossible to survive. These two trainer Pokemon were seriously injured in the previous chasing battle, and they already belong to people without any combat effectiveness. To be honest, even Luo Weijin was not optimistic about their survival. In this secret realm full of champions and elite-level wild Pokemon, a slight aftermath of a Pokemon skill can take their lives away. As for the Pokemon that lost the trainer, normal has only 2 endings. One is that the Pokemon becomes a wild Pokemon and disappears from people's eyes. The other is to become ill because of missing the master, and eventually die forever. Pokemon cannot be inherited, because the simplicity of Pokemon allows them to recognize only one owner in their lifetime, and after they have enough bonds, they will not recognize a second owner. This is also true that only one person is allowed in a lifetime. If some trainer encounters danger in a secret realm, and happens to meet the help of a powerful and human-friendly wild Pokemon, it is likely to be a Pokemon that has lost its owner. This kind of thing happens to trainers every year in this world. Luo Weijin leaned against the rock wall and stopped talking. She needed to adjust her body and wait for the Pokemon to recover a certain amount of combat power. She stroked the Pokeball in her hand. Although Altaria, Charizard and Gyarados were injured, they were still fighting, and the other 3 Pokemon had completely lost their fighting power. Especially Dragonite, it suffered most of the damage in the previous battle, and it was also the most seriously injured. It is impossible for it to form combat effectiveness based on the existing treatment conditions. With the remaining 3 Pokemon who are not lightly injured, can he really get out of here? Luo Huijin herself felt a little unconfident. Lucario, can't you find my sister and the others within a 3-kilometer radius? In a certain deep pit, Luo Yuan carefully avoids the future Pokemon that occasionally appear around him. Beside him, Lucario is exploring with his waveguide, eyes closed. Luca, Master, can't find their waveguide at all. Hearing what Lucario said, Luo Yuan nodded. He knew that he and his sister were separated. In the previous big landslide, in order to avoid the huge rubble falling from the sky, Luo Yuan didn't know where he rode Latias, but it was definitely a deeper place. The terrain in this big pit is complicated, and it is difficult to distinguish the direction. Only the huge deep pit can be used as a reference. One of Luo Yuan's feet was already limping, and he didn't know if he had injured a bone, but after spraying some painkillers, he was fine for the time being. The medical technology in this world is extremely advanced. As long as you don't die on the spot, as long as you go to the hospital, you can almost be saved. So Luo Yuan is not worried about whether his feet are really lame, or whether there will be sequelae in the future. He was taking out the Pokemon medicine at this time, spraying the medicine map on Latias. Thanks to the protection of Latias just now, Luo Yuan survived and was not affected to death by those landslides and the battle between Pokemon. I don't have absolute confidence in the future, so I won't come to this level of Secret Realm. I'm just a rookie trainer. I hope my sister and the others are okay. At this time, Luo Yuan couldn't take care of others and could only take care of himself first. Latias suffered some injuries, but fortunately, the injuries were not serious, and he still maintained his combat effectiveness. Thank you in advance, Latias. Laddie, it is right to protect the owner. Latias said happily that she was always so optimistic, which made Luo Yuan feel much better. The backpack is still there, and there is no need to worry about food and drink. Luo Yuan decided to find a way to get out of this big hole. He can't wait for others to save him, he has to save himself. I'll leave it to you, Lucario. Luca, leave it to me, Master. Lucario nodded vigorously. Under Lucario's waveguide, everything within a 3-kilometer range is clearly visible, and Luo Yuan's waveguide is connected to Lucario, so that he almost has a marauder's map in his mind. Relying on the waveguide to construct a topographical map in his head, and then dodging the lairs of wild Pokemon, Luo Yuan limped away from them as if playing a game. Thanks to Lucario, otherwise Luo Yuan would not be able to find the right path and avoid those scary Pokemon. But soon, he still encountered a problem. There is a group of future species Delibird gathering places ahead, and Luo Yuan has to pass through there. There is no other way to go. After thinking for a while, Luo Yuan released Zorua and said to it, "Can you try to use illusions to make us physically invisible and bypass those Pokemon?" Zorua was startled when he saw the group of powerful future Delibirds. "Suoluo, Master, you are murdering. Go and try. No matter if you succeed or not, I will make a meal for you when you go back. Don't worry, I will hold the Pokeball. If you are really in danger, I will take you back as soon as possible." Luo Yuan raised the Pokeball and shook it. "Suoluo, that meal will not be an offering on my grave." Zorua wanted to cry, but he still mustered up his courage and walked forward with his head held high and his chest held high with the determination to die. At this time, it has already used its ability to hallucinate, and it is very disturbed. Luo Yuan was also staring at Zorua, ready to take it back at any time, and he didn't really let Zorua go to die. Slowly, Zorua approached the group of Delibirds, and the Delibirds were still going about their business, completely oblivious to it. Seeing this scene, Zorua felt proud all of a sudden. "Hey, mortals, we are invincible in front of us." Luo Yuan was also relieved. It seems that this group of future Pokemon, although they look like robots, still use vision to observe, rather than using infrared rays or wave particles. After getting this answer, Luo Yuan is not afraid. If this group of future Pokemon really have other detection methods, then Luo Yuan feels that he will not be able to get out of this deep pit. When Zorua comes back, Luo Yuan is to let him use the ability of hallucinations on an area. He asked Latias to protect himself in case of unexpected accidents. Lucario used the waveguide to detect the way, and Zorua helped to hide his figure, just like that, walking swaggeringly in this dangerous pothole. Sure enough, there is no such thing as the strongest or the weakest Pokemon. Even if the Pokemon level is not high, as long as the trainer makes good use of the Pokemon's own ability, even if it is walking among a group of champions, it will be overwhelming. At this time, even if you give Luo Yuan 2 champion-level Pokemon, Zorua and Lucario are no good. Only the Ralts who have just been subdued, because the fetters are not enough, she will not be used for the time being. Of course, if Luo Yuan really finds that he can't get out of this pothole, he still has the last resort to protect himself. Luo Yuan touched his pocket, and there were 3 tiny crystals there, which were the tokens left to him by the 3 holy beasts. Since the 3 holy beasts agreed to do things for Luo Yuan, of course they had to leave their means of contact. As long as you use these 3 tokens, you can notify the 3 holy beasts and wait for them to come to rescue. It's just that the 3 holy beasts are no better than the first-level gods. It takes time for them to travel from one secret realm to another. Luo Yuan estimates that they will have to hide here for at least 7 days before they can wait for the arrival of the 3 holy beasts. But now that he can save himself, it is temporarily useless. After walking in this big pothole for an unknown amount of time, Luo Yuan and Lucario suddenly looked at each other, and they saw a Pokemon in the waveguide. Millerton. Luo Yuan let out a low cry. After seeing that the Pokemon in the pit are all future species and not ancient species, Luo Yuan knew that the mysterious dragon here was definitely Millerton. It's just that the pothole is too big, and it's very difficult to meet Millerton here. In other words, Lucario has a waveguide with a range of 3 kilometers, which is where Luo Yuan discovered the dragon. In the waveguide, Millerton's contest condition is very bad. It is being beaten up by a group of future species, but no matter how bad the contest condition is, Millerton is still Millerton and still has its own deterrent. Luo Yuan thought for a while, and said to his Pokemon, "Let's go, let's find it. If I can use the password." Letton's power, even if it can only exert a part of his power, is enough to let him leave here. After several turns and 8 turns, Luo Yuan soon came to a cave. There, a dragon several meters long and covered in purple was floating in midair. The position of its butt sprayed ion-like flames, and its whole body was entwined with thunder. Its eyes were scarlet and terrifying, and its aloof appearance looked cold and powerful. Thunder and lightning flashed all over him, and the thunder was stirring, especially the thick tail, which seemed to gather the thunder light of gods, whipping the air from time to time, and there was a piercing sound. An indescribable terrifying aura radiated from its body, oppressing the nearby Pokemon of the future species to retreat again and again. These future Pokemon themselves are also synonymous with cruelty, but at this time they showed a look of fear. After a little hesitation, these future Pokemon turned around and ran away. This guy is horrible, they are not rivals. After the future wild Pokemon ran away, Millerton, who was still majestic before, became impotent in the next second. The thunder all over it dissipated all of a sudden, and the whole dragon fell from the sky, laying on the ground like a pool of mud, and let out a grievance growl. Gah! It really couldn't take it anymore. It was seriously injured, it had fought a group of Pokemon before, and finally ran to a safe place, and was surrounded by a group of Pokemon again. It's really a dragon falling into a deep pit and being bullied by a dog, woo-woo. Luo Yuan hesitated for a moment, and said to Latias, "If there is any danger in a while, you take me and run immediately." "Laddie, I know, Master, I will run fast." Latias nodded vigorously and responded in a low voice. Luo Yuan took all the other Pokemon back. Except for Latias, the other Pokemon would be in danger even if they faced this kind of Millerton whose contest condition was not good at first glance. Luo Yuan took a deep breath and walked out from his hiding place. With the appearance of Luo Yuan and Latias, Millerton raised his head again, looking at them with fierce eyes. We have no malicious intentions. Luo Yuan doesn't care if Millerton understands it or not, first show him the French military salute. "I have some medicine here, I think you may need. Or are you hungry, do you want something of Wang's?" Luo Yuan took out the energy cube he carefully prepared. Millerton didn't respond at first, but soon it sniffed, and the huge dragon body got up from the ground, staring closely at the energy cube. "Gah, it doesn't matter if it hurts or not, but I'm really hungry." Seeing Millerton's reaction, Luo Yuan breathed a little. "It seems that my cheating of legendary cooking skills is still very useful. Maybe the old lady is right, I can really subdue Rayquaza with energy cubes." People throw balls at Pokemon, I throw energy cubes. It's just that the script doesn't seem right. I thought I was the Scarlet script. When I debuted, I beat all the invincible players in the world, became the youngest and strongest champion, and became invincible in all directions. But how did I find out in the end, my script is Pippa? It's by cooking. Luo Yuan complained to himself in his heart. Luo Yuan frowned and sprayed Millerton with medicine. He found that Millerton had no injuries on the outside, and the injuries were not serious. But it is indeed weak, more like an internal injury, somewhat similar to Lucario's congenital weakness in the past. This kind of injury is not caused by Pokemon, but Luo Yuan doesn't know exactly how it was injured like this. This is the same as in the game, except that the Millerton in the game was injured, but the Millerton in reality in front of him is definitely not injured in battle. It seems that I still need to use my legendary cooking skills, but I don't know how long it will take to heal Millerton's injury. Luo Yuan looked at Millerton's level, it has a level of 85. From this point of view, Millerton is really not a first-level god, and it is very likely that he is a paradoxical god created by the first god. Roughly similar to Ho-Oh creating the three holy beasts. It's just that Millerton is stronger than the three holy beasts of Suicune, between the first-level god and the second-level god. Hey, I don't know when, Suicune will soon become a combat unit. But even if it is a false god created, Millerton still has the priesthood of future, a paradoxical god of the future. Since it is a god, it has a divine power zone. In the deep pit, Luo Yuan lit a fire and was cooking. This hidden pothole, because of Millerton's previous threat, no wild Pokemon dared to come here for the time being, and it gave Luo Yuan a moment of peace. Millerton is much better now than the extremely weak contest condition before. He is lying on the side, a pair of cute dragon eyes staring straight at Luo Yuan and the small pot he is cooking. All the internal injuries on Millerton's body have not been healed, and it is still a serious injury contest condition. The reason why it looked like it was going to die before was because it felt hungry, apart from its own injuries. After eating the energy cube Luo Yuan gave it, Millerton also recovered some physical strength. Although he didn't recover much combat power, he couldn't even move at all. Millerton, how did you get hurt? While cooking, Luo Yuan inquired about the god of the future, lying beside him with a huge dragon body. Latias still acts as an interpreter for Luo Yuan with a correct attitude. Fortunately, these future Pokemon speak the same language, so Latias won't feel like an alien language. Gah, Millerton. Millerton said he didn't understand why Luo Yuan called it that. Oh, I forgot that you don't seem to have a name. Luo Yuan suddenly remembered that Millerton was named by the professor in the game. Before that, it was not called this name. Then I'll call you the Iron Serpent. Luo Yuan carefully recalled the name of Millerton in that ancient book. Gah, let's call it Millerton. What an ugly name for the Iron Serpent. Unlike other future species who are very dull and seem to have no self-awareness, Millerton has a very strong self-awareness. Then answer my previous question, how did you get hurt? Luo Yuan asked again. He wondered why Millerton got such a strange injury. Gah, I don't know, I was still living in my own world before, and then I came to this world suddenly, and after coming to this world, I was injured inexplicably. Millerton was lying on the ground. His big eyes were pitiful, and he didn't know how he got the strange injury. Luo Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He made two assumptions at once. Assuming that Millerton is a paradoxical god, created by a mysterious third god, it is likely that it was just created, and then it was thrown into this world, and it was hurt. Another hypothesis is that Millerton is really from the future, which is also due to the injuries he received while teleporting into this world. Anyway, no matter how you look at it, it has something to do with it coming to this world. According to the fantasy point of view, it may be that he was injured while traveling through the cracks in time and space. After all, the domain of Palkia and Dialga. But no matter what, this Millerton is still a novice, who knows nothing about this world, so he can fool around. Luo Yuan immediately beamed with joy, and said to Millerton, "Come on, Millerton, have a taste of this soup, it tastes very good." When he heard that there was something to eat, Millerton, who was lying on the ground wagging his tail just now, stood up suddenly and walked over drooling. Energy Cube 1 can't be forgotten. How can there be such a delicious food in this world? The Pokemon of Latias turned their heads away. Hey, the master started to lie to the ignorant poor Pokemon again. But it can't be said to be a lie. The food cooked by the owner is indeed unique in the world. In fact, it is the Pokemon named Millerton who made the money. Shish. Latias and Lucario wiped the corners of their mouths. Oops, I accidentally drooled too. Millerton, look, you are not familiar with this world, are you? Luo Yuan said dutifully and enticingly. Millerton gulped down the soup and meat, paying no attention to what Luo Yuan said, and nodded repeatedly. I guess you won't be able to go back to your own world. After saying this, Luo Yuan doubted that the future world where Millerton lived did not exist at all, and it was also a fantasy. You are also injured quite a bit now, why don't you just follow me? As long as you follow me, some will eat and some will drink. Since you appeared in this pothole, you must have come here from your own world, which is also related to this region. How about I help you investigate the way home when I'm strong enough? Luo Yuan said to Millerton while feeding his other Pokemon. At this time, Millerton had already stuffed the dragon capital into the basin. After swallowing the last drop of soup and a piece of meat reluctantly, it suddenly discovered that there was a heat fermenting in its body. Its serious injuries have all recovered a little bit, although not much recovery, but it is really recovering. Millerton looked at Luo Yuan. Anyway, in this strange world, it has no ethnic groups, no relatives, no one knows anyone, and it is chased and beaten by those Pokemon, then why not follow this trainer? Cough cough, it's not cheating food and drink, the main reason is that he is a doctor and can treat my illness, that's right, that's it. Gah, then I will follow you. Seeing that Millerton was fooling around with the white paper normal, Luo Yuan also heaved a sigh of relief. Millerton really felt like he was just born, as if he didn't understand anything, mainly based on instinct. Badsy, hey, it's a pity to meet someone like me who likes to lie to children the most. Can you still turn into a combat form to fight like you did just now? Luo Yuan asked nervously at this time. If Millerton loses his power and can only be used as a means of transportation, then it is not useless. Gah, it's okay to fight for a short time every time, but you have to rest for a long time after the battle. But if you want to have a full meal, you can take a shorter break. Luo Yuan pretended not to hear the words behind it. In other words, Millerton, like Altman, is just a 3-minute man. However, even if it is only for 3 minutes, it can still show the power of the God of the future, that surpasses the second-level God, which is enough to deal with most situations. Luo Yuan immediately made up his mind. He threw his bag aside, it took up a lot of space and was heavy, he didn't need it anymore. 3 minutes is enough for him to ride Millerton out of the deep pit. With Millerton's power, even if those future Pokemon dare to chase them, he can teach them how to be Pokemon. Luo Yuan took all the Pokemon back except Latias, and he said to Latias and Millerton. ... Let's take a short rest, digest food and get ready to go. Millerton, take me with you, Latias is with us, and we fly out in one breath. Both Latias and Millerton nodded solemnly. Laddie. Gah, order received. Now, Millerton, change to flying form. As soon as Luo Yuan finished speaking, he saw Millerton, who seemed to be made of machinery. The sound of gears came from his body and he began to deform. Especially, the transformation steps were different from those in the game, but rather complicated and handsome. In the blink of an eye, what appeared in front of Luo Yuan was a Millerton fighter jet. Luo Yuan's eyes lit up. Lying on the grass, this is the romance of a man. Mom, I have a transformer, next time I want to drive a Gundam. Luo Yuan turned up, rode on Millerton, and held the dragon's handle. No, I'm a bit of a dragon fighter now too. At the Alliance headquarters in the Imperial capital, Chairman Deng, who is on duty today, looked at the big screen on the wall and asked the Alliance staff on the screen. Quote. It's been 3 days, and there's no news about the 2 elites in the secret realm, Luo Elite's younger brother, and the 3 trainers. The staff member shook his head with a heavy expression. Sorry, Chairman, we haven't received any news from the secret realm. Yeah, I see. Chairman Deng hung up the communication in a dispirited mood. He picked up a cigarette and lit it, looking sad. For 3 days, there was no news from anyone who went to that secret realm, even the 2 elites. Thinking of the current 2 elites, a young man whom he is optimistic about the future, and the absence of any news from the three important trainers of the Alliance, he felt irritated for a while. There is no news for 3 days, they may really be in danger. Although it is not uncommon for the current elite and the champion to die in the secret realm, this kind of incident is a major blow to a country. Especially those two elites are still the top two. There is also a promising rookie trainer who may have an accident, and Alliance cannot afford this kind of loss. After smoking the cigarette, the director stubbed out the cigarette butt, and a large number of people had to be summoned for rescue. According to Alliance regulations, if there is no news for 3 days, it is assumed that you are in danger and must be rescued. Boom! In the deep pit, there was another huge roar. Luo Weijin looked at the only Altaria and Charizard who were still fighting beside her. Her expression was still resolute, but in those beautiful eyes, there was also a flash of awe. After resting in that pothole for a period of time, after the Pokémon capable of fighting recovered to a certain extent, Luo Weijin cooperated with Yin Hang, and the two used Pokémon to create a passage from the landslide. Although the advanced Pokeball has a special effect, it can suspend the deterioration of the Pokémon put back into the ball, but that's all. The Pokeball has no healing effect. It is impossible for a badly injured Pokémon to fight. At that time, there were only 2 Pokémon that Yin Hang could fight, and with Luo Weijin's 3, there were only 5 Pokémon in total. And even the 5 Pokémon that can fight are all wounded, not in their heyday. What's more unfortunate is that the previous landslide made the place where they fell deeper, and the exit of the big pothole became farther away, which also infinitely increased the dangers encountered on the road. Under the current contest condition, no one wants to fight. Luo Weijin and Yin Hang both avoid battles if they can. However, Luo Weijin and Yin Hang do not have waveguide Pokémon like Lucario, and they cannot cheat on the whole picture like Luo Yuan. In addition, the terrain in this big pothole is complicated, and there have been landslides before, and the terrain has changed. This made Luo Weijin and Yin Hang sometimes have to fight in order to survive. Under a series of battles, Luo Weijin's Gyarados was also seriously injured and had to recover the ball. Perhaps the only good news now is that her Charizard has broken through to the champion level under desperate circumstances, but even if there is an extra champion Pokémon, it is a drop in the bucket under the current situation. The two fought all the way with 2 seriously injured personnel, and finally they were blocked by a group of Pokémon. Looking at more than 100 future Pokémon in all directions, looking at Altaria and Charizard who are already out of breath, covered in scars, and have no strength. Luo Weijin's expression suddenly softened. She knew that it was impossible for her to run away, and she could only fight to the death here. Luo Elite, you don't need to worry about us, run away by yourself. The 2 trainers, who had been seriously injured before, spoke in a weak voice at this time. At this time, the comatose trainer had also woken up under the injection of the drug, and he was also persuading Luo Weijin. Impossible. Even if I abandon you all here, it is impossible for me to run out. Luo Weijin was determined to die. Although the cause of all this was caused by these 2 trainers, Luo Weijin would not blame Solacean on others. As a trainer, you will encounter various emergencies, and such emergencies are normal. If she hadn't wanted to chase the mysterious dragon, she would not have entered this big pit. Obviously, my previous self has explored this deep pit, and I know that the Pokémon here are extremely powerful. But she was lucky to think that there would not be many Pokémon of that strength here, and she did not find too many in her previous exploration. It's just who would have thought that this big pothole is the real elite Pokémon walking everywhere, and the champion Pokémon is not as good as a dog. Who would have thought that there would be so many powerful Pokémon in the future, and they would all appear in groups? It can be said that this secret realm is the highest level secret realm known to Alliance. Except for the absence of legendary Pokémon, there are only a few secret realms comparable to this. Oh, no, maybe this secret realm really has legendary Pokémon, but I didn't see it. Sorry, we dragged you down. The 2 trainers were ashamed. It has nothing to do with you. Even if I abandon you all at the bottom, I'm afraid I can't run far. The terrain here is too complicated, and we can't get around those Pokémon at all. Yin Hang, does your Gengar still have a trick? It should be able to drag you into the shadow, although it will cause great damage to your body. But those injuries can heal slowly, it's better than dying here. Luo Weijin took a deep breath, and said with a determined look. Luo Weijin, who are you? Yin Hang's face was moved. Even Gengar, who was always smiling, was no longer smiling. You let Gengar drag you into the shadows, and I will try my best to spell out a path for you, borrowing the intersection of shadows, and let Gengar lead you away. But I don't know what dangers there will be in the future. You may be able to escape, or you may die here. Luo Weijin's voice was a little hoarse, which was due to the dryness of her throat caused by long-term running, and her lungs felt fatal pain like a bellows. How about you? Although he knew Luo Weijin's choice, Yin Hang couldn't help asking. As a dragon, you don't have the fancy abilities of Ghost, don't be a mother-in-law, why are you more like a woman than me? Those Pokemon are about to move, right now, I will create a chance for you. Luo Weijin cursed at the moment of life and death. Yin Hang finally stopped hesitating. Gengar. As his order fell, Gengar merged into the shadow of Luo Weijin Pokemon, and then it stretched out a hand, actually pulling Yin Hang into the shadow. Next, it will use the shadow of Luo Weijin Pokemon interlaced with the shadow of wild Pokemon to perform shadow jumping. I'm sorry, little brother, sister, not only did I fail to protect you, but I also put you in danger. At the end of her life, Luo Weijin thought of Luo Yuan. In such a terrifying secret environment, if she thought about it, it would definitely be a disaster for Luo Yuan. Altaria, Charizard, and everyone in Pokeball, thank you for being with us all these years. How can I say it is Shogwo's Dragon Elite? Even if you want to die in battle, you have to be vigorous, so let's have this last dance. XIM. Roar. Altaria and Charizard roared. They have decided to fight their trainer to the death here. Okay, let's go. Luo Weijin's death order had just come down. At this moment, an indescribable sense of terror and oppression suddenly surged upward from the depths of the ground. There was the sound of gears turning in the air, and Luo Weijin's eyes were in a trance for a while, as if he saw a huge machine with a sci-fi feel in motion. The gears were intermingling, and particles were spraying. The void generates electricity, and the vast current turns into a field, spreading violently. That is the vision of the battle of the God of Paradoxical Future. The Future Agency. Start. In the void, the sound of the gears turning has the ultimate beauty. It seems to be the most beautiful music in the world. Horrific coercion shrouded the deep pit, suffocating and frightening. Even the group of Pokemon from the future had red lights in their eyes, and rattling sounds from their bodies like rust. A series of huge thunder lights were born from the infinity, and these thunders gathered together to form a huge domain cage. Looking up, it seems that a huge machine with a strong sense of science fiction is transforming into a killing weapon capable of destroying everything in the eyes of the world. This is exactly the vision brought by legendary Pokemon. Just like the appearance of Suicune will make the north wind howl, just like the appearance of Raikou will make cumulonimbus clouds gather. And the appearance of Millerton, the God of Paradoxical Future, is to bring the future science fiction world that is like normal fantasy. High spirits. The ferocious dragon cry turned into a violent shock wave from the deepest part of the ground, penetrating through the entire deep pit and heading straight into the sky. In the huge pothole with a diameter of nearly 10,000 meters long, a strange hurricane formed. Immediately afterwards, at the bottom of the big hole in the deep pit, there was a vision of thunder gathering, like a huge muzzle, charging. And in the charged cannon, more dense streams of plasma are lacing. Future organ. Open. Hadron engine. Start. As that. The legendary Pokemon. Luo Weijin only felt that her lips were dry, and she spit out hoarse words from her hoarse throat. A sense of extreme fear rose from the deepest part of her heart. Even in her heyday, facing a legendary Pokemon face to face would never return, not to mention the current time when she was dying and her strength was 10 to none. But soon, Luo Weijin's mood became calm again, and instead, with a happy expression, she wanted to see how beautiful and magnificent the unknown legendary Pokemon was. Even without the appearance of this legendary Pokemon, it would have been impossible for her to defeat the hundreds of future Pokemon surrounding her. Among these Pokemon, there is one more legendary Pokemon, but it becomes no big deal. Luo Weijin straightened her back, letting the strong wind brought by the thunder flash hit her face, causing her skin to ache. But she still didn't blink her eyes, trying to see the dragon she was looking for. The miniature camera at Luo Weijin's collar faithfully recorded all this, which is the equipment that every trainer who explores the secret realm has. These cameras are always on, recording everything the trainer experiences. If trainer dies in the secret realm and his body is found, Alliance can also extract what he saw during his lifetime through the contents of the camera. This is the information that trainer finally gave to Alliance. This unknown legendary Pokemon, Luo Weijin must record it, so as to enrich the Pokédex of the Alliance, and also allow future trainers to understand this new legendary Pokemon. Under Luo Weijin's gaze, she finally saw the purple dragon. I saw that the dragon was surrounded by thunder within a kilometer range, which seemed to be the descending of the ancient mythical dragon. Its body is looming in the thunder, its eyes are scarlet, ruthless. Most of the dragon's body is purple, with only the face, paws, belly, and tail conspicuously grayish in color. The dragon body as a whole has a light blue-purple hue, and the throat, tail, and antennae have shiny bodies similar to lightning scattering energy. In particular, it opened its claws and unfolded the majestic aura of the gods, which was incomparably in line with the description and cognition of gods and dragons in people's minds. In the heavy fat, the ancient records flashed. In the unknown book from the secret land of Spain, there was a passage like this. It was a mysterious creature named Iron Serpent. It was powerful and ruthless. Legend has it that it used lightning to turn the earth into ashes, bringing terrible natural disasters. At this moment, Luo Weijin was almost certain that this purple dragon, which no one had ever seen before, was the Iron Serpent that destroyed the earth with lightning as recorded in the ancient book. It is a legendary Pokemon, the priesthood is unknown. The terrifying thunder and strong wind made Luo Weijin's hair stand on end. If she still had enough combat power, she would definitely order her Pokemon to take her to run quickly. But now, neither she nor the Pokemon have any strength left. Luo Weijin suddenly felt that dying under the power of the legendary Pokemon was more acceptable to her than dying at the hands of those strange Pokemon. In this way, when Alliance gave her a eulogy, it could also say that Sha Guolong Elite died in front of the legendary Pokemon. Anyway, there are some cards, and everyone will feel that she did her best. Better than saying she died at the hands of a bunch of wild Pokemon, that would be a shame. At the last moment of her life, Luo Weijin was just like Luo Yuan, her mind was still like that of Kristoff, she was worthy of being a sibling. That's it, that legendary dragon. The two trainers, who were seriously injured, suddenly turned red and became excited. They barely supported their bodies and sat halfway, holding their collars with their hands, so that the camera could capture the whole picture of this Pokemon. At the very least, their exploration this time did not return in vain, but they collected the most important information for the Alliance, the appearance of a new legendary Pokemon. Hundreds of future Pokemon are all stiff at this time, even their ability, Quark Charge, cannot transform Millerton's Thunder, that is no longer a level of power. Facing Miller with low energy consumption contest condition, these future Pokemon dare to bully. But facing the high energy form, Miller with the posture of a god, seeing it in the future is like seeing his own god, not even the slightest ability to resist. Boom! Relentless thunderbolts shot out in all directions, and every thunderbolt blasted on the rock wall was a huge deep pit. The whole big pothole is shaking, collapsing, shattering, everything is collapsing, everything is turning into ashes, just like the records in ancient books. Those thunder lights did not disappear after the explosion, but attached to the rock wall. Amidst the ruthless thunder, there seemed to be a human voice. ... Millerton, parabolic charge. Ga. Following the trainer's order, the thunder light attached to the rock wall became an invisible electro web, which suddenly pushed away. Crackling. The explosion sounded like firecrackers, and hundreds of future Pokemon were hit by lightning, black smoke came out of their bodies, and spark flickered. Ga. Roar. These ruthless and robot-like future Pokemon feel fear at this moment. They made a strange sound from their mouths, and dispersed loudly, screaming loudly, and the end of running slowly was even more tragic, turning into a scorched earth like the legend. Millerton is just one blow. No matter what wild champion or elite you are, whether you are 100 or 1,000, kill them all. This is the power of the God of Paradoxical Future, who surpasses the second-level God and is second only to the first-level God. This is also the most terrifying and irresistible power of natural disasters from legendary Pokemon in this world. Want to use a fishing net to catch legendary Pokemon? Then you need a fishing net from 3-Body Technology. Suicune. Let's stop talking. In a daze, Luo Huaijin saw a man standing on the back of the legendary Pokemon with a look of contempt. Thunder and lightning flashed all over him, and there were sparks of thunder in his eyes, just like the thunder god in Marvel. There are always mortals who dare to face the majesty of thunder. Luo Huaijin didn't know if she was actually on the verge of death, so she had such hallucinations. She felt more and more that the man standing on the legendary Pokemon and controlling the gods looked so much like Luo Yuan. The huge, majestic, legendary dragon who used thunder suddenly stopped his body, and stopped beside Luo Huaijin under a gust of wind. Luo Yuan, who was standing on the body of Millerton in high-energy form, stretched out his hand towards her. Seeing that Luo Huaijin's eyes were still dull, he shouted angrily. Luo Huaijin, why are you in a daze? Millerton and I only have 3 minutes to install B. Once the time is up, we will drop our B level, so hurry up and get in the car. Luo Yuan's angry shout reached Luo Huaijin's ears, which finally shocked the Dragon Elite and brought him back to his senses. This is not an illusion, it's all real. Looking at the posture of Luo Yuan controlling the gods and the hand he stretched out to her, Luo Huaijin suddenly remembered that she had sworn to protect him before leaving. But in the end, my elder sister was protected by my younger brother. Luo Huaijin felt emotional, her chest heaved, and an indescribable emotion seemed to be erupting, ready to come out. She smiled sweetly, took back her Pokemon, and grabbed Luo Yuan's hand. Different from Luo Huaijin's slender white onion normal hands in the past, now Luo Huaijin's palms are full of dirt and look dirty. The once beautiful manicure has also been stained with mud, but her hands are still as warm as jade. Supreme Treasure wants to step on colorful auspicious clouds to marry Fairy Zixia, and I, Luo Yuan, will also step on Millerton today, and come out to save the beauty with a hero. With a strong pull, Luo Yuan pulled Luo Huaijin onto Millerton's back, hugged her soft waist tightly, and fixed her in place. At this time, Luo Huaijin's clothes did not have a clean place, and the white skin exposed was also covered with mud, and there were many criss-cross wounds all over the place, still bleeding. In particular, her left hand seemed to have lost consciousness, and she didn't know if her bones were broken. Looking at her strange posture, she knew that Luo Huaijin had other injuries. But at this time Luo Yuan has no time to care about her injury, the most important thing now is to get out of here. Luo Yuan saw that the 2 trainers who had caused catastrophe before were still alive, he frowned, and still shouted. Latias. Since these 2 guys have not given up on them, then I will try my best to save your lives, and you will be lucky. Laddie. Only then did Luo Huaijin notice that Latias had been flying in the spark field around Millerton. Latias received Luo Yuan's order, and the brilliance of psychic flashed in her dragon eyes. The 2 trainers were controlled by psychic and flew towards soaring in the sky. At this time, Luo Yuan suddenly felt that someone was approaching him, and there was a shadow in front of his eyes. Under his stunned eyes, Luo Huaijin suddenly turned around, leaned forward, and kissed him. No, it wasn't a kiss at all, but a biting. Luo Yuan only felt a pain in his lips, and blood came out from the bite. What are you doing? Luo Huaijin's bold move startled Luo Yuan. But at this moment, Luo Huaijin seemed to have vented all her agitated emotions in a kiss. She licked the blood on her lips, and at this moment she regained her calmness as an elite. Stop thinking about it, get out of here. Am I cranky? You are taking advantage of me, okay. Luo Yuan, who got cheap and behaved well, slandered in his heart, his expression was fixed, and he said to Millerton. Millerton, go forward 4. Gah! Millerton let out a dragon roar, and the spark around him was blazing again, and a large amount of flames and particles were ejected from the engine at its rear. After calming down, Luo Huaijin suddenly realized that she seemed to have forgotten something. Is it the backpack I brought before? No, that thing has already taken up space and weight, and she threw it away. Just as the thunder was exploding, a weak voice barely came through. Take us, little brother Luo, no, big brother Luo. Luo Yuan looked from the faint shout and saw Yin Heng and his Gengar crawling out from Rock's shadow. One person, one Pokemon was crying, as if waving a handkerchief, they greeted Luo Yuan who was about to go away. At this moment, Yin Hang's face looked as pale as wax, as if he had been squeezed dry by Gengar. Only then did Luo Huaijin remember, oh, I forgot about Yihang. Latias, take them. Luo Yuan issued the order again. Lati, leave it to me, people. The psychic Lucas in Latias' eyes was even stronger, and he directly lifted Yin Hang's body. Yin Hang also took back Gengar quickly, without any resistance, and let Latias use psychic to make his body fly. Boom! A huge electric column soared into the sky, piercing into the sky from the bottom of the big pit, and even the clouds in the sky were blown away. Luo Yuan, who was driving Millerton, was so proud that he just wanted to raise his arms and shout. Even with a Dragon Elite in my hand and a Ghost Elite on my back, I, Luo Yuan, are still invincible in the world. Gah, Millerton. It must be me. Zorua. The master said, well, I want to remember this famous saying. The thunder light exploded, and the evil dragon, Volcarona, and Tyranitar, the master of the future species, could not prevent the paradoxical future god from rushing out of the big hole in the snowy area. Leaving the pothole full of crystals, rock walls and future Pokemon, seeing the blue sky and white clouds, and seeing the green grassland, Luo Yuan felt as if he was in another world. Drop. 3 minutes later, Millerton, who had just landed, immediately wilted, and the whole dragon lay on the ground like mud. Millerton, you can't do this, how can a man say no, you're soft in just 3 minutes. Luo Yuan encouraged Millerton, hoping that it would persevere. Gah, I have no gender, I only have strength if I kiss and hug and have a good meal. Hey, it seems that Millerton is indeed Ultraman Millerton from the Kingdom of Light, and the combat endurance is only 3 minutes. Luo Yuan didn't force it anymore, but calmly ordered. Since the high energy form doesn't work, then switch to a low energy form. When Millerton heard it, his body began to change again like a transformer. Although it can no longer maintain its combat effectiveness, it will be fine if it only appears in the form of a tool dragon. This form of transportation is not considered a consumption for it. Seeing that this legendary Pokemon, which has a very futuristic sci-fi feel, can also transform, Luo Huaijin hesitated to speak. But she also knew that now was not the time to ask more questions, so she just shut up and left everything to Luo Yuan. Come on, Millerton, Latias, let's get out of here. Luo Yuan said immediately. The future Pokemon in those big potholes were terrified, but the ruthless Pokemon are likely to react quickly. With the current contest conditions of Luo Yuan, Luo Huaijin, and Yin Hang, if they are chased and killed by those future Pokemon rushing out of the big hole, they will have no way to go to heaven and nowhere to go. Millerton has also lost his fighting power, and now he must leave this secret realm quickly. The engine of the future mechanism at the tail of Millerton started, and it turned into a fighter jet and rushed into the sky. Unlike the game where Millerton can only glide, with such a powerful engine, Millerton can certainly fly like a fighter jet. If you ask Luo Yuan how it feels to fly, he can only say that it is like sitting in a convertible J20. Although he has never driven a J20, it is very cool anyway. Latias also used Psychic to take Yin Hang and others, and flew away with Millerton. Outside the secret realm, 3 elite trainer teams are ready to take part in rescue operations. Even the general manager of the Alliance has arrived at the scene. After all, this involves the safety of the 2 current elites, so he couldn't help but not pay attention to the tension. You must be all right, otherwise it will be a great loss for the Shaw Kingdom Alliance. The Prime Minister prayed in his heart for a long time. Sister, where is the exit of this secret realm? Above the high altitude of the secret realm, Luo Yuan hugged Luo Huaijin tightly, fixed her body, and held Millerton's fighter jet grip with both hands. He lowered his head, moved his lips to Luo Huaijin's earrings, and asked in a low voice. This secret realm belongs to the secret realm that is sent randomly after entering, but there is only one exit of the secret realm. Luo Yuan had never been to this secret realm before, so naturally he didn't know where the exit was. This is not the first time for Luo Huaijin to explore here, she is more familiar with the secret realm of Wen. Luo Huaijin only felt that her ears were itchy, and her heart was even more itchy. She leaned her head in Luo Yuan's arms, only feeling that his chest was so broad that it could already protect her from wind and rain. Luo Huaijin is not a self-deceiving woman, of course she understands the ups and downs of her inner emotions and what those turbulent emotions are. It's just that there are some things that make people afraid. Even if they are as brave as her, they will retreat subconsciously. Some feelings are not tolerated by this world. Forget it, now is not the time to think about these things, it's not really safe yet. Luo Weijin took a deep breath, closed her eyes slightly, then opened them abruptly, and after a little confirmation of her location, she pointed with her hand. I remember that the exit of the secret realm is in that direction. Quote. Luo Yuan nodded when he heard the words, and he patted Millerton lightly. Millerton also understood and changed direction. Beside Millerton, Latius stretched out his dual wingbeat, flying like a wingman. Psychic Lucas was always shining in her dragon eyes, allowing Yin Heng and the other two trainers beside her to be able to fly with her at 17, flying. At this time, Yin Heng felt aggrieved. He looked at Luo Yuan and Luo Weijin who were hugging each other on Millerton's body, and felt that the sky was unfair. Even if you don't let me sit on that legendary Pokemon, let me sit on Latias, what's the matter with being carried by Psychic like this, my Ghost Elite card? Luo Yuan said that he doesn't like being nitard by others, and only women can ride on Latias, except for an upright and kind trainer like Luo Yuan. As a man, you can honestly be carried away by Latias Psychic. The flying speed of Millerton and Latias was very fast, and it didn't take long for Luo Yuan to see soaring in the sky ahead. The space seemed to be distorted, and it was emitting ripples. He knew that it was the exit of the secret realm. Latias, who was flying, began to disappear and turned into a stealth fighter. This is what Luo Yuan asked her to do. In order to get 100% soul due, there is absolutely no possibility of overturning. Luo Yuan decided to make Latias one of the 10,000 Pokemon in the two-school competition at the end of the year. So now is not the time to expose Latias, he is going to use Latias to hit the baby cup. It can only be said that Luo Yuan wants to use a champion-level beast to play in a school-level cup match, which is not a man. I don't know if it will leave unforgettable painful memories for those outstanding graduates of Tsingda University. Outside the secret realm, Director Deng of the National Alliance is explaining the situation of this secret realm to more than a dozen trainers, and at the same time telling them the mission this time. This is all the information about this secret realm that our alliance has obtained. According to the exploration of the secret realm by the investigators, in the early stage, we can conclude that the periphery of the secret realm is relatively safe, and the most dangerous place is the bottomless pit in the center of the secret realm. The Pokemon in the pit is unheard of, and the ecology is quite weird, especially these Pokemon cannot be forcibly subdued and captured, so the Alliance cannot conduct more detailed research. Everyone, I think you also know your mission. You must rescue the two elites and other trainers who are trapped in the secret realm. The two elites and the missing trainer are most likely in that big pothole, and your destination is there. Chairman Deng had a serious tone and assigned tasks. Judging from the information obtained in the early stage of the secret realm, the only place that can put the two current elites and senior trainers in danger is that weird pothole. This time, in order to rescue the two current elites, Chairman Deng used the fastest speed to find 18 senior trainers. 18 trainers are in a group of 6, divided into 3 groups, especially the attribute that the 18 trainers are good at, including all Pokemon attributes. This will allow these 3 teams to not encounter any attribute error and cannot perform attribute restraint in the secret realm. Such 3 teams are definitely the elite among the elite. In order to rescue the 2 elites, Director Deng also spent a lot of money. The situation of the 2 elites falling into the secret realm, you don't want to say it, those reporters just want to make big news. Chairman Deng gave another instruction. Many trainers nodded, indicating that they knew. Their average age is 38 years old, and they are all mature men and women, unlike the fledgling young people, who have rich social experience and know what to do and what not to do. Then everyone prepare a little bit and get ready to go. As soon as Director Deng finished speaking, he heard the shouts of the staff from outside the tent. Director, the instrument has issued an alarm, and something has come out of the secret realm. Hearing this news, Director Deng was overjoyed at first. Could it be that the elites are back? The disappearance was just a trouble, and it has been resolved now. No, besides the elites, it may also be the Pokemon from the secret realm that escaped. This is not allowed. Director Deng exchanged glances with the 18 trainers. These 18 senior trainers obviously also thought of going with Director Deng. They nodded to Director Deng, quickly walked out of the tent, and came to a place very close to the exit of the secret realm. The nearby trainers also took their positions and each released their own 2 Pokemon. Although they don't rely on orders to prohibit them like the army, they are also skilled. As trainers, they have done these things countless times. One of the most important reasons why trainer guards near the secret realm is to prevent a large number of Pokemon from the secret realm from rushing out to the earth, causing harm to the ecology or human habitation. Under the silent gaze of everyone, the ripples at the exit of the secret realm expanded, and a purple fighter jet appeared from the secret realm. What is this thing? What kind of new Pokemon? Seeing the strange Pokemon that had never been seen before, many trainers were stunned for a moment but soon became excited again. Well, it turned out to be an unknown Pokemon that has never been seen before, and there are some researches. I don't know how many researchers have to work overtime. Just as many trainers were about to make a move, someone saw Luo Yuan and the others on Millerton's body, and shouted in surprise. It's Luo Elite and the others. At this time, many trainers saw Elite who was seriously injured, and their hearts trembled. This secret realm seems to be more terrifying than imagined, and the 2 elites suffered serious injuries. Seeing that Luo Yuan and the others were still alive, Chairman Deng was overjoyed and shouted, "Doctor, doctor! Come here, doctor!" The doctor who had been prepared for a long time came quickly. Luo Yuan, who had just left the secret realm, suddenly saw such a big battle, which surprised him. Even Millerton almost forcibly transformed into a high-energy form, and then used a big move. Fortunately, Luo Yuan had quick eyesight and quick hands, and stopped Millerton, otherwise, few people here would probably be able to go back alive. The entrance and exit of the secret realm was several times busier than when Luo Yuan first arrived. Some emergency buildings were built around, and there were many more trainers than before, and there were even 3 medical helicopters on standby. This looks like a rescue force. Luo Yuan asked Millerton to land, and Chairman Deng hurried forward with the doctors, asking anxiously, "Luo Elite, are you all right? Luo Weijan's contest condition is very bad, but it is not life-threatening." She quickly said, "Yin Hang and I are in good condition, you go and save them." Chairman Deng noticed at this time that the 2 investigators who had been sent to the secret realm before were already so angry that they were almost dying. All their Pokemon were seriously injured, and they could still go through battles with Luo Weijan and Yin Hang, and they were taken to fly such a long distance. These 2 trainers are still breathing, and it can only be said that their vitality is tenacious. The doctors stepped forward quickly, seeming to be bluffing, but actually began to give first aid in an orderly manner. It must be sent to the hospital quickly. First use the instruments on the helicopter for emergency rescue. A doctor shouted loudly, and many people were busy loading the 2 trainers onto the plane. It was only at this time that Chairman Deng noticed that it wasn't right why there is 1 investigator missing. And 1 more. Although Chairman Deng guessed it, he still couldn't help asking. 0. Luo Weijan and the others were silent for a while. Seeing this, the other trainers sighed when they knew what had happened. A doctor came to Luo Yuan and the others and began to examine them. "Luo Elite, you have several broken ribs and some internal bleeding. This situation is very dangerous and you need to go to the hospital for treatment now. Yin Elite, your body is very weak, and your injury is not serious. Although it is not good to say now, please pay attention to it in the future, and don't overindulge in." Facing the weird eyes from many trainers, Yin Hang just wanted to shout loudly, "No, I didn't, don't slander me, this is the weakness caused by being dragged into the shadow by Gengar, it has nothing to do with lust. Sir, you just have some skin trauma and a broken left foot. The injury is not serious, but you'd better go to the hospital for 2 days." The doctor who examined Luo Yuan said so. At this time, some people were watching Millerton, and they were amazed when they saw the paradoxical Pokemon for the first time. This is really a strange Pokemon. Sure enough, there are all kinds of wonders in the world. But if you let them know that Millerton is a legendary Pokemon, it is estimated that they will be scared away on the spot. Luo Yuan took out an Ultra Ball, he glanced at Millerton, tried it, and easily put it into the ball. It's okay, if Millerton doesn't score a goal, wouldn't I be embarrassed? Although 1 investigator was sacrificed, most of them came back alive, and Chairman Deng also smiled. He walked up to Luo Yuan and patted him on the shoulder. The old man was sobbing and said emotionally, "It's fine, it's fine. These people are all the pillars of the country, and this young man Luo Yuan is also a future star that they are optimistic about. If it is lost in the secret realm, it will be a disaster for the Xia kingdom." Seeing that Luo Yuan was the least injured, the chairman said happily, "It seems that you two elite did a good job, protecting the young man very well." From the chairman's point of view, it is the duty of an elite to protect the trainers who are younger generations. Yin Hang's lips moved, but he hesitated to speak. "Chairman, you said it wrong, that is my elder brother, and I am protected by him. If it weren't for Luo Yuan, we would have died in the secret realm long ago." Before boarding the helicopter, Luo Weijin solemnly said to Chairman Deng and the nearby trainer, "The danger level of this secret realm must be raised to the highest level. Station enough trainers at any time near the entrance and exit, never let the Pokemon inside run out." Luo Weijin knew many of these senior trainers, and she also deliberately used tens of millions to describe the seriousness of the matter. 0.5. Just what Yin Hang and I have seen, there are probably more than 1,000 champion level and elite level wild Pokemon in this secret realm, and there may be more that we haven't seen. Luo Weijin's voice fell. Many people present took a breath. Lying grass, thousands of champion and elite Pokemon. No wonder the two elites are so miserable. Although the champion level of wild Pokemon is not the same concept as the champion level of trainer-breeder, and because wild Pokemon has no trainer command, they fight without rules. Normal as a gym-level trainer. That is, as long as you have 3 gym-level Pokemon, you can win if your Pokemon cooperate better. But wild Pokemon are not weak. At least there are some trainers here. If you encounter a champion-level wild Pokemon alone, you need a group of justice if you want to defeat the opponent. Moreover, the most terrifying thing about wild Pokemon is that quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. Once the army of thousands of Pokemon charges, the real champion will have to turn around and run away to ask the master to suppress it. Chairman Deng nodded vigorously. "Leave this to us, Luo Elite, you go to the hospital for treatment first." At the Alliance headquarters in the Imperial capital, after Chairman Deng arranged many matters at the secret site, he handed over the work to the local Mountain City Alliance and returned to the Imperial capital by himself. In the Director Roundtable meeting room of the Alliance headquarters, the 6 directors are having a weekly work meeting again. A big movie is playing on the screen, and this big movie is the footage from the miniature cameras on the 2 elites and the 2 investigators. In the meeting room of the Alliance headquarters in the Imperial City, what was shown on the screen were the pictures taken by the 2 elites and the 2 investigators using the miniature cameras at their collars. And these pictures also completely show everything that these 2 waves of people have experienced in the secret realm. The entire big movie is carried out in chronological order, starting with the 3 investigators accepting the investigation mission and heading to the secret realm. The 3 investigators were very purposeful. After entering the secret realm, they determined their orientation and went directly to the big pothole in the center of the secret realm. These 3 investigators are also senior trainers. They also know that their purpose is only to investigate the situation in the secret realm, so they try not to conflict with the Pokemon in the secret realm as much as possible. From the images taken by the 3 investigators, it can be seen that there were not many weird Pokemon they encountered when they entered the big pothole. This is the same information that Luo Weijin and many other investigators obtained in this big pothole before, that is, although there are very powerful wild Pokemon in this secret realm, there are not many of them. It was this wrong information that made the tragedy happen later. The investigation of the 3 senior trainers went very smoothly. They almost never had conflicts with any wild Pokemon. They took advantage of the complex environment of the deep pit to go all the way to the bottom. But all this changed after they discovered Millerton. The 3 investigators happened to see the spectacular scene where Millerton defeated hundreds of Pokemon in a high-energy form. The scene of the future mechanism being activated and the ion current spraying shocked the hearts of several directors who were watching the video. After Millerton defeated the hundreds of future Pokemon, it showed a tired expression, and changed into a low-energy form to go to other parts of the deep pit. It was also the weak contest condition after the Millerton battle that gave the 3 senior trainers the courage to suddenly want to investigate this legendary Pokemon. That's right, as senior trainers, after seeing the scene of Millerton's battle, they had already confirmed that it was a legendary Pokemon with a priesthood. The strength that Millerton has shown proves that he is completely different from ordinary champion Pokemon, and definitely exists above that. The vision that Millerton brought with him when he appeared on the stage confirmed his identity as a legendary Pokemon. Every legendary Pokemon with priesthood will always have a strange scene when they fight, which is the basic common sense of all trainers. The three investigators started chasing Millerton away. It was precisely because of the excitement of seeing the legendary Pokemon that they were too careless in the chase and accidentally attracted a group of future Hydreigons. That group of Hydreigons all have the strength of the championship game and the elite level. The three investigators dare not fight hard, so they can only fight and retreat. And as the Great War appeared in this big hole, maybe they ran too deep, or the appearance of Millerton triggered the awakening of more future Pokemon. The whole big pothole suddenly became lively and boiling, and various future species of Pokemon emerged from different places, and each group was powerful, chasing and killing outsiders like them. One of the three investigators was killed in the hunt. Almost all of the Pokemon of the other two investigators were seriously injured. Only Bidiao and Staraptor did not participate in the battle, so they could escape with them. And just when the two investigators fell into despair, they happened to meet passers-by who also came to explore the big pothole. What happened next is the story of Luo Weijin and the others. After fighting with hundreds of Pokemon, the powerful Pokemon fighting power caused a big landslide. Luo Weijin and the others were separated from Luo Yuan. When Luo Weijin and the others finished resting, they used the power of Pokemon to find a passage in the landslide, and then fell into despair in the trap of Pokemon. Luo Yuan rode Millerton like a divine soldier and rescued them all. That's all about the video recordings brought by the two elites and the two investigators, and the information they bring is of great intelligence value to the Alliance. First of all, this secret realm is more difficult than imagined. Especially with the legendary Pokemon Millerton appearing in this secret realm, plus that group of future Pokemon, it has been promoted to the highest level. Even in the whole world, there are not many secret realms of this level. This is the secret realm that true champions and elites go to, or may sacrifice inside. Besides this information, the most important thing is the appearance of an unknown legendary Pokemon. Every time an unknown legendary Pokemon appears in this world, it will cause a sensation and investigation by the Alliance of all countries. They want to study whether the legendary Pokemon that appears will bring disaster to human civilization, what kind of character it is, whether it is cruel or peaceful. These information are very important to the Alliance. Because the natural disasters that legendary Pokemon will trigger are really terrible, it is really a natural disaster that will destroy the country and even destroy civilization at every turn. It's just that this legendary Pokemon may, it seems, probably don't need to study the character too much. It seems to be more friendly to humans, because it has entered a trainer's Pokeball. Chairman Deng also saw the scene where Luo Yuan used the Pokeball to take Millerton in at the entrance and exit of the secret realm. At that time, Director Deng thought it was no big deal, he just thought that Luo Yuan had tamed a Pokemon that had never appeared in this world. After all, every discovery of an unknown Pokemon has a record of being tamed by a human trainer. But when he found out that the Pokemon was actually a legendary Pokemon, Chairman Deng was really stupid. It never occurred to him that the simple scene he saw at the entrance and exit of the secret realm was actually a major event that could be recorded in the annals of history and could bring about a new chapter in the human civilization. In the historical records of mankind, there are no legends that human beings can bond with legendary Pokemon and fight together to prevent disasters. But it is definitely the first and truly the only time that a legendary Pokemon can actively enter the trainer's Pokeball. Of course, it may also be the reason why there was no Pokeball in ancient times, which allowed Luo Yuan to get it for the first time. But no matter what, Chairman Deng realized at this time that he actually witnessed history. There was silence in the conference room, and every director was sitting in a chair dully, wondering what year it was. "Everyone, what do you think?" Chairman Deng asked. The director without hair, he touched his big bald head, held back for a while, and then exhaled. "This boy is so terrifying." Chairman Deng nodded. "This kid is indeed terrifying." After a pause, Chairman Deng sighed again. Could this kid be a humanoid Absol? Hearing Chairman Deng's words, the other directors laughed out loud. Absol is a disaster Pokemon. In ancient times, people superstitiously hated this Pokemon. Because every time Absol appears, disaster happens. With the development of technology and civilization, people know more about Pokemon. Everyone knows that Absol does not bring disasters, but it predicts disasters in advance, so it appears at the place where disasters occur. This can be regarded as its advance notice to mankind. But even so, everyone is still unwilling to see the appearance of Absol, because it means that there will be disasters, and this disaster may not be solved by human beings in advance. It seems right to say that Luo Yuan is Absol. He seems to rush wherever there is a disaster. The last time he fell into the time-space distortion secret realm, and there are 7 billion people in the world in this secret realm, and there are not many people who can really encounter it, but Luo Yuan just happened to encounter it. This time he went to this secret realm. According to the Alliance information, the level of this secret realm was not high, but who would have thought that the arrival of Luo Yuan would completely detonate the disaster of the secret realm? This let Alliance know that this secret realm turned out to be the highest level secret realm, and it is not wrong to say that Luo Yuan has a disaster-causing physique. But that kid seems to befriend a legendary Pokemon every time he's in trouble, and this time he didn't even have a friendship. He even let the legendary Pokemon into his Pokeball. 27. Director Ning felt that he was also a person who had seen strong winds and waves. But who would have thought that what happened today made her feel like her heart was about to jump out, and when I go back today, my blood pressure will be dizzy. It's just that this kid went to the secret realm this time not as an investigator, and didn't bring a camera. I don't know how he let this legendary Pokemon score his goal. One of the directors made a voice of emotion. Not long ago they felt that Luo Yuan had a champion Latias, and he would be Sha Guo's Star of Tomorrow. And now, as far as the Star of Tomorrow, if he uses the legendary Pokemon whose vocation is temporarily unknown, there are not many trainers in the entire Sha Kingdom who can defeat him. Okay. I am afraid that only the head of the sect can take action to overwhelm him. Chairman Deng said at this time. According to the known information, we can analyze that this legendary Pokemon seems to have encountered some problems. It can't fight for a long time, and the time of each battle is limited. Director Ning slowly said, even if the time is limited, it is still a legendary Pokemon. Even if it can only fight for a few minutes, it is an existence that only the master Pokemon can defeat. In terms of strength, this Pokemon is not as good as the legendary Pokemon like Palkia and Dialga, but it is much stronger than Pokemon like Suicune. Suicune, why do you always use me as a combat unit? Many directors nodded. Indeed, as Director Ning said, with the performance of this legendary Pokemon, even a champion Pokemon is vulnerable to it. Even if it does only fight for a few minutes, that's not something a champion Pokemon can touch. Only the real master has the ability to easily pass the battle time of this legendary Pokemon and win. As the legend and the trainer, the master is strong enough to face a Pokemon of Palkia's level, and can protect himself to a certain extent. This kid really shocks me every time, making me almost numb. Chairman Deng shook his head and smiled wryly. Does this legendary Pokemon have a name? The bald director asked at this time. According to the records in the ancient book from the Spanish secret land, this Pokemon is called Iron Serpent in the book, and its thunderlight is said to be enough to burn the earth. As soon as Chairman Deng finished speaking, many directors frowned. Iron Serpent. This name is simply too ugly, just like the name, Little Flower, this legendary Pokemon's card face. Seeing the expressions of the directors, Chairman Deng just smiled and said, but the kid from the Luo family called it Millerton. I don't know if that kid named it himself, or it's the real name of this Pokemon. On our Alliance's Pokédex, just name it, Millerton. Upon hearing the name Millerton, the brows of the directors were finally smoothed away. The name sounds much better. The priesthood possessed by Pokemon is unknown for the time being. If you have the opportunity to ask that kid, I am afraid that only he knows it now. That kid is from our country of Sha. His ability to subdue the legendary Pokemon is also a credit to our country of Sha. Chairman Deng said with a beam of joy. The other directors also smiled and were in a happy mood. This is a victory for their Sha Kingdom alliance. Although Millerton seems to be under the wrong contest conditions, he cannot fight for a long time. But he is a legendary Pokemon, and he may return to his full glory someday. And how scary is a legendary Pokemon following the trainer's command? According to Another World, it is a real humanoid nuclear weapon, which is the same strategic level weapon as the 390 level trainer of the leader. The bottom of the box force. And about the strange Pokemon in that secret realm, let's name it according to the name recorded in that ancient book for the time being. It's just that we may not be able to carry out the ecology and detailed research on these Pokemon for the time being. These Pokemon cannot be subdued. We must first research why this is the case. Also in Spain, everyone is a member of the Alliance, so we should give them some warnings and tell them the dangers of the secret realm. Chairman Deng said slowly. In Spain, there is also a secret realm almost the same as Shogwo, but the Pokemon inside is completely different from Shogwo, but it is also weird. Even now several directors wonder if there is another legendary Pokemon in that secret place in Spain. After all, after unremitting research by humans, researchers have long discovered that almost all legendary Pokemon exist in pairs or triangles. It's just that I don't know what the legendary Pokemon in the secret land in Spain is for the time being. Chairman Deng suddenly changed the subject at this time. In December, the champion and elite of Russia will come to Chiogwo to watch the double school competition between Tsinghua University and Imperial University, and have friendly competitions. Good access. Quote, the directors looked strange, wondering why Chairman Deng suddenly brought up this matter. It is also very common for a country's champion and elite to visit other countries. Qing University and Imperial University are the two strongest universities in the Xia Kingdom and the real cradle of talents. It is also reasonable for the Russian champion and elite to visit the rivalry between the two universities when they are abroad. Only Director Ning was moved in his heart, and said, I remember that during this visit, there is a performance hall for the first place in cold resistance in colleges and the Russian champion. Chairman Deng showed an expression of someone who knows himself rather than himself. That kid from the Luo family is a student of the Imperial University, and he also wants to participate in this competition. With his strength, it's easy to win the first place as long as he doesn't let go. When the time comes for him to participate in the exhibition match against the Russian champion, if that kid uses Millerton directly, he will definitely beat the Russian champion to hell. Even if you don't use it, just use Latias. With that kid's commanding level, the Russian champion will lose even if he is not careful. Rookie trainer's victory over the Russian champions is sure to make world headlines, ha 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 ha. Chairman Deng seemed to have seen this scene, clapping his hands and laughing. One of the directors couldn't help but said, that kid has something about Millerton and Latias, don't hide it. Why didn't he use it in the World Series? Chairman Deng glanced at him, and said with a smile, Old Shu, if you are in your early 20s, you have such strength and a divine beast, will you be able to bear it? When the director surnamed Shu heard this, he immediately slapped the table. Mada, if I'm 20 years old and I'm such a baneful bunker, then of course I'll show myself in front of everyone and I'll be embarrassed when I see it. Look, my left Pokemon is called Millerton Cloth Pokemon Sui Latias. Unknown ceiling. Ah bah, this isn't Eva, isn't this just a simple white wall in a hospital? Luo Yuan stretched, only feeling comfortable all over. The most important thing is that the sense of tension and urgency in the secret realm before was completely gone. In that big pothole before, facing so many high-level wild Pokemon, it is impossible to say that Luo Yuan is not afraid at all. Even the elder sister and Yin Hang, the two elites, were seriously injured when they encountered so many Pokemon attacks, not to mention that they could only rely on him who was Tensong Latias. Hey, why am I always the one who gets hurt, and always makes me suffer pain that I shouldn't have to bear? I'm just a rookie trainer, so I can't wait for my strength to experience such a secret realm. Fortunately, meeting Millerton at the most dangerous time saved the day. For Millerton, Luo Yuan was very grateful. He knew that if there was no Millerton, he might be able to leave the big hole with illusion and waveguide. But my sister is more likely to sacrifice there. It seems that my previous premonition was correct, and it was a correct choice to take the initiative to choose to enter that big pothole with my elder sister. If he didn't go, he would really regret it for the rest of his life. Luo Yuan touched the Pokeball on his waist with his hand. Many Pokemon were still in the ball, and Millerton's ball was also there. Of course, Luo Yuan is not worried about being stolen, and Pokemon can come out of the ball voluntarily. If someone dares to steal a Pokemon, his own Pokemon will teach him how to behave. Crack. There was the sound of the door of the ward being opened, and Luo Yuan's expression froze. He looked towards the door and saw a beautiful Miss Nurse coming in. Luo Yuan looked at his posture. He was touching the Pokeball at his waist from the hospital quilt, and the waist was slightly bulging because of his hands. From the perspective of others, it is easy to think that he is doing strange things. No, I'm not Akari Shinji, I really didn't do anything weird. Ahem, I'm just confirming my Pokemon contest condition. Luo Yuan pretended to cough and explained something to Miss Nurse who came in. But soon Luo Yuan felt something was wrong. Why did Miss Nurse look so familiar? Light gray curly hair, delicate face, isn't this Bronya? Don't think I can't recognize you in a nurse suit. Latias. Except for Latias, Luo Yuan can't think of anyone who can play this way, and the CDs is exactly like a real person. Aha. Bronya nodded. She walked over pushing the cart. Her lips didn't move, but her voice sounded in Luo Yuan's mind. I'm here to examine the body of the master. Speaking like this, Bronya walked to Luo Yuan's side. Do you still know nursing skills? Luo Yuan hesitated. Latias is so powerful, can he do anything? Without saying a word, Latias lifted Luo Yuan's quilt directly. No, Latias, what are you doing? Check your body, just check your body, why are you taking off my clothes? Your curious eyes have been exposed, you don't know any medical technology at all. Wait a minute, Bronya. No, it's Latias, don't touch your hands, I'm a normal man, I just hurt my feet but not my kidneys, I can't stand it. Latias shouted happily. This is what I just learned about Latias from the master's computer. Seeing the master's expression, he seems very happy. In the corridor of the hospital, Luo Yuan, who was wearing a hospital gown, still had some bumps when he walked, but it was much better than before. The medical technology in this world is beyond imagination. If a bone was fractured in the past world, not to mention plaster, it may not be fully healed within 3 months. But now his left foot is obviously broken, and after only 1 day of treatment, there is no major problem, and he can walk on the ground. It is estimated that after a few days of recuperation, he will be alive and kicking again. This experience in the secret realm let Luo Yuan know that trainers' fractures and other injuries are commonplace. If the medical level is not enough, trainer will have to lie on the hospital bed for most of the time every year. Beside Luo Yuan, Ralts was following him. As a Pokemon that has just been conquered, Luo Yuan needs to develop a more relationship with her. On the contrary, the bond between Millerton and Luo Yuan was stronger, mainly because of that battle, which brought the hearts of each Pokemon closer. Sure enough, fighting is the easiest way to cultivate feelings, no wonder so many trainers always like to bring their own Pokemon, dungeon, to fight wild Pokemon. Of course Luo Yuan knows that the breeder method is not suitable for him, he just needs to cook well. Ralts, don't learn what your sister Latias did before, you know. Luo Yuan taught earnestly and earnestly, he was afraid that Ralts would imitate the bad. Unlike other Pokemon, Ralts is new here, so she can't let her feel that the interaction with Latias just now is his daily life with Pokemon. Then his fame as Luo Yuan I will be ruined. Lalu. Ralts lowered his head shyly, yelling softly. It's just that the master seems to be very comfortable. Is the master's words ironic? As a Pokemon, there are not so many twists and turns in her mind, and she can't tell what Luo Yuan is really thinking, which makes her very sad. She decided to ask Sister Latias for advice later, and let Sister Latias teach herself. Accompanied by Ralts, Luo Yuan was walking in the corridor of the hospital, and happened to meet the attending doctor who had treated him before. It was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Dr. Gui, which ward is my sister in? Is she okay? Luo Yuan hurriedly stepped forward and asked. After he was brought to the hospital yesterday, he entered the ward to treat his leg injury, and because he was too tired, he fell asleep after the treatment. He didn't know what happened to Luo Weijin. Seeing Luo Yuan, Dr. Gui smiled and said, Luo Elite is fine, the injury is not too serious, and he is resting in the special ward. If you want to go, just go there. Why is the old lady in the special ward, and I am treated differently in the ordinary ward, right? Luo Yuan cursed in his heart. Thanks to Dr. Gui, Luo Yuan was about to make an elevator to go to the top floor, but he remembered something, and asked one more question. those two trainers, are they all right? Dr. Gui said with a smile. They came back from the rescue and are now in the intensive care unit. They will be able to come out after 2 days of staying there. Hearing this, Luo Yuan nodded, and once again sighed that the medical technology after time travel is really powerful. Ralts, let's go. Luo Yuan greeted Ralts. Lalu. Ralts folded his small hands in front of him, like an elegant and shy lady, and followed Luo Yuan into the elevator. This is Shancheng Medical College. After Luo Yuan and the others came out of the secret realm, they were sent here by helicopter to receive the best local treatment. When I came to the special ward area on the top floor of the hospital, it was extremely quiet, and there was no one in the corridor. The nurse on duty saw Luo Yuan and stood up quickly. Obviously this nurse knew Luo Yuan, and said with a smile. Mr. Luo Yuan, if you come to visit Luo Elite, she is in ward number 1, let me take you there. Thanks. Luo Yuan thanked her, and went inside with Ms. Nurse. Just as he was about to reach the innermost VIP number 1 ward, Luo Yuan saw the door of the ward beside him was open. He glanced inside and saw Yin Heng wearing a hospital gown, lying on the hospital bed and playing with his mobile phone. Seeing that Yin Heng was fine, Luo Yuan just greeted him. Old Yin. Old Yin, what the hell is that called? When Yin Heng, who was playing with his mobile phone, heard this strange address, he muttered in his heart, and raised his head just in time to see Luo Yuan who was waving at him at the door. Yin Heng smiled happily and said, Little brother Luo, are you here to see me? I used to be called Xiao Tiantian. No, I used to be called Brother Luo, but now I am called Brother Luo, right? I should throw you in that big pothole and let Gengar squeeze you dry. Say Gengar and Gengar arrives, and out of the shadows of the bed, Gengar suddenly appears. Mouth Jia, seeing Luo Yuan, Gengar waved to him happily. I'm here to see my sister, and I'll take a look at you by the way. It seems to be okay now, Lao Yin, your contest condition is good, so I don't have to worry about it. It's just what the doctor said before. I think you should pay attention. Kidney deficiency is not good. Don't overindulge in the future. Luo Yuan straightened his face and persuaded Yin Heng. Mouth Jia, Gengar covered his mouth and giggled. Lalu, Ralts don't understand this human vocabulary, what is overindulgence? Yin Heng's expression froze. Why don't you say this in front of other nurses, if it is published in the newspaper tomorrow, saying that I am a ghost elite who indulges too much and suffers from kidney deficiency, then my wisdom will be lost. The doctor doesn't know why I'm so weak, don't you know? Luo Yuan said he knew. Gengar squeezed it dry. Okay, I'll go see me first. Luo Yuan waved his hand and left quickly. The little nurse looked at Luo Yuan enviously. To be able to chat with Yin Elite like this, they must have a good relationship. I just didn't expect Yin Elite to have kidney deficiency, no wonder his face was so pale. Miss Nurse took a pitiful look at Yin Heng on the hospital bed. When he came to the door of his sister's ward, Luo Yuan said to Nurse. I can go in by myself, thank you for leading the way. After Miss Nurse left, Lu Yuan knocked on the door. Come in. Luo Weijin's elegant voice came from the room. Luo Yuan gently opened the door and walked in. As soon as he entered the room, he felt as if he saw a scene from the cartoon Normal. Luo Weijin was sitting on the head of the bed at this time, and there was a window next to it, allowing her to sit on the bed and look at the garden of the hospital. She was wearing a hospital gown. Although the hospital gown was loose, it still showed her exquisite, undulating and graceful body. Luo Weijin's jet black hair draped over her fragrant shoulders, her exposed skin was no longer as dirty as before, showing her delicate and smooth jade skin, white and attractive. The warm sun outside the window shone on her beautiful and elegant body, revealing some mottled shadows. Under the trousers of her hospital gown, Shizu didn't wear socks, and a pair of small jade feet were exposed to the air, the toes were crystal clear, the ankles were small, white and rosy. Luo Weijin looked at the door from the window with her beautiful eyes. After seeing Luo Yuan, she panicked imperceptibly, but soon became serious and said. Is your foot injury still not healed? Why did you run upstairs? Luo Yuan shook his left leg, and signaled. It's okay, it's fine. Sister, are you okay? Luo Weijin said indifferently, a small problem. This kind of injury will be healed in the hospital for a week. Immediately, She looked at Ralts, who was following Luo Yuan, and said with a gentle smile. "Good morning, Ralts." Ralts bowed his head shyly, responding to Luo Weijin. Luo Yuan walked to Luo Weijin's bed, pulled out a chair and sat down, and then he just stared at Luo Weijin's beautiful face for money. Luo Weijin was slightly flustered, but she pretended to be calm and said, "Why are you staring at me? He wouldn't suddenly ask me why I kissed him before, would he?" A jade hand of the Dragon Elite subconsciously tightened his sleeve, thinking wildly in his heart how to answer in a while. "It's nothing, I just think you are so beautiful, sister." Luo Yuan stared at Luo Weijin's exquisite and beautiful facial features, and suddenly smiled. Luo Weijin blushed a little from Luo Yuan's gaze and smile, and said in embarrassment. "Did you just find out that your sister is pretty?" "No, it's just that, old lady, you were too fierce in the past, which prevented me from discovering your beauty." Luo Yuan let out a hey. He is not a wooden man, nor is he a fool, nor is he the hero in a light novel, he has enough EQ and IQ. Of course he could see Luo Weijin's thoughts. But just as Luo Weijin didn't elaborate on this matter, Luo Yuan also knew that some things were not so easy to say. "Since my sister doesn't take the initiative, then don't be too active for the time being, otherwise it will backfire. Wait until you find an opportunity to say let." It's just inexplicable. Luo Yuan felt that he showed some of his nature. For example, he started to tease Luo Weijin. "If you dare to say that your sister is fierce, I am looking for death." Luo Weijin was furious. If she hadn't been injured now, she would have stood up and slammed Luo Yuan on the head. Luo Yuan glanced at her chest and muttered, "That's pretty fierce." Luo Weijin glared at him and said nothing. The atmosphere in the ward was a little quiet and charming, as if people could hear each other's heartbeats. At this moment, the door of the ward was suddenly opened, breaking the atmosphere. Luo Yuan and Luo Weijin looked at the door, both surprised. The visitor turned out to be Fairy Elite Poppies. In Luo Yuan's ward, after Luo Yuan left, Latius was still wearing a nurse suit, with a pair of bright beautiful eyes looking curiously at the glue-like substance on his hand. After twisting it with her fingers, she studied its composition carefully, then picked up the paper towel beside her and wiped her hands clean. At this time, a young doctor walked into the ward and saw that Luo Yuan was nowhere to be found in the ward, so he asked suspiciously. "Did Mr. Luo Yuan go for a walk to recover?" Latius had a warm and cheerful face, showed a bright smile, and nodded with an hum. "Then don't be idle here anymore. The hospital is busy now, you go to other wards to help. Latius said softly and crisply. "Okay." After finishing speaking, she just pushed the small cart full of medical equipment in front of her and pushed it out of the ward. After Latius left, the doctor felt that something was wrong. I haven't seen that nurse just now. If there is such a beautiful nurse in the hospital, it is impossible that there is no news at all. And don't think that I haven't played mobile games before, that was Bronya, just now. It's too real even if it's long, it's like Bronya came to the third dimension." The doctor hurriedly trotted out of the door of the ward. He looked around the corridor, but he didn't see Latius. "Isn't it haunted by ghosts?" "No, it's haunted by ghost-type Pokemon." The doctor shuddered. Sometimes ghost-type Pokemon really appear in the hospital, which can really scare people, especially at night. In Luo Weijin's ward, Lu Yuan and Luo Jin looked at the Fairy Elite Poppy in astonishment. I saw Poppy wearing a long chiffon dress, the sleeves of which were so short that they only reached her elbows, exposing her bully sideways arms. The long skirt was pulled tightly around her waist, revealing her soft waist like a willow. And below the waist, there is a translucent long skirt like white silk sand, which makes her pair of straight and slender beautiful legs faintly visible under the silk sand. Poppy has a standard classic oval face, with beautiful features, eyes like stars, and a pretty face that is cool and elegant, giving people a fairy air. Beside the Poppy, Sylveon clung to her tightly, with his own ribbon wrapped around her arm, and this behavior represented Sylveon's love for her. "Poppy, why are you here?" When Luo Weijin saw Yume people, the shame and annoyance she had faced with Luo Yuan before immediately dissipated, and her whole person became arrogant and indifferent. "Didn't I hear that you were injured, so I came to visit you." Poppy was full of smiles, looking elegant and beautiful. She raised her hand, and there was a fruit basket there. Seeing that Yu Marin came to see her with something, even Luo Weijin couldn't say anything about her. Come in, Luo Weijin said angrily. I'll come in if you don't tell me. Poppy always confronted her as if she was deliberately angry with her. Fairy Elite walked gracefully, with lotus steps lightly, and led Sylveon into the ward. She handed the fruit basket in her hand to Luo Yuan, and Luo Yuan also took it. You Elite, Luo Yuan said seriously. Little brother Luo, you are Luo Weijin's younger brother, and that is also my younger brother. It's too unfamiliar to call you that. Poppy's clothes fluttered, she was full of fairy spirit, and her speech was quite old-fashioned. But she herself does not have the sense of aloofness that does not eat fireworks, but her personality makes people feel very close. Who is your brother? Luo Weijin spat. Luo Yuan looked solemn and said, beautiful sister. Luo Weijin, who just spit, burst out laughing again, and secretly gave Luo Yuan a thumbs up. As expected of my brother, I know how to help my sister deal with this stinky woman. Yu Marin's elegant and fairy-like beauty froze for a moment, and said awkwardly, just call me Sister Yu. What the hell is Sister Beauty? It made me feel like I was being molested. It's all my father's and mother's fault, what a stupid name they gave me. Luo Weijin, are you okay? Poppy also brought a chair from the side and sat by the hospital bed with a bit of concern on her face. Do you think something is wrong with me? I would have been in the ICU long ago if something happened, don't worry, I won't die. Luo Weijin said angrily. That's right, it's probably hard for a woman like this to die in a secret realm without femininity. Mei Yu put her hand on her rosy lips, and smiled elegantly. Those beautiful eyes seemed clear, but there was also a hint of charm. In addition, she speaks softly, she has the beauty of a lady from the south of the Yangtze River, and her voice is even more gentle and graceful. Only from the understanding of traditional women, it is true that Poppy is more like Chang'e in that day's palace, full of femininity. But that is a traditional woman after all, while Luo Weijin has the beauty of a modern woman, cold and arrogant, strong and capable, with a kind of domineering female president style. It's just that the temperaments of the two sides are different, but when it comes to facial features and figures, they are also chunlanchuju, each has its own advantages. As for women quarreling, Luo Yuan likes to watch, but definitely won't get involved. He took the fruit basket bought by the Poppies, opened it, and hey, it was a high-end fruit bought in the ladies' supermarket, and the basket alone cost several thousand yuan. But considering that poppies are expensive as elites, these thousands of dollars don't seem like a lot of money. Luo Yuan picked out a big red apple from the fruit basket, and found a small knife from the bedside of the hospital bed, peeling the apple skin skillfully. Luo Yuan's knife skill is at its peak, and hardly any flesh is peeled off along with the apple skin. After peeling, he cut the apple into small pieces and put it on a plate. Then he took a toothpick from the bedside, stuck it in the apple, and handed the plate to Luo Weijin. It's just that Luo Yuan's hand was still in the air, and the poppies were quick to pick up the apple with a toothpick. She opened her pretty lips and put the apple into her mouth. She covered her lips with her hands and chewed, and after swallowing, she praised Luo Yuan. Brother Luo's craftsmanship is good, the apple is cut so smooth. Seeing the poppies taste the fruit her younger brother cut for herself first, she said angrily. This is the fruit my brother cut for me, is it your turn to eat it? I bought this fruit, so why can't I eat it? You gave me the fruit, and it's mine. Do you still have a conscience if you grab it from the patient? Luo Weijin and Yu Marin continued to quarrel. These two are a pair of happy friends. Since they met, they have never stopped every time they meet. Oh, I have a big conscience, do you want to touch it? Poppy puffed out her chest and said proudly. Indeed, wearing a chiffon dress, she can still see the waves like waves, so her conscience is really great. Who knows if you are a pad? It's a pad, come here and touch it. Don't touch. Seeing the same quarrel between the two elite children, Luo Yuan murmured to himself, if you don't touch it, let my brother do it for me. He brought a new toothpick, put an apple in it, and handed it to Luo Weijin's lips, persuading him. Old sister, calm down, don't be angry, you won't get well if you get angry. Luo Weijin snorted, and she opened her mouth to eat the fruit that Luo Yuan handed over. You're better than me, little brother. Brother Luo, my sister wants to eat too. As if Yu Marin just wanted to anger Luo Weijin, She opened her small cherry mouth, revealing a tender pink tongue, and her soft tone seemed to be in charm. Luo Yuan shivered. This woman is simply a fairy. The temperament is like a fairy, but it is also enchanting and charming. That kind of contradiction is really unbearable for normal men. But Luo Yuan is not stupid, to feed poppies fruit in front of his elder sister. That is courting death. The poppies don't give her benefits. Luo Yuan of course knows how to choose at this time. Luo Yuan pretended not to see, just feeding his sister. Luo Weijin looked smug, but she was still angry when she saw that Poppy dared to captivate her baby brother. The dragon elite turned her beautiful eyes and saw Sylveon, who was sticking close to the poppies, and immediately Paige had an idea. She took out a bag from under her hospital bed, which contained energy cubes made by Luo Yuan. In the big pothole before, Luo Weijin threw away all the equipment and moved forward with only Luo Yuan's energy cube. Luo Weijin took out an energy cube from the bag, shook it at Sylveon and said, "Little Evie, do you want to eat it?" Poppy smiled sweetly. "My Sylveon won't just eat things from people." "Sylveon, what are you doing?" Yu Marin watched in astonishment as her Sylveon ribbon loosened her arm. Her eyes glowed. She climbed onto the hospital bed drooling, and moved her body towards Luo Weijin. Its small nose sniffed at the energy cube in Luo Weijin's hand, and suddenly its eyes lit up, and it ate the energy cube into its mouth with an, "Oh wow," sound. Bye, Bui. After chewing and swallowing the energy cube, hearts popped out of its eyes, and under Poppy's horrified gaze, Sylveon's ribbon wrapped around Luo Weijin's arm. "Wait, what is this in front of NTR's Lu Beiwen? Sylveon, what are you doing? That is your master and my lifelong enemy, how can you do this?" Seeing this, Luo Weijin laughed out loud, looking happy. "How about seeing your beloved Pokemon go with someone else? Poppy, how do you feel?" Bui. It was only at this time that Sylveon realized that something was wrong. He quickly let go of Luo Weijin's arm, and the entire Pokemon jumped back and came to Poppy's side. It's just that Sylveon's eyes were still drunk, looking at Luo Weijin with love in his eyes. "Bye, I still want to eat." Yu Marin hurriedly checked Sylveon, and said to Luo Weijin in horror, "What medicine did you give my Sylveon?" Luo Weijin pursed her lips, brushed her hair on the sideburns, looked at Yu Marin with a melodic pretty face, and said with a light smile, "I didn't take any medicine, it's just that the energy cubes are so delicious." Quote. Immediately, she looked at Sylveon and said regretfully, "It's so pitiful, little Evie, I also want to feed you more, but who told you that your master is not stingy and won't let me feed you? If your master admits his mistake to me, I'll give it to you." Luo Yuan looked at his sister showing off her femininity. He was shivering. "Sister, it's no harm to the family. Bye, Bui." Sylveon was in a hurry, its ribbon wrapped around Poppy's arm, tearful look, rolling in that charms. Seeing the poppies still staring blankly, it hit the poppies with its head again. "Bye, master, please, let me eat, I will die if I don't eat." Poppy's face turned green and then pale. She gritted her teeth, but seeing Sylveon's pitiful and begging eyes, for her own Pokemon, she gave up. "Sister Luo, it was all my sister's fault just now. Your lord has a lot, so please forgive me, my little sister." Poppy is a month older than Luo Weijin Arnold, so it's not wrong to say that she is a younger sister. "Before I walked a lot in the secret realm, my legs still hurt after a day of rest." Luo Weijin stretched out her slender jade leg in hospital gown, and said lazily, "Yes, my little sister will tap your leg." Like a maid, Yu Marin began to kick concubine Luo's legs. After knocking for a long time, Luo Weijin said disgustedly, "It's okay, your skills are not good, go back and practice hard." Little sister knows. Poppy gritted her teeth and said word by word, "Hey, for the sake of you admitting your mistakes, sister, I forgive you." The energy cube. "Oh, that energy cube is not mine, I don't have it anymore." Luo Weijin spread her hands and smiled softly. "You." Poppy's anger surged up, and she suddenly became fierce, and the essence of the country was blurted out, and the fairy temperament disappeared in an instant. Luo Weijin said calmly, "The energy cube was made by my brother, you can ask him what he wants, it depends on what benefits you can give my brother." Hearing Luo Weijin's words, Yu Marin looked at Lu Yuan in surprise. Luo Weijin's younger brother can actually make energy cubes. From the expression of my own Sylveon, I know that it is definitely the top energy cube, and it is delicious. No matter how you think about it, this kind of energy cube can only be made by the top breeders. But looking at Luo Yuan's age, is he already a top breeder at such a young age? Yu Meixin was extremely shocked. She knew that Luo Weijin would not lie to herself about this kind of thing. Immediately, this elegant and beautiful woman sneered and said, "What benefits will I give your brother? Okay, then I will be your brother. How about being your brother and sister?" She has already seen that this Luo Weijin has some younger brothers. "You dare?" Luo Weijin raised her brows upside down, her expression frightened and angry. But soon she greeted me with a smile again, took out her mobile phone and said, "Okay, let's not just talk and practice, just here, you take off your clothes and perform for me on the spot. How can you be my sister?" Opening square bracket quote. I just took a photo with my mobile phone and posted it on the internet, so that everyone can comment on our Fairy Elite's technology. Yu Mei's face was flushed with anger. "Luo Weijin, you can't spit out ivory. You are a wounded patient now. Believe it or not, I will pick you up in front of your brother, and it would be okay to give you naked X post it online." Luo Yuan pretended to be a sculpture and dared not make a sound. When women quarrel, their vicious mouths are much more vicious than men's, and they dare to say anything. But don't just talk and don't do it, fight, fight. Luo Yuan cheered them up in his heart. "What are you doing?" At this time, Luo Emu's voice came from the door of the ward. Luo Weijin and Yu Marin, who were full of foul language, quickly shut up. One of them was sitting on the hospital bed with arrogance and indifference, and the other was sitting on a chair beside her, as elegant as a fairy, as if everything just now was fake. Luo Yuan looked back and saw his mother bringing Lily over to visit the sick. "Mom, why are you here?" Seeing their mother coming, Luo Yuan and Luo Weijin asked in unison. The poppy who was sitting on the chair was no longer the one who faced Luo Weijin before the power trip. She sat upright with an elegant posture, smiled sweetly and softly called, "Auntie." Luo's mother's eyes seemed to be smiling, and she said loudly as soon as she entered the door, "Hey, I seem to have heard outside just now that someone wants to be my precious son as a wife." Poppy looked embarrassed for a moment, but Fairy Elite was well informed, so she still tried her best to maintain her composure at this time. After teasing this Fairy Elite, Luo Mu looked at her two children again, and said with a worried expression, "Your father and I found out about you. He still has gym work to deal with, and he can't come to the mountain city, so I brought Lily over. Just now we inquired about Xiaoyuan's ward from the hospital, and seeing that he is not in the ward, I guess that he should have come to you." Lily hadn't seen Luo Yuan for a few days. She looked excited, holding Bai Gungan in her hands. She couldn't help asking with concern, "Brother Luo Yuan, you are not seriously injured?" Luo Yuan smiled and waved to Lily, raised his left foot and kicked it twice and said, "It's okay, just a small problem, the left foot is slightly broken, rest for a day or two and it will be fine." At this time, Luo Weijin teased and said, "Lily called your brother Luo Yuan as soon as Lily came. I didn't see my sister and I was injured more seriously." Facing Luo Weijin's teasing, Lily didn't feel shy at all, and said in a calm and generous way, "Sister, are your injuries okay?" Hearing Lily's crisp voice, and seeing little Stephanie's calm expression in the face of her teasing, Luo Weijin laughed at herself for a while. How could she not even compare to a little girl? After getting in touch with Lily for a period of time, Luo Weijin knew that this girl was totally different from her appearance. She was a young lady with an extremely strong heart. "Xiao Yu, I trouble you to come from the imperial capital to visit my family Weijin. Thank you for your hard work. I heard that your relationship is not good before, so I was quite worried." Luo Mu stepped forward, took Poppy's white hand and patted the back of her hand gently, and said with a smile. Facing the elders, Yu Marin also lost her toughness before, and completely became a lady of the Zhongnan water town, even a little bit of Xiaojiabiu. She said softly, "Luo Weijin and I are both colleagues. She was injured, so I should come to visit her. Those who have a bad relationship are all rumors. You also know that those reporters hear wind and rain, so don't believe it." Luo Weijin also nodded and said, "Yes, Yu Marin is a month older than me, Arnold. In my heart, Besides being a colleague, I also treat her as a younger sister. How could we possibly quarrel? Yu Marin gave Luo Weijin a sneaky look. At this time, you still take advantage of me, right? That's good. You two are the youngest elites in our Sha kingdom. You should encourage each other to move forward, but don't quarrel over trivial matters. Luo Mu taught Luo Weijin and Yu Marin generously. The two elites were obedient, not daring to refute at all. Seeing this, Luo Yuan secretly pulled Lily's little hand, and the two walked out of the ward. Ouch! As soon as he left the ward, Luo Yuan pretended to be staggering, showing a look of pawn. Lily panicked when she saw this. She quickly let go of her hand and threw Bai Gungan to the ground, supported Luo Yuan and said nervously. Luo, brother Luo Yuan, does your leg still hurt? Shall we go see the doctor again? After all, Lily is a little Stephanie. She was very elegant when facing Luo Weijin before, but she would still lie when something happened. Bai Gungan, who was thrown to the ground, let out a dissatisfied cry, as if complaining that Lily threw him. Luo Yuan bent down slightly, and said with a smile, "Oh, brother Luo Yuan's left leg hurts badly, you need to kiss Lily to get better." After Luo Yuan found out that he was kissed by Luo Weijin in the secret realm, he seemed to have turned on a certain switch completely, and there was a sense of transparency in his heart as if the monk had comprehended the magic of the world. Lily's face flushed slightly, but she still raised her toes wearing small leather shoes, and kissed Luo Yuan's cheek like a dragonfly. Luo Yuan shook his head, pointed to his own lips and said, "No, the one just now doesn't count, you have to kiss here." Lily's moist red lips pursed, as if dissatisfied with Luo Yuan's greedy. However, she had a shy smile on her face. She lifted her toes again, and pressed her lips to Luo Yuan's. The little girl didn't understand anything, so she stuck to her stupidly, and Luo Yuan didn't go any further. Some things have to be done step by step, and it's easy to get into trouble. Just like a flower, you have to watch it germinate from the seed and slowly bloom from the flower bud, so that you can feel that sense of happiness even more. Mogu. Little Nebula poked her head out of Lily's pink backpack and looked at them suspiciously. Luo Yuan stretched out his hand, and pushed Xiao Xingyan back. Mogu. Xiao Xingyan was as dissatisfied as Bai Gungan, and let out a dissatisfied cry. Lily held onto her toes and closed her eyes, and kept her lips to lips with Luo Yuan for an unknown amount of time. She could only breathe through her nose, and when she felt that her breathing was not smooth, there was a coughing sound from the side. Exclamation mark quote. Startled, Lily quickly dodged and hid behind Luo Yuan, poking her head out to look curiously. An old man in a suit and leather shoes who looked to be in his early 60s was standing there. Luo Yuan was also surprised when he saw the person coming, and asked, "Director Dang, why are you coming to the mountain city again?" The person who came was Chairman Dang. Luo Yuan remembered that he should have returned to the imperial capital. "I encountered some problems in the secret realm, and I need to come and solve them myself." Chairman Dang said this, but he just looked at Luo Yuan and didn't look at Lily, so as not to make Lily shy and put too much pressure on her. When Luo Yuan heard it, he also said seriously, "Director Dang, what happened to the secret realm?" Luo Yuan knew how dangerous the secret realm was, and a little carelessness would cause a large number of trainer casualties. Chairman Dang waved his hand and said, "Just yesterday, some Pokemon ran out of the secret realm and were dealt with by the trainer stationed there. There were no casualties, but those Pokemon are still stronger than expected, and the number of trainers is not enough. I came here this time to discuss with the Mountain City. I'm afraid we need to send more senior trainers from various places to guard the secret realm in turn. And with so many trainers coming, the Mountain City has to take corresponding countermeasures." Luo Yuan was still puzzled when he heard the words, "For this kind of thing, just a video conference, why did you come in person?" "Haha, I'm actually here to look for you." Director Deng smiled heartily. "Find me." Luo Yuan was a little puzzled. Director Deng pulled him to the corner, and asked in a low voice, "That Pokemon you tamed is called Millerton, is it a legendary Pokemon?" Luo Yuan was not surprised by Director Deng's words. After all, several people have seen him controlling Millerton, and anyone who has seen Millerton's strength will know that it is a legendary Pokemon. Others may not know it, but the general directors of the Alliance cannot fail to get information. Therefore, Luo Yuan generously admitted, "That's right, Millerton is the legendary Pokemon." Immediately, Luo Yuan frowned. "Director Deng, is there any problem? Does the Alliance have a rule that legendary Pokemon cannot be used in competitions?" Director Deng quickly shook his head. "There is no such rule. Of course there is no such rule, because no trainer has ever had a legendary Pokemon in the 200 years since the Alliance was established. Even if you push the time back thousands of years, those who can control the legendary Pokemon to fight are still mythical characters. Is it true that there are such people in history? That Millerton, what is its priesthood? You should be able to say that, right? The Alliance is going to add more specific information to the Pokédex." Luo Yuan said frankly, "Millerton's priesthood is future. There is nothing to hide about this kind of thing. Even if you know what the role of legendary Pokemon is, if you can't beat it, you can't beat it." Hearing Luo Yuan's words, Chairman Deng fell into deep thought. Millerton's priesthood is future. I don't know if it has anything to do with Dialga's time. As well as the mysterious Pokemon in this secret realm that has been named 00, it also looks very futuristic and sci-fi. Could their appearance be related to Miller? By the way, there is also Spain, where the Pokemon in the secret realm are completely different from those in Chiaguo, and look more like some ancient species of Pokemon. But the strange thing is that no fossils of those ancient species have been found all over the world, so they don't look like ancient species again. If Millerton's priesthood is the future, then according to the theory of relativity, is there a god of the past in the secret land of Spain? Guys in Spain, wouldn't they bring out the god of the past and have a legendary Pokemon disaster? Forget it. Anyway, Spain is in Europe. Even if the legendary Pokemon disaster really happened, it should be fine for Chiaguo to be so far away. As long as it's not a Groudon and Kyogre type of disaster. After the mind was cleared, Chairman Deng smiled again, and said with a smile, "Student Luo, I heard that you were appointed by the principal of your school to enter the semi-finals of the Lugia Cup." When Luo Yuan heard Chairman Deng's words, he gave him a blank look and said, "Principal Gu told you, right? Do you have any grudges with the principal of Tsinghua University? Why are you cheating on him so much?" "Haha, there's no such thing as hatred. It's just that Principal Gu forced us to do so. We have no choice but to hide it for him." Chairman Deng laughed and said, "Actually, after the Lugia Cup, your school is not going to have a double school competition with Tsinghua University. At that time in Russia, the champion and the Elite Four visited our country, saying that they would watch the double school competition and have an exhibition match with the champion of the competition. Although Russia has been down and out in the past 2 decades, the thin Camerupt is bigger than the Flame Horse, and Russia's strength should not be underestimated. Especially the champions of this generation in Russia are geniuses among geniuses, not even your sister. Although our Shah Kingdom is now mainly competing with the Unova country, the Pacific Ocean is after all separated from the Unova country. Russia is different, it borders us, it's okay when it's down, but you have to be careful when it's strong. Then the Russian champion is such a power trip, don't you get angry with student Luo, teach her to be a good person." Luo Yuan complained. How to teach her to be a human being? At the same time, Luo Yuan also recalled the information about the Russian champion. Her name is Ekaterina Alexandrova. She is only 25 years old this year, and she is already the champion of the Russian Alliance. Just like Chiaguo has more fighting-type trainers, and the Russian Alliance has more ice-type trainers, even accounting for an outrageous level. According to statistics, more than 50% of the Russian Alliance trainers are ice-type, and the environment there is very breeder for this type of Pokemon. The same is true for this Russian Alliance champion, who specializes in ice-type Pokemon, and is proudly called the Queen of Ice by the Russian people because she is too beautiful and powerful. Well, why not change the name of the Russian Alliance to the Winter Kingdom? Director Deng laughed and said, "You have Millerton. As soon as legendary Pokemon comes out, who is not rival except the Master? That Queen of Ice is strong, and the distance from the Master is also far behind, at most she is a champion. I thought Director Deng would let me hide Millerton. This kind of secret weapon is not always reserved for critical moments. The so-called deterrent force must first show its own strength before it can be called deterrent force. Otherwise, if you just talk but don't act, that's not a deterrent, and people will think that you only talk big. And even if you want to show deterrence, you can't expose your weaknesses. There is something in Chairman Deng's words. Luo Yuan understands the meaning of the chairman. The Xia Kingdom Alliance definitely knows that the current militant battle time is very short through repeated research. And the meaning of the chairman is that if you can only fight for 3 minutes, then settle the battle in 2 minutes, and then stop fighting. As long as the weakness is not exposed, then there is no weakness. How exciting it is to run after pretending to be forceful. I'm just a rookie trainer, with only 1 badge, how can I be allowed to do such a difficult thing? Luo Yuan pretended to hesitate, showing a difficult look. I am just a rookie trainer, how did I start to participate in this kind of national power competition? It's called the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, and the capable will work harder. And you are about to be a rookie trainer without a badge. Aren't you going to participate in the gymnasium competition in Shancheng next week? I believe that with your strength, it will be easy to get the 2nd badge. Then you'll be a rookie trainer with 2 badges. Director Deng patted Luo Yuan on the shoulder vigorously. Isn't that still rookie trainer? Luo Yuan cursed in his heart. Because of rookie trainer, the sensational effect of defeating the Russian genius champion will be more sensational, and I understand the sensational effect. Chairman Deng persuaded Luo Yuan a few more words, but he also knew that Luo Yuan's expression was actually for the benefit. The chairman thought for a while, and said earnestly, Student Luo has any difficulties, you can tell Alliance, and Alliance will try its best to satisfy you. I believe that with your talent, the future will definitely belong to you. In the future, maybe our Xia Kingdom Alliance will be managed by you. This alliance is your own thing, right? So, don't just look at the small profits in front of you, let's look to the future. Chairman Deng means that the alliance may be yours in the future, so why don't you take things from the alliance? As expected of being a leader, this big cake was painted, even big ones. However, Luo Yuan knew that if he really needed something, Alliance would really do his best to satisfy him, but the current Luo Yuan didn't seem to have any special needs. I want Rayquaza, do you have it? Guess you will send me a Caterpie at most. By the way, classmate Luo, if you are under the age of 14, you will be sentenced to more than 3 years and less than 10 years in prison. For some things, you can wait another 2 years. I don't want such a good seed in our country to enter the game ahead of time. Chairman Deng glanced at Lily behind Luo Yuan, and said earnestly. A week later, the Shancheng Gymnasium was full of cheers, and today there were 3 elites who came to watch the 3. Thanks for watching, please like and subscribe my channel.